Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
24 more runs and New Zealand will be in positive territory. Can an old, great test hand like Kane Williamson yet make England sweat in a match that has shown us ingredients of the game, the finest ingredients of the game, both ancient and modern? Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the tastiest, crunchiest, revolutionary cricket commentary you will hear today. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and we have a fascinating first hour, perhaps a fascinating 6 hours, and then another fascinating 6 hours tomorrow still to go. Alongside me, perish the thought, says he, of being here at this time tomorrow. It's the bear in his Cossack hat.
It is. I'm waiting for the heating to start working, and then I'll take my hat off. I've got my furry slippers on. Got to keep the feet warm.
Well, I've only got my trainers on, but I'm going to tread very lightly so as not to wake the neighbours.
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Well, if we're here at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I think New Zealand will be closing in on victory, actually, possibly. Because, I mean, if we're here tomorrow, and New Zealand battle day, they'll have a lead of 300. Now, we have Bazball 300 before. Eventually, we've got to fail somewhere.
Yeah, though they say this pitch is getting better, don't they, Tony? The other thing I heard yesterday was that New Zealand have been asked to follow on 25 times in Test cricket, and in 24 of those times they've lost and they've drawn one. That's not really surprising, is it? I mean, not many teams come from behind, as it were, follow on and win games. So can you see any possibility of that out here with this pitch getting better?
I can see a possibility of it. England, I don't think have ever lost, have they? Having set a team a task of following on.
Is that right?
That is, I believe that's.
I'm sure it's in your notes.
It isn't, but I did read it earlier. I don't take the notes in it now. I'm purely
he's digital
mental processing and digital, mate. As you well know.
Well, you haven't got the photographic memory like Gaddy, have you?
Gaddy. Oh well, no.
Gary's got a photographic memory. Can we get him to learn how to turn a studio on, and he can just?
Very good point, actually, isn't it? Give him a $5 just to pop up here and do it. That would be great.
Just look at it, Gary. This is how you do it.
Yeah, you should be able to sort that out.
Finish my thought before we go. Regulating off in sort of.
Finish your thought. God, we don't normally let you do that.
I forgot where I was going.
And you've forgotten it now already. See, this is the problem.
Well, because you distracted me. You completely distracted me. Yes, my thought was.
Yes.
And as I was exercising this morning.
Ooh.
Actually, this afternoon, I beg your pardon, because I slept this morning when I got home. Was if playing the new way of Test cricket that England play, they win 7 and crash and burn in 1. Everyone would still take that.
Yes, I think you're right.
So with the extremes of the way they attack, walk towards danger and etc., comes the risk that they won't just lose, but they'll plummet.
Yes.
So it would be almost in the spirit of that, were they to set New Zealand the task of following on and still lose. Would it be a disaster? No. Does it mean they're going to lose the Ashes? No. Does it mean Bazball has died? Absolutely not. Is it in sort of an explicit risk in the way they go about things? Well, yeah, probably it is.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, the thing about that is, though, I mean, it depends how much you put into the notion of winning all your test matches abroad in a winter for the first time since 1890. Now, if that is going to get you really angry that England don't end up doing that, then obviously you can't afford for England to throw it away.
It's not going to make me angry, but I mean, it would be nice if they did it. Let's be honest.
I know, I was being something facetious.
I know
really.
You were, but the other thing is, how many tests was that? I mean, I don't know how many tests did they play in the old days, because we've only played 3 tests in Pakistan, haven't we? Because there was the World Cup in Australia, so we've only played 3 tests in Pakistan and these 2 tests in New Zealand. So was the series we won away in 1890 or whenever it was that only a 5-test series, or was that an 8-test series, or
I suspect it was probably just 5 tests. It was probably. I mean, at that point,
probably be only one.
Well, at that point, it was only Australia and England, and South Africa came in shortly after that, I think. So it was probably a 5-test series in Australia, I would think. But I stand to be corrected on that.
We must have won.
Well, we're already close to the most wins in one winter, aren't we? We've got 4.
4 out of 4 so far.
Pakistan and 1. You go back to 2003, 2004, Bangladesh 2-0, Sri Lanka 1-0, West Indies 3-0.
But presumably some of those
5-1 in 78, 79, and then 54, 55 they won 5. Australia 3-1, and New Zealand again 2-0. So it would be, were they to get it to 5-0 in this winter, that would still be a phenomenal record.
Well, it would, but if they don't win this test, they won't. That was my point. Yeah. Anyway, the players are on their way out to the middle. We shall jingle them up. One of them being the great Kane Williamson.
There's no one better than Marty Crow. I know it's really great, but tell me. Have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
I love that jingle.
It's good, isn't it?
It's great.
It's a terrific song.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. Henry Nichols is racking up a score. Dozens of bowlers try to bring him down. Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
Jimmy's coming down across the alleyway, up on the boulevard like as if gonna parade. Lights on the silhouette, he's disappointed net, coming at you on the count of 1.
Bears having a bit of fun on the jingles this morning.
Oh yeah,
having a great time.
Well, I'm awake. It's only 10 o'clock.
It is. 3 slips and a leg slip. Is that a gully? No, not really. It's a backward point. There's a mid-off quite wide. a mid-on, a square leg and a long leg for Jimmy Anderson, of course, coming in to bowl to Kane, and Kane is forward in defence. The ball runs slowly away into the leg side towards square leg, and there is no run. Now, Anderson has bowled 15 overs, none for 38. Broad has no wickets. Ollie Robinson has no wickets. So the only wickets to fall in this innings have fallen to the spinners in the features of Jack Leach and Joe Root. Could this be Joe Root's day?
Wow,
could it be? I mean, there's still a left-hander out there in Henry Nichols.
Well,
I think it should be on a national annual occasion, though, if there is a Joe Root day.
I think so. I think we should all have a day off for that.
Day off, yeah. I think we should all have a day off.
Joe Root day.
Anderson in outside the stump, good enough length, but not a particularly threatening line. Left alone by the former NZ skipper. Beautiful, clear, sunny day as well in Wellington. And it looks as if the wind might have dropped. It's been rather cloudy, grey and windy for the last 3 days, but it looks better today.
Yeah, see, the other thing is, isn't it? I mean, they bat so slowly. They actually haven't overhauled us, and there's a second new ball, and it's first thing in the morning. The ball is literally only 3 overs old. I think this is the game right here. If England can get the new ball to talk, get a couple of early wickets.
Yeah. In he comes again, and Williamson lets this one come to him, and then softly drops the ball down off the front foot into the gully region. There is no run. Absolutely, I'm glad you pointed that out to me. Yes, three overs into the new ball, which presumably was taken just before the close last night. So England will hope to be more successful with this new ball than they were with the one they took yesterday. That said, they didn't bowl badly at all.
No, they beat the Edge quite. I mean, I was up watching it till tea.
Yes, me too.
And,
yes.
I'll tell you my woes after this.
Anderson in full onto leg stump. He's going to get runs here, though. It's punished by Williamson. He's probably going to get 4 of them. These days, poor old Stuart Broad looks like he's running in treacle.
Yeah.
He can't catch up with that at all, and it's gone away.
In diving boots.
Indeed. And New Zealand move on to 206 for 3.
So, obviously, doing the night before in here, I've been sleeping very late anyway, so I was awake till... I went to bed at 3 and I didn't sleep till nearly 4, I don't think.
Right.
Then my daughter was going off to fucking Paris this morning, so I had to get up at 7 and take her to Orpington. And then come home, went back to bed, and then of course I was awake again, so then it took a load of time to get to sleep, and I eventually got up at 12:30. And I had to take my son straight to football. It's been a day.
Did he win?
The travails.
They did, they won 4-1 today.
The travails of a bear. Williamson moves to 29. In comes Anderson again. Bowls. This one he brings back ever so slightly off the pitch, and he's played with a little caution by Williamson and not completely comfortably into the onside. And again, there is no run. Kane Williamson, of course, the leading run scorer in Test matches for New Zealand, has 7,684. Makes him one of the Fab Four, up there with Joe Root, who's pretty close to 11,000 now, isn't he? He was 10,700 on the dot. Then he added 153 to that, so another 150 in the second innings, should it be required, and he'll be up to 11,000 runs. Anderson in again, bowls once more. It just pops a little bit as he plays forward, and perhaps a forward short leg might be handy for Williamson early on. Anyway, that's the end of the first over. Just the 4 from it. New Zealand at 206 for 3. Tony, I presume you've got some people on Twitter.
I do. Echo Stevens has said evening.
Evening.
Yep, yes.
Yeah, go there.
Kevin Smith says afternoon. It's It's Mayank. Is Mayank called Kevin Smith? Mayank, are you called Kevin Smith?
Don't think. I thought Mayank was his name.
Well,
why have you changed your name to Kevin Smith and tried to confuse us?
That's
this is
confusing.
ready for a nice 8 hours of Test cricket, ending at around 12:30 here in Philadelphia.
Now the Bears got a can of beer, and it's making me feel a little bit beery. Have you got any more? Have you got any more of those?
These are freebies from Brian.
Oh, I might have to nip out and get one before the second
There's
half
only one
an hour.
Carlsberg and a fridge. If you do that, the only other one is. I did ask this, Brian, and I'm sorry to be pedantic about it, but carling. Can you not ask them to put carling in, just as a special favour? Anything but carling.
Gift horses.
I know.
Rapidly to mind here, Bear.
And I don't think he asks. He just says beer, and they keep giving me carling.
We're going to jingle them up in a moment, but it's Ollie Robinson, a tall man, running in to bowl to Henry Nichols. He leaves the ball outside the off stump and then goes for a little prod, and this is his jingle.
So here's to you, Ollie Robinson. Dizzy loves you now, you change your tune. You're not a buffoon. How will you bowl, Ollie Robinson? No one took more county wickets than you the last year or two.
And he has got a short leg in for the left-handed Nicholls. 3 slips, no gully. In he comes, bowls, and it's tucked away past the man at short leg. They'll get a run. They might even come back for a second. They will, as Jack Leach has to come in off the boundary some distance. And so Nicholls is away as well. New Zealand 208 for 3, trail now by 18. I just should say we had a really nice message from, I think it was Julie, in Dunedin, on the Facebook page today, saying that she was glad that she could listen to us and was enjoying the coverage, and we enjoy having you with us. Hopefully you're with us again today and enjoying. And I think quite happy that New Zealand are making a bit of a game of it. So, well, now that I'm here, more power to your elbow. Let's go through to tomorrow evening. Yes, 208 for 3. And a man has gone out at square leg now, behind the man at short leg. Must have come across from the offside. This one just nibbles away, but Nicholls has the time to get in behind it and defend it into the offside. And there is no run. GPL, guys. Have we had a winner? Have we had a winner recently?
No, we haven't.
No winners.
I think about 12 runs away yesterday, so it was at about £108.
£108 in the GPL.
I'll tell you what you missed yesterday, Hendo.
Yeah, go on.
You missed the excitement of the Adelaide Barmies, who were all late getting to the ground because our mate Johnny Co-op had forgotten to press his alarm.
I did see something of that in the Twitter feed. I wasn't sure. I couldn't trace the whole story back, but
That's basically it.
there was something about him wandering around not knowing where he was as well. Robinson in bowls. There was a little bit of swing there for the England bowler, but it's pushed confidently up to mid-on by Nicholls.
Yes.
And there is no run.
I can tell you that the prize pot's £109. Standing at £109.
Okay, so if you don't know how to play the GPL, go to our website, gorillacricket.com, 1R2Ls. Go to competition and follow the instructions. We've written it all down for you, and I'm fed up of having to talk about it because I forget to. But you will get all the instructions if you go to gorillacricket.com. competition, and it tells you exactly what you have to do. You could win £109 or more. Robinson in bowls, just back of a length, left alone by Nicholls through to Folkes, and there is no run. And it is true that this pitch is getting browner. It started very green.
Yeah, it very did.
It very did.
Very much did.
It very did.
And that'd be Fred.
And not Fred has arrived, would you believe? Well, we think so, unless it's more beer for us, which would be quite nice.
I'd rather a beer.
Yeah. Not Fred or a bit. Oh, tricky one.
Tough choice.
It's a bit like that one Eddie Izzard says, cake or death. Cake or death? I think I'll have cake. One lifting delivery from Robinson to finish the over. Left once more by Nicholls. New Zealand are 208 for 3. Nicholls has 20. Williamson has 29. More tweets.
Absolutely. Well, this won't surprise you to know. Actually, it's Mog first here. He says, "Look out! It's cricket's 3 wisest men on the mic."
Probably true.
He must be watching a different channel. Also, look out for an exciting new Bangladeshi jingle in your inboxes.
Ooh, new Bangladeshi jingle.
Hello. Do you know what? I don't even want to think about that. I've had a nightmare with that Bangladesh series. It's been doing my head in.
It's not proving incredibly popular amongst guerrilla commentators.
Well, it's not that so much. It's no one even knows what time the bloody thing starts.
We now
it's
think
not easy to do rotors for when it could be 6 o'clock. It could be 8:30.
Well, I know your latest rotor was 8:30, but we now think
I've gone back tonight at 8:30 because that seems to be what everyone else thinks.
Well, now Quick Info is saying 6 o'clock again.
They're not.
Apparently so. Anderson. Second over of the morning from him. 3 slips and a leg slip. Onto the back foot goes. Williamson plays it out square on the offside, and there is no run. And not Fred, not wanting to sit alone in the green room and talk to himself, has joined us in the studio.
He thinks we're going to give him heat.
I'm not sure. If there's heat coming off your body, I don't really want it, thank you, if that's all right with you. I may have no choice in the matter.
Thoroughbred race.
He's wearing grey again. He's wearing dark grey. He is the greyest man of Gorilla's greyest man. I think we
He's
have
the
to
man
call
in
him.
black.
Well, he didn't. He said it was grey the other day when I said it was black. This one just shapes into Williamson, defends on the front foot up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Then you could be synonymous with Johnny Cash.
He is a bit Johnny Cash, except he hasn't got the musical
Man in
ability. Hasn't got the musical ability.
How do you know? We don't know very much about. We don't know much about Fred, apart from the fact that he was an ex-Mossad agent.
That's true.
I'm convinced of.
That's true. Ex.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hello! It sounds like someone's snoring at the other end.
And I think that's because Fred's actually. I think Fred's actually sitting on the microphone.
Oh no, that's a horrible thought. I'm not using that all day. Defended on the back foot by Williamson. He's got the cleansing wipes.
Stuff, Hendo.
Oh, it's all right. He's bought some cleansing wipes, surface wipes. So with Dettol, still don't think that'll kill everything. 208 for 3. It sounded for a moment like your cat had escaped and got on the microphone there, Tony.
No, she sat next to me here on the chair.
Are you sure she's not purring?
She is purring.
I think that was her. I think I heard her purr. Anyway, we'll never know whether that was Suki or not Fred. Full, driven. Oh, and it's a horrible bounce as Stuart Broad goes down on his knees to give it the long barrier, and it jumps right over his left shoulder.
That could have been dangerous.
That could have been nasty. He could have ridden that one in the snozzer. As it is, they get through for 3. And New Zealand move on to 211 for 3, and this is looking ominous for England. That was horrible. I'm not sure what that's gone off. There no obvious foothold there. There is in the strip further along, but you can't see what that hit.
Get down quickly enough.
Didn't get back up quickly enough. Anyway, Williamson moves to 32. Nichols comes down to face Anderson for the first time this morning. Stuart Broad found it moderately amusing. It looks like Anderson's making 1 or 2 adjustments to the field. So he's got 3 slips. He's got a man in front of square leg, mid on, mid off, long leg, square cover. Has he got anyone down at third man? Probably not. He doesn't tend to use a third man that often, and he probably should have done, because Nichols has gone right onto the back foot, got a thick outside edge, went to ground, no chance for catch, and it's run away to the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So a good start so far for New Zealand, and no real gremlins seemingly in the pitch so far. I was going to ask Fred a question, but he hasn't got his microphone. It's still stuck up his arse. So, oh no, there it is. We've got 4 of us on mic now. I should go to bed, Tony.
I'm all right. I'm now. So ironically, I'm now wide awake.
Of course you are.
I'm more wide awake now than I was at the end of last night.
Tickled away by Nichols. Nicely played down to Jack Leach at long leg. Could this be a day for the spinners? It just doesn't seem to be doing very much, does it? Anderson finishes that over his 17th with none for 50. Tony.
Kevin Smith. Oh, we've done that. Evening fellas, says Scott Bates. Kevin Smith says it's my cheeky YouTube premium account. Is Kevin Smith? Pokemon Finger says evening. Pokey wants wickets. Okay. Scott wants to know: did we take the new ball in the 80th over? Where were you yesterday, Scott? Yes, we did. We got straight onto that new ball. Mog says. He's already said. Jay Grover. Evening all.
Evening.
Please, you boyhead roadmen, do not start trouble down these ends. I literally have no idea what that means. It's just like a random collection of words rearranged into something resembling a sentence.
We're nowhere near your ends. That's all I can say to
Jay.
Jay.
Robinson in to start a knee over. Bowls to Nichols. Covers up in defence, and the ball is pushed up to mid-on. And New Zealand now just 10 runs, doing nothing really. There was a modicum of swing, I thought, 1 or 2 balls that Robinson bowled in his first over, but looks straight up and down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks worryingly straight up and down. And maybe England will be given a session in which they have to score 250 tomorrow in the final session. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Well, they'd go for it.
They would go for it.
It should.
Robinson again, he's into his 17th over as well, and he goes wide on the crease, and he has a little poach at that one outside the off stump. Does Nichols going forward and then chastises himself somewhat for having done so, but he gets away with it. Did that move a little bit? Maybe. A little bit of movement off the pitch, but the angle was there as well, and that wasn't a particularly good shot.
No, he followed it rather, didn't he?
Did. Nichols 25, Williamson 32, Robinson none for 36. Yet to get a wicket in this match. Robinson has looked a little bit annoyed with that situation. Here he is again, running in. Bowls a short one, which Nichols was almost anticipating and was, I think, pretty much down before he let go of it. And Folkes does the business behind the stumps.
All looks a bit placid in pace-wise, doesn't it? They haven't shown his pace yet, but he doesn't look particularly quick.
No, there isn't that sort of fizz off the pitch that you expect when the ball's doing a little bit. That to our own eyes, it looks like the ball is speeding up off the pitch, but actually, obviously, it's just diverting ever so slightly, and that gives that impression. But yeah, it looks very placid at the moment. So Robinson again, 3 slips. He's forward. Nichols. Anderson moves around from mid-on to do the fielding, and there is no run.
He's a man a bit under pressure though, Nichols. Kane's not had a great run recently. He's got a double ton apparently, didn't he? And
well, the thing about Williamson is he sort of litters his scores with double tons, doesn't he?
yeah.
If you were to make this script for a Hollywood movie, it would be brilliant. You've got like all the aged gunslingers against each other, all past their best.
Yes. Are they though?
Are they?
Well, one of them, the batsman who they say is but may not be.
Oh, good leave on length that by Nichols. Having decided to do that, he might have been a bit alarmed that it came back at him, but cleared the stumps by a reasonable distance.
Is this the ground where Nathan Hassel hammered us around as well?
That was a great game. I can't remember where it was. Maybe it was here.
He
got 230, didn't he? When they were chasing,
time.
yeah, and they were chasing about 450 or
They
something. Maybe 500.
We eventually won that game, though, didn't we?
Yeah, but not by that many.
Yeah, not by that many in the end.
A tremendous game. I think that was 2002, was it, or 2000? Robinson in, bowls, dead straight, good length, defended up to Jimmy. That is a maiden, and New Zealand are 216 for 3. Tony.
Mayank says, afternoon all. This is Mayank in his Twitter mode as opposed to his Kevin Smith alias. I don't know if this is an issue worldwide, but there's no TV commentary currently. Thank goodness I can listen to the sweet sound of ball and willow without any stupid commentating.
Oh, yes.
You're not listening to us then. Diana Patterson says, it's another early star. I love stars, and I wonder what that was all about. And then I looked, and apparently that's what we tweeted out. It's another early star.
Oh, that because it was the bear tweeting out. You know, the bear can't
Diana,
spell.
you would love it here in Claygate. It's a beautiful cold night, and the beauty of a really cold, crisp, clear night is we have a beautiful stars outside.
We have light pollution in Claygate.
The most perfect view of the plough out of the window, or from my terrace. Stokes, who says my commentary's been restored on the telly.
Oh, what a shame. Anderson into Williamson. Williamson goes back and then clips past square leg, thinking about a second, but Leach is in swiftly enough to prevent that. 217 for 3. New Zealand trail now just by 9. Williamson moves to 33. The partnership is worth 50 exactly from 153 balls. So you can see that is, as I said in my intro, we've seen the best of the game, ancient and modern, and this is the ancient bit.
It's attritional.
It's attritional, and that is part of Test cricket. That's what's made it great over the years in many ways.
Well, this is it. England are still ahead of the game. I mean, they're not even none for 3 yet, are they?
No,
they're
not yet.
-9 for 3.
They're -9 for 3. They've got 3 slips of gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Nichols, the left-hander.
I'd be tempted to, the ball not really doing much, I might be tempted to pack a leg sides field and try and bowl at the pads or something.
Well, what's the situation with Stokes? I mean, he had a bit of a funny evening, didn't he, yesterday?
Well, I think he haven't warmed up, did he? He bowled, a massive
No,
wide.
he has got an injury.
Did he hurt himself?
Yeah, he's got a dodgy knee. Whether he did it when he was chasing that catch backwards and
early on
flat,
yesterday.
I don't know, but he does officially have a dodgy knee.
Onto the front foot comes Nichols and plants it there, defends up to Broad at mid-off.
Can he have an operation on that knee, or is he just not bothered about it?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know what. I mean, does anyone know what? I mean, we all know he's got a dodgy knee, but do we know if it's cartilage? Is it? tendon, or is it blah blah? I mean, no one knows what his dodgy knee actually is.
Yeah, it doesn't really give you a lot of detail, does it? Dodgy.
Dodgy knee.
Dodgy.
Oh, well, I've got fucking dodgy knees, dodgy back.
I've got a dodgy right knee.
Send him to the Watford medical team. You won't see him for a year and a half.
In comes Anderson again. Can he find this breakthrough? No. Nichols clips him away through mid-wicket. Robinson shifts to his left, fields with his left hand, hurls in with his right, and they take another single. 218 for 3. Nichols moves to 26.
Do we know if he's out on the field then?
Sorry?
Do we know if Stokes is out on the field?
That is a good question. And if he's not, who's captaining?
McCullum.
Give it to Crawley.
McCullum. Just sneaked McCullum on.
Well, wouldn't it be Ollie Pope?
Ollie Pope?
Isn't he unofficial vice captain now?
Really?
That's what I read in a newspaper the other day. I don't know, really.
Okay. Anderson, it must be true then. Onto the front foot comes Williamson to a foolish ball that he might have thought about driving, decides not to. Just pats it back to Anderson. And the score remains 218 for 3.
Man United won the fucking...
Yeah, so?
Oof.
Now, it was a case of do we want the Saudi journalist killers or do we want the hedge fund operators? It's a difficult choice, that one, I find.
That was some super footwork by Jimmy.
It was, wasn't it? It was quite impressive, wasn't it?
Lovely little bit of keepy-uppy.
Company will be after him, won't he? For Burnley. Onto the front foot comes Williamson, defends square towards the slips. And that is the end of the over. Anderson's bowled 18, none for 52. New Zealand 218 for 3. Tony.
I can see the scorecards now. Anderson, 94th minute. Proteus Vex says, are our hopes resting on Jack Leach's shoulders, or will the Seamers do it? Or are New Zealand going to tough it out? All things are possible, Proteus Vex, but I think it could well rest on the spinners, and we were saying that earlier, indeed. Jay Graver says, I'm on my last can of Stella. Then I might have to switch to Night Nurse. Probably still better than Carling, mind.
Yeah.
As I might well pass out, is it possible to be restrained on the Danny Morrison impressions? Who was doing a Danny Morrison impression? Was that one of us? It wasn't me, I don't think.
I didn't intend to.
Didn't intend to.
It just must have slipped out. Goodness me. I don't want Danny Morrison slipping out of me. I wouldn't want him in me in the first place.
Google says 3:30 start for England Bangladesh. I'm 5 hours behind you, so that should be 8:30. I don't think Google's caught up yet. So our friends at Cricinfo have decided it's 6 o'clock. You'd think they sort of know.
Robinson bowls, and that pops on Nichols, and I think it's just looped over Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope is not that close at short square leg, so it gave him a chance to see that one, but I think that one's gone too high for him. Oh, he's got an inside edge onto the thigh, and it has looped over him. Orthodox square leg might have been able to move in and take a catch there, or maybe not. Maybe it wasn't up in the air long enough. But there is Ben Stokes, so it's he's having a chat to Ollie Robinson about field positionings. After that one got away a little bit. They got a single. Nichols moves to 27, 219 for 3. I really think I'm going to go and have a beer. Because I've got to drive home later.
I'd recommend.
I've got to drive home later, but if I have one now, that'll be alright, won't it?
Oh, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Robinson, none for 37. He's into his 18th over. He's bowling to the right-handed Williamson, who has bedded down, it would appear. Decided that nothing will get past him, nothing will find his edge. And 33 from 95 balls are a strike rate of about 31 runs per 100 balls, something like that. 32 maybe. But it's a perfect situation really for Williamson. He doesn't have to go after the game. He can just bat and bat and bat and bat, which is what he loves to do. Here comes Robinson. He's got a leg gully now, and this one is defended into the offside to backward point, and there is no run. 219 for 3. The bear has disappeared. I'm hoping he's gone to get me some beer, but we shall see. hopefully there'll be no reason to have to jingle anything in the next few minutes.
I think the bear had left all these things on the table in the studio, in the green room. There was bourbon biscuits. There was all kinds of fantastic stuff, and it was like in a co-op bag. And I thought, dare I tuck into this? I thought, no, it's probably Ben, the tenant. I daren't do it.
Yeah.
And it was only about halfway through the night that Bear finally responded and told me it was no, it's the stuff from Brian.
I see. Yes, the bear was keeping it to himself. This is driven by Williamson, but not timed. Closed the face a little bit as it went up to, or sent it up to mid-off. Jimmy Anderson is working to shine the ball with 8.4 overs of this new ball used, but very little movement in the air or off the pitch so far this morning. But another biggish crowd. It's a Monday, isn't it? It's a Monday in New Zealand, as this is left and goes through to the keeper. And there is no run, 219 for 3. One ball remaining. I'm going to have to go and get a glass as well, because Carling out the can. I think Carling deliberately put part of the can in the drink.
Just Carling's not good, that's all.
It's not good. It's not good stuff.
Yeah, that's just...
Unless, of course, they want to sponsor us, in which case it's wonderful. And it's probably the only beer that I will touch.
It's probably.
It's probably not the best lager in the world. Final ball of Robinson's over, and once again Williamson just lets this one come to him and drops it into the offside off the front foot. End of the over, 219 for 3. Tony.
Well, we have our update from the Adelaide Barmies. Morning, everyone. All on time and at the glorious Basin Reserve. T-shirt weather for a change. Yes, it is. Looking at the lovely picture they've sent, it looks like they're at the top of the sort of steps that sort of lead down to the grass bank. If you were a right-handed batsman and you had the Vance stand behind you, they're sort of at mid-wicket, maybe just sort of square leg. On that side of the ground, so the scoreboard is on the left, the Vance stand on the right. Looks like a fabulous spot, and they're obviously having a good time. And Johnny Co-op did set his alarm at the right time to get them there.
Johnny Co-op.
Brian Barish, good day, cricket nerds. I see the three wise men of cricket are here to call the action for us, but here I am listening to guerrilla cricket because that's infinitely better. Go England.
Change of bowling, not really surprisingly. Jimmy Anderson is coming out of the attack. There's been no movement there this morning, and back into the attack is a man who got the ball to rip past Will Young yesterday. It's none other than Jack Leach.
What a ball that was, by the way.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
I do feel a bit sorry for Will Young coming back into this test match and getting two absolute rippers to get him out while he's still in in single figures. Not just that one from Jack Leach yesterday, but the ball from Jimmy Anderson that got him in the first innings took the shoulder of the bat as he came forward. Really good delivery, not much you could do about it. A leg slip and a short square leg. Leach left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Nichols. He's in, he bowls and he jabs this one. He's bowling on the line of Midland leg, hoping that he might offer a catch to one of those close men on the leg side.
I think it needs to be... See, for me, he was bowling this line yesterday. I was getting really upset. It's just too straight. You need to... a little bit further and let them grope. You got to get the right line. You got to get. I mean, I know it's the perfect ball, but you got to get to drop, and it needs to be sort of outside off stump, turning in, so they're groping forward, and you hope you catch the inside edge. It goes onto the pad.
Slip. The leg slip has gone already, and this is swept out to deep square leg. Harry Brook does the fielding. They take the one. 220 for 3. Nichols moves to 28. I wasn't that disappointed with that line, especially when Conway and Latham were batting, because they did have two catchers there and they weren't controlling their shots there particularly well. But it's the kind of line that makes a batsman play, but without the kind of control that he would want. You've got to get it to ground pretty quickly when you got guys close in there. So I didn't mind the way he was bowling yesterday, and I think it was a plan. Whether you can argue about whether it worked or not. Well, obviously it didn't really. He's going to be bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Williamson. Just spinning the ball from left hand to right at the moment. And coming in there is now a man at silly mid-off. He's in, bowls. Williamson stretches forward and just pushes the ball gently back to the bowler. Now, I keep hearing this position called silly point, but it's not really silly point. It's much more silly mid-off, in my opinion.
Is that what they're calling that?
They're calling that silly point.
That's
Silly point's a bit squarer, isn't he, normally?
Silly point, yeah, silly
That's
point square. That's silly mid-off.
Silly mid-off, isn't it? Yeah. Leach, that's too short. That's rubbish, in fact. And that's put away. Well, I say put away. It's put away to the man who's positioned exactly for that kind of delivery on the cover boundary. Just the one.
I think as a spinner, you always want a bit of cover for the one you drop short.
Yep.
I don't think you should have cover on both sides. If you're bowling with a rhythm, you should. If you're bowling to a plan, to bowl it to right hander, and if you're going to drop it short, it's going to get cut. Then you can have one man out. But if you're having both men out, it means you're not bowling very well.
Back over the wicket, and the leg slips come back in, and he throws this one wide of the off stump. Nichols comes down the track and pushes firmly up to mid-off, but will have time to run through for the single. TTT for 3. Was that my Danny Morrison? That might have been my Danny Morrison.
Ooh, now here's one, isn't it?
4 runs behind. Here's one what?
Kane's quite apt to get himself run out, isn't he?
Is he?
I believe
Is he?
he's been
Kane
involved in quite a
Williamson?
few run outs.
Doesn't sort of... Can't think of any. None immediately come to mind, but I'm sure he has been run out in Test cricket. Most players have been, who've played to his level and to the extent that he's played. 3 men round the bat for Williamson. In comes Leach, and does get that to move ever so slightly. Williamson sees it and lets it bounce and lets it turn past the off stump, and is taken by Folkes. End of the over, 90 bowled. Time for a change, 223 for 3. I'm going to have to go and get my phone so I can do tweets.
I'll just do some YouTube. I'll get you up to date on YouTube, and then I shall scuttle off and be back later. Hellos to Teresa Nicholchuk. Back again, she says, which is great news and lovely to have you with us. Hello also to Samantha G, Blake Veer, Frank Rockefeller, Bartholomew K. Williams, Dara Azizi, of course, Spud. The YouTube gang are there in force, and I'm going to hand over to whoever's next on Twitter. You can pick up the pace there, Richard.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, I'm on summarising. Ball by ball falls to a colleague.
Me. That's
Hello
cool.
there.
How's Austria today?
I've hardly set a foot outside. I feel like I've been in a vortex of sport watching since
Well,
I was last here in this chair.
that's full and on the pads and clipped out to a deep set mid wicket, and there's no run. Upset
Yeah,
about.
honest-
Did you watch the women's world final?
Yeah, I mean, I went to bed after my last shift last night, woke up, I watched the rest of this test match because it was quite intriguingly poised, then the Women's World Cup final, then the rerun of Scotland versus France. Time to do it all over again. I did have time to empty the dishwasher. That's about the height of my usefulness.
Good, good.
And I thanked myself on multiple times that I don't have children.
I
I
was
can
just about to
have days
say,
like this.
you don't have kids, you're lucky. Oh, flashed out by Nichols. Maybe an unwise shot. Doesn't get anything on it, unfortunately. I've gone under 2-3-1.5, and I've got a run out for the next wicket as well, just in case there's some craziness that goes on. It should be quite fun. Yeah, I couldn't watch it. I was doing my son's football, but I had it up on the old Crick Info. I thought they were in with a shout. Even with 5 overs to go, they had a chance.
Yeah, it was such a emotional ride as a South African, actually. An amazing day. You'll never forget it, even though we lost. We don't like losing, but Australia are just very good, and South Africa put up a good performance.
Yeah.
It's not one of those where you go to bed gnashing your teeth about all that went wrong. They were just outplayed by a slightly better team.
Yeah. That's kind of... Oh, edge! Gone! Thankfully. A little bit of juggling in the slips, but finally Robinson gets a wicket. It's Harry Brook who's caught it. It took the shoulder of the high on the splice edge of the bat, flew to third slip. Went to Harry Brook. He juggled it up. He thought he was going to catch it. Juggled it again. I think he juggled it 4 times, didn't he? in the
Yeah,
end?
I'm going to count the juggles now.
There we are. Yeah.
Oh, does the camera get
One,
that time? 1,
2,
2,
3,
into
4.
the chin. Yeah, I don't know if it bouncing off his chin counts as a juggle.
Well, hopefully he's got a soft chin and a bit of a jowl. Take
Two and
the
a half
case off.
juggles.
Good use of the chin there.
Well,
I
I
thought.
got a wicket, but not a run out. So, yeah.
Well, an important wicket for us in some respects. and how much we've got to put in for the next couple of days.
Well, they're still no, -4 for 4.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, this is what I was saying. If you get a couple of early wickets, let's give a jingle for that.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, you get a couple of early wickets, and suddenly it's a long way to get even a lead. And if even if Kane stays there for a while, I mean, the thing is, you've got two guys now coming in who've just made themselves a pain in the arse against us, in Darryl Mitchell. And
yeah, but Mitchell hasn't had much success so far in this. Well, he got a 50, didn't he, in the second
50,
innings?
yeah.
But that was, I mean, that game was over, wasn't it? The one at Mount Manganui.
Yeah, true.
I mean, he was able to help himself to some runs there. Where were we up to date on the tweets? Had we had Warren saying early evening all? If not, there you go. Jesuit says, evening, I'm now back in South Africa. We're doomed. Brian Barrett says, enough yapping about English football. The Major League Soccer season started yesterday with Philly putting 4 past Columbus. St. Louis winning their first game on debut and 2 games on the West Coast being snowed out. Soccer fever. Catch it now. GC Radio, Naked Fun, Pornbot says, Danny Morrison in love tryst after a single beer binge. Click here.
Well, nice bowling from Robinson there. He had to play at it. It was angled across the left-hander. Quick delivery by the look of it. I don't know if it did an awful lot, but he couldn't have left it. And that's what it's all about at this early stage with the still newish ball is making the batters play. And although it's not a wicket where you could say it looked like it was coming, keep putting it in the right place and
you
might just have yourself a slip catch.
Well, exactly. And now you've got a new batter at the crease as well. You've got we've got now 3 slips in the gully, or
3 slips.
3 slips and a 5th slip, something like that.
Short square leg and a short extra cover.
And this is the thing. You get another wicket now and it's still slightly behind, or even if they get one in the next sort of 10-15 runs, as that's left alone by Mitchell through to the keeper, there's no one. If they're effectively 10 for 5. Things look quite dire for them, and it could all go south quite quickly.
Could do. Jago says, hang on, Hendo, aren't you the preoccupied Fosters? Occasionally, if I can get Cobra, then I'm more than happy. Mayank says, just noticed the Bangladesh series has no UK broadcaster. Sky leaving it quite late, considering the series is only 2 nights away. Well, if there isn't a broadcaster, we can't do it.
Well, there was an article. Now we got sent an article. Someone sent a headline on our WhatsApp group saying Sky have got it.
Well, yeah, but we get these messages from people, and then they turn out not to be correct. It depends where you get your info from.
It was a Telegraph that would put it out. Maybe they're lying. Mitchell, big foot down the track.
Doesn't the fact that we never know who the broadcaster is a couple of days out from series on an increasingly regular basis now again point to the fact that there's too much international cricket when even Sky and Channel 4 are not. Oh, is there a series? Maybe
bugger.
should buy right. Do you want it?
Well, yeah, exactly. There's a bit of that, and there's a bit. Well, how many viewers are we going to get for this? If we're the cricket, exactly as you say, there's so much out there, and then they're kind of like, well, how much do I really want to pay for a Bangladesh series that starts at 6 in the morning or 8 in the morning because no one.
Well, if you wanted to be taken seriously as a cricket broadcaster, you have to broadcast everything that England do.
Well, you do, but then you play gamesmanship, don't you? You just hold out, because this is the market that pays them the money. That's inside half of the bat goes out towards long leg. Oh, there was nearly a total mix up there. They got back for 2 in the end. See, Kane Williamson
all over the place.
He's listened to you.
He didn't. I don't think he thought there was 2 on, but Mitchell wanted the 2.
Robinson's enjoying himself. I've seen him smile twice in the last 3 minutes, which is the first 2 times in the entire Test match.
It's true.
Actually, because of this throw-in, which was dramatic and hard to describe.
Well, you know why that was, because he was worried that there were going to be overthrows against his figures there. That's why he dived so well to his right.
Yeah, it would have been 4 as well, because there wasn't anyone behind him.
Tom Fay, Cricket Craptin, says, am I wrong to think leg, gully and slip are a bit like the ginger stepchild of fielding positions, unless employed to some accurate quick stuff against a lower order? Can you recall a memorable catch in these positions?
Well, there was one in the last test, or in the first innings of this one.
One that won England a Test match in 2019, when Rassie van der Dussen had been batting all day, and they put in a leg slip, and the first ball he turned Stokes to Jimmy Anderson.
He did indeed,
and England went on to win the game, took a bunch of wickets.
Good answer.
So there.
You can recall one. Respect.
That was the game you were at, wasn't it?
That's why I remember it, because I was there.
Yeah. That was a fantastic finish as well in that game. Kane Williamson is facing up to Leach, and he gets closer to the ball, maybe a shuffle down half a foot, clips it out to deep mid wicket, it'll be a single, but I don't think Leach will be upset about that. He's got Daryl Mitchell in his sights. Daryl Mitchell was caught sitting it off, wasn't he? Was it the first innings or the last innings?
No, it was the first innings of this match. Yeah,
he just prodded the last ball before lunch. It bounced a little bit. It got the splice. Great catch by Ollie Pope.
Yeah, you can take those. I mean, he's Pope is showing an incredible willingness to get right in front of the bat, isn't he? In that position, which I haven't seen for many years, to be honest. And that's the only way you're going to be able to take a catch like that. I mean, it was a really good reflex catch. Also, there was, I suppose, did he move before he played the shot? I don't think he did, but I can see why people were arguing that he might have done. That said, I don't think that's actually against the laws anymore.
Well, Gary seemed to think it was, and then he read up the rules and he seemed to think it wasn't. That one's thrown up outside the off stump of Mitchell, too wide, and he can leave it through to the keeper and there's no run. Of course, in the series before the one that Fred's talking about, the leg slip, was the 2017 or the series we were in Katie's flat, wasn't it? Little Jimmy Taylor was playing on a short leg. It comes down the track, you see. He's a bit unsure about that when I silly mid off in there.
Yeah.
That was an ungainly shot. Managed to get over the top of it in the end and get it inside him up to mid off, and there's no run.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Ollie Pope must have felt his breath.
It turned on him as well. It did exactly the same thing.
It's taken a little bit out of the top, hasn't it? Look here.
And it's...
It
is.
I'd have a silly point and a silly mid-off.
Because
one...
And there you go. Fred's captain of England, and then he goes and bowls at two leg side, and it's clipped into mid-wicket.
I actually meant a squarer one, actually, because if he's getting turn and bounce, that could actually come off the shoulder and not go in front of the bat, but go square.
Score's level now, anyway. Jay Grover says, take it a little bit forward and let him grope. Come on, Pawnbot. He also says, you might not know it, Richard, but the Bear has 3 feckin' kids. I was slightly gutted by the Women's World Cup result, but I thought the crowd were proper heartening. And Ravi Nair says, I have nothing interesting to say, so I'm saying it.
Thanks, Ravi. Tossed up by Jack Leach.
No, absolutely. Casent went with the Bear, who was away at the football, and I remember just as I was sitting down to the national anthems, saying to myself, I think I might even have tweeted it, glad I don't have kids and I can do this. Sorry, Bear.
That's all right. I enjoyed the football. They won 4-1. Had a good game today.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, we got a problem. Jack Leach is in. That one is defended by Williamson right forward. It's good from Leach, to be honest.
Is that the problem, Leach being in?
No, we've got a problem. So our striker, my kids' team striker, they got this striker called Ryan, and both the parents are African, and they're typically strict African. My wife's African, but she's strict and I'm really lame, so they get away.
She's
with
strict with you.
She's strict with everybody. But he doesn't do his homework, and he's not allowed to play football on a Sunday. But he's our striker, so we were all pleading with her today to stop grounding her child. Stop him, because he had 2 weeks off where he wasn't allowed to play on a Sunday team, and we were shit for 2 weeks. We got hammered 10-0 last week.
It's a bit like Liverpool without Mohamed Salah.
Well, yeah.
It's a bit like South Africa being very strict with their best player ahead of the Women's World Cup and saying, no exceptions, you haven't done your homework, you're out of the squad.
Salah's got African parents as well.
He has. That's very true. Egyptian. I think you'll find.
It's in Africa.
It is Africa, yeah, absolutely. Richard, while you're here, can I this is just a sort of internal guerrilla thing. Did you get my email about articles?
I did. I am flooded with.
I figured you were pretty flooded from what I saw when I saw you tweeting.
On the list.
Oh, okay. All right then. No worries. Yeah, I just wondered because it was the first time I'd actually emailed you. I thought it might have gone into your junk mail, but.
No.
Oh well, more work for me. More work for me.
Okay, fair enough. Robinson is going to bowl his 20th over. Should have had a good rest, England's bowlers last night. So even if they were, they bowled all day yesterday, I suppose. But. Yeah, they did bowl all yesterday, didn't they?
I was thinking about that, but the spinners did a lot of the work.
Yeah.
None of them should be knackered yet. If they go through this first session and only have 1 wicket and the ball's doing nothing, we could then start to talk about knackered. And that's when I think Williamson and Mitchell, if they're still there.
But this is it. I think England... this is it. You've got 2.5 hour session here. England want to wheedle out, at least half of the wickets. They want to get down to Saudi. Or whoever's above Saudi. Who's above Saudi? Blundell, I suppose. So they want to get past Blundell. That's into the pads. Lovely shot by Mitchell. clipped sweetly into the leg side, out towards wide, long on. Oh, look.
Teaser,
the hawk has flown past it, pecked it into the ground, picked it up with his claws and thrown it back in. It's terrible. Terrible.
I am worried a bit about Brody. He does look knackered when he's chasing the ball.
He's not the quickest. He's all
He's not the quickest, but he's always been quite a decent fielder. No, he's not. That's very true.
He's in the team for his night watchmaning and his hawking.
That's true. That's true.
He hasn't had a bowl yet this morning, has he?
No, he hasn't, no.
I noticed he's out with the floppy hat. If I ever see him in the near future, I want to ask him, what is the rule? When do you wear the blue one? When do you wear floppy? When is it a bandana? When is
I've hardly seen him wear a cap. I mean, that's the first time I've seen him in a cap for years. Maybe if you don't wear a cap every 2 years, you get it taken off you. So he puts it on for a day, just to be able to keep it.
Well, days 2 and 3 were cap days, evidently, and then we were back to floppy now. I don't know what the rule is.
Kane facing up to Ollie Robinson, has defended.
Speaking of cap, can I ask you, great wise men, why do New Zealand spectators always have sailor hats? I can see 2 in the background.
Oh, it's to do with Kane Williamson, isn't it? Because he steadies the ship.
Yes, that's
right. What it is. When he was captain, he was always steadying the ship. So they bought sailing hats to mark that fact.
That up. I knew you'd know.
Yeah, it's not something I knew until a couple of years ago, probably.
Robinson in to Williamson, who does look very comfortable this morning, and just knocks down out in the offside. And there is no run.
Yeah, he
like
looks
a ship steadier.
Yeah, he's steadying. I mean, the ship is more steady than it needs to be at the moment, to be honest.
Well, they're in
3 for 4.
I mean,
yeah,
exactly. I mean, this is the truth of the matter is they've got to play like this for an awful long time to get themselves in any position. You know, England are on top. Whether the fact that they've been out there all day. I mean, hats off to New Zealand, but they've had a second new ball and they're only 3 runs ahead. If they carry on at this pace, they'll have a third new ball and they'll only be 130-40 ahead. That's defended by Kane.
I was thinking about this. Everyone talks about England being ahead of the game because of how fast they bat. But there are 2 ways you can look at that. Well, probably more than 2 ways. You could also say that it's given New Zealand the time to play their natural game like this because it's day 4 instead of day 5 where we would be if England had batted at a traditional pace.
Yeah, to a degree.
And it's given Kane Williamson time to normally.
That's because England enforced the follow-on only. I mean, I still don't think, I wasn't sure that was the wisest idea to be 220 ahead. I'd have just gone off. Even if you only bat for 30 overs, you've still been having a go at the end of the day. That's straighter. Kane's up on his toes and just works it into the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, the fact is, if England had batted for 30 overs yesterday, they'd have probably had him in by around about tea time again. And the reason I say that is because I think that if they'd have scored like they would have probably wanted to score, having only batted for 30 overs and got 200 odd runs, everything would be back on New Zealand. They'd be down in the dumps. They'd just been spammed around the field for 20 overs. And then you've got to go out and look at 440, 450 to win.
Yeah,
that would have been that psychologically. I think that would have been a better way to play it. But Stokesy wants to be aggressive, and he decided to enforce a follow-on, which in retrospect it wasn't such a bad idea. The bowlers had only been out there for an hour when they were asked to bowl again, so it's not like they were really knackered.
Yeah, you can't fault the decision at the time, and it's consistent with the philosophy of backing yourself. That's what this team is all
exactly. Forward comes Mitchell. He's a bit unsure with this offside field. Stokesy is out there. He's giving it a bit of chat.
I think it's about it is about the momentum, and when you bowl a team out cheaply, you do have momentum, and you feel like you're on top.
But it's so often you see, as he goes back this time and forces it out, there's a cover. Quite tight offside field. You see the team that follows on, not often do they get blown out twice in a row. That's, invariably they've seen the wicket, they've all batted on it, and they've been going straight into batting again. There's something a bit more solid about them. That one's turns, but it's a little bit too short, and it's just guided down towards third man by Daryl Mitchell. He'll pick himself up too.
Yeah, and it's you could also argue that New Zealand had a bit of batting momentum with that onslaught by Southey, although ultimately they got bowled out. They'd been playing silly cricket and batting wise, and it had produced some runs. And there was a bit of momentum in that, and then there was the contrast of them coming out and the openers playing solid traditional Test cricket. That was a really interesting day yesterday.
Yeah, I was glad I wasn't commentating it. No, I like my days exciting. Well, not that it wasn't. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
I like my nights involving more sleep, but we can't have it.
Well, I know. I mean, this is the thing. I'm so used to watching England now smashing it around the park or taking all wickets all the time. If it's not all action, it's like, what? Huh? Leach is into Mitchell. A little bit short, and he can stand the crease.
In seriousness, that's the great thing about Test cricket. We're seeing that there are so many ways to skin a cat still.
Yeah.
I like that contrast, that mix, and we're going to see who prevails over the next day and a bit.
Well, one of the things that you say about this and the way they were batting, actually, that's a good ball, well left by Daryl Mitchell. Tossed up on his just outside his off stump, decided not to even offer a bat it and let it through to Folkes, and there's no run. There was that game, one of the tests in England, when South Africa were here last summer, and they literally got about 140 in 80 overs. You know, they hadn't lost a lot of wickets, but then it all fell apart when a new ball came, and it's just like, well, if you're only going to get 140 in an entire session with an old ball, then you're asking for trouble, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, whoever wanted to get through their newspaper in that session would have been thankful.
140 in an entire session, that's quite good going.
No, 140 in an entire session with a ball. So like 80 overs with a ball.
Overs.
I mean, they were literally, it was 140 or 160. They're virtually just around 2 and over or just under for 80 overs. And then a new ball came along and they got there only losing 3 wickets or something. But then it all fell over and they were 220 all out with a new ball. You know, and it's just like, you've got to, there's a point with an older ball where you've got to start making hay because the new ball is harder to play.
Well, there is that, but also, actually, I was thinking, and we often say this, the new ball does come onto the bat a lot better.
Yes.
And on this pitch isn't particularly like that, but on those slightly slower, lower pitches, you actually want the new ball in some respects if you're going along reasonably well, because you can actually score more quickly against it.
Yeah, that's true, but you lose wickets whilst doing it.
Possibly.
That's which the side bowling obviously doesn't mind so much. That's too wide. Jimmy Anderson's back into the attack.
Although the two new balls England have used in this bowling innings haven't done an awful lot.
No. Well, it did. I think it did more yesterday. I don't think it's. I mean, I think New Zealand really had to battle in that sort of first session in their second innings.
There was a fair few edges, wasn't there? But they were going. They were well played.
And beating the bat. I think there was some beating of the bat, wasn't there?
Well, it's interesting that Broady hasn't bowled. They've gone Robinson and Anderson. Robinson continued. That's on the back foot, punched into the offside by Kane Williamson. He went for the quick single, and Stokes didn't pick it up properly. And
Stokes is very reluctant to get up. If the captain's body language is supposed to communicate the spirit of the team, then England are very down at the moment, very flat.
He's just, he thought he could get up and maybe get a throw in. Upset with himself for not holding on to the ball cleanly.
But then he had a 5-second lie down.
Yeah. He slammed his hand
there
into
isn't
the ground.
time for on a slow motion replay.
He was upset with himself.
Yeah, it was a kind of sort of, I should have done that better, and so I'm going to lie down and sulk for a few seconds.
Read a coaching manual.
Yes.
On a sun lounger.
Well, Jimmy comes up to the crease. He's bowling flashed hard and nicely and lasers it through the covers. Does Daryl Mitchell, and it makes itself down to the boundary at wide long off for 4 more.
That was massively on the up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was really... I thought he dragged that into the onside first, the way he played that, but it's a tremendous shot.
Very much stand and deliver, wasn't it?
That really was.
And it says that he's quite confident in this pitch, doesn't it? I mean,
yes.
See Jimmy hit through the line like that, and it wasn't a half volley at all.
Nowhere near.
Jimmy, and again, hit straight, good stop by Stuart Broad. If that had beat him, it would have definitely been 4 more. It's nicely timed by Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, I'm surprised that Broady hasn't had a go yet.
Well, I presume he's tried Anderson at both ends now, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, this is his second spell.
Yeah, so he will have changed ends. Give him a look from the opposite end. And he's had a little look at Leach as well.
Jimmy in again, hits square. Nicely timed, all these shots by Mitchell, but apart from the one that went through the cover, he's hit the fielders every time. No run. 236 for 4. Lead of 10. 10 for 4, effectively. Pretty parlous if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, as a batsman, you've just got to put that behind. I mean, what you've got to look at is the score's 236 for 4, and we're doing pretty well if you're a New Zealander. If you start thinking you're 10 for 4, then you're in real trouble.
Well, let's put that in their minds. And Jimmy in and on the back foot. Bit unsure about his shot there, Daryl Mitchell, but plays it out to covers, and there's no run. And over to you.
Joe Grover says, the reason I stopped compiling the history of Test match sofa stroke guerrilla cricket is when I thought, I wonder how Nate's football went this morning of a Saturday. At this point I thought I had too much information. You definitely did. It says, obviously no offence to your Bairns Bear, but I just don't want them in my head. Someone must have obviously threatened to skin a cat, because Mog says, why the would you even want to skin a cat, you animal cruelty enabling bastards? I'm with you, Mog.
Well, I'm going to put the other side of that argument. We skin lots of things for lots of things, and why not a cat?
Your head.
Why not a bear? Anyway,
Indeed.
the Jersey Jingler says, just tuning in after setting some traps for the flying... We're talking about animal cruelty for the flying squirrels running around in our attic. Maybe I can borrow some of Mog's eclectic weaponry collection to deal with them too.
Who was that?
That's the Jersey Jingler.
Oh. Flying
squirrels.
What's
that? Bats, basically,
bats,
isn't it? Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Well, Leach is going to continue. 34 overs, 2 for 66. He's still got under his test average, which is 34 and a bit. Or 35 and a bit. He's got 2 for 66. Yeah, at the end of this over. At the end of this over? No, we got one more over. Yeah, this is it, probably. And this is a really quick over, in which case we'll have one more. That's defended by Kane Williamson. He goes out
Is the Jersey
Jingler?
Jingler actually in the island of Jersey?
I think he's in New Jersey, isn't he?
I don't know, actually.
Where
I think we've asked this question before.
I'm sure we have.
New Jersey Pinelands.
Well,
yeah,
we certainly don't get flying foxes in England. You do get them in Australia, so maybe actually in Australia. I'm not sure you get them in New Jersey in winter.
No, I think New Jersey, looking at the profile, seems to be correct.
Oh, right, okay, there you go. Well, maybe they're trying to keep warm in his loft. That's again defended with soft hands. And goes off behind square for Kane Williamson. 36 of 113. It's quite slow going for Kane. Mind you, he's got Daryl Mitchell there, 12 of 18, so he won't mind.
Yeah, it's like, they bat down the order, and so if they can get a lead, I mean, I think, the longer these two stay out there, the more confidence it will give to those beneath them, Blundell and Bracewell. Bracewell, who offers or promises a lot, doesn't often deliver.
No. Leach around the wicket, tosses down up. It's a little bit too full. Kane gets right on top of it, defends it out on the offside, and there's no run.
There's a certainty about Kane when he's coming forward, even with those two guys in close. Has he brought route round to a genuine silly point now? I think he has, to go with the silly mid off. But Kane seems to be under much more control of that defensive shot than, say, Daryl Mitchell is. What is Root doing? He's wearing his cap back to front now. He's getting a helmet, so I presume he is going in at silly point.
So he doesn't have to take his cap off. He has it on underneath his helmet.
It's a good way to destroy your precious England cap, wearing it backwards under a helmet.
It's not really silly point. It's a sort of he's gully on his knees, basically.
Yeah, he's in that silly second slip / gully where you're on your knees for the one that comes off, and it's defended by Kane into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, the thing with Williamson is he plays it later than anybody else in the universe, especially when he's in form, which he's starting to find now.
His box has gone down his trousers.
Excellent.
For a moment, it looked like he had a particularly nasty growth on his knee.
What's he done with it?
I think because he's in that position where he's on his knees.
Has he just stuck it in his pocket?
No, he's put it back down.
Oh, did he? Oh, he sneaked it in.
Can't wear a proper jockstrap, one presumes. Tossed up. Ooh. No, that turns Kane around. I mean, it was on about leg stump, but he tried to turn it. It turned.
I think he just
going to silly mid off, and there's no run.
I don't think it actually did anything. I think he just played it too early. He can't have a jockey on, can he?
No.
How did that escape?
He's got 2 kids already. Doesn't need them anymore, does he? Tossed up by Leach. Oh, this is good. He's giving it a bit of a... It's the end of the over anyway. We're going to have a switcheroo. Fred's going to come in and do some ball by ball. Richard's going to... You're going to do some social. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
You figured it out now. Okay. You hadn't figured it out on day 2. But you're good now. Yeah. And Riley is joining all the way from Bournemouth too. I will see you again shortly.
A little later. Cheers.
Evening.
Hello, Riley. Hi. Good to see you again.
Yes. Of course we were on together yesterday, weren't we? How are we?
I believe that was yesterday, although it might have been the day before. It all gets very hazy. Does it not? We are good. I was just telling the others I feel like I've been watching sport non-stop since we were last
What's wrong with that?
Women's World Cup final and so forth.
Okay, a new over. It's going to be Jimmy Anderson bowling to Mitchell, who's turned around. He tried to play this into the leg side, and the ball finds its way to Gully. Hello, Richard. Hello, Riley. I don't think I've been on with either of you before, so
no.
Hello to you.
I don't think so.
Hello.
Greetings.
I believe I heard both of you yesterday, so...
Poor thing.
I know that Richard is in Austria, of all places. And Riley, where are you based?
Based in Bournemouth.
Ah, lovely.
Bournemouth.
Perhaps not this time of the year, as Jimmy comes in and bowls, and Mitchell puts his front pad down the wicket and correctly gauges that that's going to be too wide of off stump, where it remains and into Folks' gloves. Bournemouth, yes, I've spent some happy hours in Bournemouth.
Yeah, sunny Bournemouth, but not really. It is sunny in the summer. That's
not this time of the night.
No.
But thanks to Roald Dahl, whenever anybody mentions Bournemouth, I always think of the Witches Convention.
Well,
anyone knows what I'm on about.
He's a man who's been in the news a lot this week in England, as Anderson bowls again, and this is slogged. But where's it gone? The man at long, or sort of mid-on, had no idea where the ball had gone, nor had I, actually. It's found its way to the long-on boundary, and that is going to be 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Only just remembered I'm doing jingles as well. So this is... Yeah, that's almost a premeditated slog, a bit of an odd shot.
Yeah, it's quite a peculiar shot to play for a team, for a player representing a team that only 10 ahead. It was
maybe Mitchell's auditioning to try and play for England, as the next ball is fuller and straighter, probably easier to hit than the last one, but he defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, I was going to say there's nothing odd about it at all, as if you're Harry Brook, but it flies in the face of how New Zealand have been playing in this innings. But it's been quite brisk from Mitchell since coming in, 16 off 22, relatively brisk. When he's got Williamson 36 off 117 at the other end.
Just the 3 slips, no short leg or leg slip or anything like that, as Anderson bowls again, and this is driven high, handsome, straight, couple of bounces, and into the side screen for 4 more.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. To me 4 times.
Well, England are being given a taste of their own medicine.
Mitchell's balls. This ball's doing nothing, and he's going to change the tone of this innings.
Much cleaner, that one.
Oh yeah, that was that was a straight ball that was hit straight with a straight bat rather than a fetch. One of the slips has come out and has gone to short mid wicket, as Jimmy bowls again outside off stump and Mitchell leaves. So it's been slog, leave, good straight drive, leave. So he's playing by numbers at the minute. At the end of the 97th over, New Zealand are 244 for 4. Which of you are doing social media messages?
Me, I'm on social media, and I've got an exciting picture that has been sent.
Doesn't work on radio particularly.
From what I'm going to describe it. There's a bright yellow bush in the foreground, and there's a very New England looking wooden house in the background, whitewashed, and this is where the Jersey Jingler lives. We were speculating a moment ago on if the Jersey Jingler lived in the island of Jersey in the Channel, but no, it is in fact in the beautiful Garden State, which I
there's something ironic about the guy. If you've ever driven through New Jersey, it's quite industrial.
No industry in that picture.
Well, if you drive the other side of Manhattan, which the other side of the river, which is New Jersey, it's just one sort of electricity station after another. In fact, it's a little bit grim looking. It's like if you've seen the opening of The Sopranos. There's a lot of that in. Anyway, Jack Leach is going to continue. He has 2 for 66, and he's bowling to Kane Williamson, who's anchoring this innings. So that one is, well, he takes it on the pad. I don't think there was any battle glove involved, but folks seemed interested and decided to dart behind the stumps in the hope of possibly being able to oh yes, it was a big inside edge. Inside edge. So he was right to attempt to try and catch it, but there was no chance. Well, if he's playing outside the line, put in a short leg as well as Leach bowls again, and this is driven through the offside, pretty square, and there is a sweeper out there, so just a single for Williamson. I believe I wasn't supposed to be on earlier when I picked up the microphone and insisted they put in an actual silly point, a man very square, and a couple of overs later Ben Stokes did it, so he's learning, I think it's fair to say.
Give him time, he'll figure cricket out.
Well, he's not done much, to be fair.
He's not trying to figure it out, he's trying to reinvent it, isn't he? The lead now 19. New Zealand are 19 ahead, 4 wickets down. Still in a perilous situation when you look at it that way, as I'll explain. This one is swept by Mitchell. He got down very early and he's hit it very fine. It is going to be cut off by the long leg hawk, who gets down well and prevents 1 run, because that's 3 more to Mitchell. That was a premeditated sweep. He got down very early and he hit it very fine. He didn't try and hit it hard, he just guided it round the corner. It's a good stroke.
This play by Mitchell, I mean, he's a lot more, well, he's come out really positive. I wonder if it might play into England's hands, or if it's going to be
taking the game away from them.
Yeah.
I think they'd prefer to see a batsman trying to play their shots in this kind of situation. They're 22 for 4. If a wicket falls now, they are not very far ahead, as Leach bowls a little bit shorter. It stands up and it's easy to cut, but it's just placed through the offside out to the sweeper for a single.
That looked like a wildly aggressive shot. I mean, it really wasn't, but compared to what's gone before from Williamson.
Yeah, I don't think even he would have resisted the opportunity of. Well, it wasn't quite a long hop, but it was short and wide, and you've got to try and play some shots at some point. Having said that, in terms of historical Test cricket, 38 off 120 deliveries is not all that slow. As Leach comes in and bowls down the wicket comes Mitchell, and once he gets there he decides to defend to the short mid-off as opposed to the silly mid-off. If you get my drift, there's 2 men pretty much standing one behind the other as Leach is in again, and this is a premeditated sweep again. It's pretty fine and a bit closer to Broad this time, so only a single. And that is it the end of the over? It is. So let's see what people are saying on the internets.
You've started something here. Mayank says, don't know if you can call the Garden State beautiful, and goes on to say New Jersey is the armpit of the Northeast. All of us from NYC, Philadelphia / Delaware make fun of it.
We're getting some local rivalry coming. Oh, good, excellent.
And then Dara Azizi says, bring on Root in capital letters. Easy Ollie asks, New Zealand need what? 250 lead to compete? I suppose that's one we can discuss over the course of the next over.
Minimum 200, you'd have thought.
Yeah,
I'm leaning towards 300.
Yeah.
Given England's chasing record.
Yeah, I'm not saying they could defend a 200 lead, but that's the absolute minimum you would think that they would consider themselves in with a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, Riley.
Well, I was just about to say, I mean, supposedly the pitch is getting easier to bat on as well. Like you say, England's chasing records. Also, it will be the amount of time they get that lead in. So they bow out the rest of the day. It gives England a day. I mean, yeah, I think for me it's 300 to be competitive. Really,
I suppose it does depend on how much time there is to chase. I mean, we can still lose time to the weather, and if England needed to get 300 in 2 sessions, they'd probably still go for it, but they wouldn't necessarily get it. Anyway, we're going to change a bowling. Are we going to have a change of bowling? Yes, we are. It's going to be this chap that plays jingle.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around.
First ball is a little bit short and turned into the leg side by Mitchell, straight to mid-wicket, no run. So first we've seen of Broad today, I believe. I shouldn't really believe because I've been watching it. Should have paid some attention.
It is, I think.
He hasn't taken a wicket. This is the start of his 12th over. He's only gone for 34, which is, I suppose in the context of the innings, that's about average, isn't it? No, it's not. It's more than average. The headbanded warrior makes his way up to the crease and bowls, and this is slashed high by Mitchell. Where has that gone? It's gone over extra cover as a man chasing back, and it's plugged. He was in no control of that shot. He just decided to have a slash, and it's gone over the covers, and it's landed about 30 yards in from the rope, but just about had enough to clear the field as the bat twisted in his hand as he played that. He was not in any control at all.
I'll tell you what, Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad will like that, because Mitchell now, I mean he's had a couple. I mean, he's played a few of those shots in the past couple of overs, and he's not looked in total control. He's played a few nice ones. He played a couple of nice ones off Anderson, but it's coming.
Yeah, Stokes, I mean, he did time some sweet straight drives, but a couple that he's fetched, a couple he's tried to manufacture rather than play the correct cricketing shot, if you will. As Broad bowls again to Mitchell, and he drives this up to mid-off, takes a fairly quickish single, and the throw in from Jimmy, I think, may have hit the batsman on the ankle. It was Duckett who tidied up.
Yeah, Mitchell certainly brought some urgency to proceedings. You could argue he's maybe going too far in one direction.
Is urgency what they need?
Well, exactly. If he'd gotten out to that, I think it would be right if people in the change room asked questions. He actually came in for some criticism in his batting in the last innings at Mount Maunganui in a lost cause, which I didn't understand at all. I don't know if anybody of you read about how he was accused of selfishness and all sorts of things.
I didn't read that, but
registering. I didn't understand it.
I don't read very much, to be fair, so that's unsurprising. Every time I do, I wish I hadn't. As Broad bowling to Williamson now, 2 slips and a leg slip. It's a good length ball on off stump, maybe just short of a length, and Williamson goes back and defends.
Just on New Zealand's approach, is there a correct approach to this necessarily? Because there's still a lot of time left in this game. Even if New Zealand, maybe you got the perfect example here. One player like Williamson, who's playing, very slowly, and Mitchell, who's trying to attack every ball. It's, if they get out, no matter which way they get out, it's going to be the same situation, surely.
Broad bowls, and this is sweetly driven by Williamson, but straight to the man at mid-off, so there isn't a run. I mean, I'm assuming I'm much older than the pair of you, so I would say the traditional cricketing maxim in this situation would be just bat. All you need to do is bat and bat and bat, and there's still 2 days or 5 sessions left of the game. You just need to. You can't even decide what's going to happen here. Just bat and let's see what happens. If you get in a position to declare, all well and good. But at the moment, all you need to worry about is not getting out. As the next ball is again a little bit shorter. Again, Williamson on the back foot plays it up to mid-on. No run. The end of the 99th over. New Zealand are 253 for 4. The lead is 27. And what are they saying on the Twitter sphere?
Well, actually, I'm going to just jump over into YouTube, and if anyone would like to get into an intoxicating debate between mostly Dara Azizi, I saw Dean McQuillian and Easy Ollie. about which animals to eat, pop into our feed on YouTube. Buffalo has come up on multiple occasions, rabbit, horses. I think this began about half an hour ago when I talked about skinning a cat. But there's too much to summarize here.
Well, we do have a change of bowling.
Gets a mention.
And I'm going to jingle up the new bowler.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Well, he's come on to bowl at Mitchell, and I think the thinking is fairly straightforward as far as England are concerned. Mitchell is looking to hit every ball out of the park, so let's have somebody come and throw some up at him, and let's see what's happened as Joe Root, bowling his off breaks, bowls a very slow loopy delivery on middle and leg, which is turned quietly to mid wicket by Mitchell. And if he's playing by numbers, he's going to try and
he's got his fielders.
Well, when the camera spreads back, I shall let you know. I can see a slip and a short leg, as this is a reverse sweep. Ooh. And he's timed that well. He's guided it through the gully region. Anderson has a forlorn chase down to the third man boundary. It is one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Well, he's going to play his shots, and if he's in for a long time, it's going to do a lot for his team's cause. So this is again floated up, and this is an orthodox sweep, which goes down to long leg, and they walk through for a single. The lead now 32. Mitchell has gone on to 32 himself, of 33 deliveries. No idea what kind of strike rate that is. Impossible to work out. And I'm actually in favour of this bowling change. I think it makes sense for Root to bowl to Mitchell, maybe throw up a couple above his eye line and see if he can just hit one straight in the air. Although, to be fair, he nearly did that off broad in the last over.
I think it makes sense. It would just be interesting to see. There's not what the difference maker will be.
It's Williamson this time who's taken a step and a half down the wicket. He's tried to hit that over long on. He's got an inside edge and it's found its way to deep backward square leg. And they take 2 runs, but he was not in control of that shot at all. Maybe Mitchell's having an effect on Williamson.
Yeah, it was most out of character for Williamson. Well, certainly in this innings anyway.
Well, he's been in for a while. He should be seeing the ball pretty well. He faces up to Root again. And this time, he seems to play that shot in 2 minds. He just sort of flicked at it. And had there been a silly point in, as there has been for much of the day, that would have been the simplest catch. But there isn't anyone that close in or short on the offside. So 1 ball left of Root's over. He has taken a wicket in this innings. And this one is a little bit shorter in turns, but it's nicely placed through extra cover by Williamson. The cover sweeper Jack Leach comes round to field. They take 2 runs. The end of the 100th over of the innings. It's 262 for 4, and New Zealand lead by 36. We're going to have a little drinks break, which probably means it's... Oh no, it's not time for... it's time for lots of tweets then. Let's have some tweets.
Yeah, I can't promise lots. Drinks break. Interesting time for it, but yes, it's a longer session.
Yeah, it was a long session,
At unexpected moments. Proteus Vex says, even Stokey Cullum ball, inverted commas, England could still collapse in the last innings. 200 would at least give New Zealand a sniff. Yeah, England collapsing in the last innings, it's a distant memory. And then Tim Wall asks, if Mitchell is trying too hard to copy Bazball, and saying imitation can be the sincerest form of flattery. There's a discussion point.
That is, that's interesting.
It happens sometimes in football when a player has been, open inverted commas, linked with another team, and then he plays against them, and he does his best to impress them, because he's eyeing up a big move and a big pay rise. So it can't happen, unfortunately, in international cricket, or in international football for that matter. But if people are thinking that this is going to be the way forward for Test cricket, it's nice to be in the in the forefront of trying to play attacking cricket at all times. So maybe that's going through Mitchell's mind.
And it's been interesting to see Kane Williamson in that last over imitating Mitchell in turn, with the specific strategy to go after Root as much as possible, thus putting him out of the attack and really knackering the fast bowlers out. I don't know.
Well, it was a point I was slightly touching on when they brought Root on, is that if they do hit Root out of the attack, where does Stokes go for something different? Because you've got Broad, Anderson and Robinson, who are all semi-similar in terms of what they can offer, and then Leach. And it's kind of times like this when you think, if there was a genuine fast bowler in this attack, whether, it's something different. I think at the moment you've got Root, who, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he is something different, and I don't think the England would be sorry to see the New Zealanders trying to hit Root out of the attack. I think they'd be quite happy to see them marching down the wicket and not getting the full bat on the ball as Williamson did there.
That's true.
If they were to go into sort of containment mode, which they don't do very often, but it would be a case of Leach holding up one end and you rotating the seamers to the other. You can't ask for that much more. I mean, England have got those three seamers and Leach as a frontline bowler. They've also got Ben Stokes in the team. All right, we don't know whether he can bowl, and they've also got Joe Root. So you've got plenty of bowling. You can't really ask for much more than that, to be honest.
But the seamers have looked, under these conditions, they have looked a bit samey and ineffective, and the spinners have looked the better attacking option and have taken 3 of the 4 wickets so far.
Yes, and considering
it's just doing a bit more for a spinner than for a quick bowler. So unless you're getting thoroughly whacked, keep giving the tweakers a run, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not a kind of situation where there's an obvious answer who should be bowling at any one point, but England have shown. I mean, the strength of their cricket over the last year or 18 months has been the batting, England's batting, no question about it. And they put pressure on with the batting, and that has allowed the bowlers, given the bowlers some kind of room to do their thing without, too much pressure on them. But there have been times when they've had to plug away, and they've worked hard. And you've got canny operators. I mean, Broad and Anderson and Robinson are no mugs. Even if on a flat deck, Anderson doesn't go for many runs. Anyway, Leach is going to be back into attack, and we've got those 2 short mid-offs and a slip as he bowls to Mitchell, who cuts this down to third man. I'd like to see that again to see how much of that was edge and how much was middle of the bat. But he did flash at it quite hard outside the off stump.
I think I was fine.
Yeah, well, again with the slip and the. No, there isn't a gully, is there? Again, I don't think England will be too sorry to see Mitchell playing shots to Leach. The ball is turning, not sharply, and it's not bouncing all that much. So we've got a slip, a silly mid-off, and a short mid-off about 10 yards behind him as Leach bowls. And again, this is cut, and this is cut well. Square, absolutely dead square, and out to the boundary for one of these. They played that really well.
Too easy, wasn't it, for Mitchell? Leach has done well when he's managed to get the batsman to play forward, but they've all left and right-handers dealt with him pretty easily off the back foot.
Let's see what his comeback is. And down the wicket comes Mitchell. I don't know if Leach saw him, but he threw it towards leg stump as if there was going to be a chance of a leg side stumping. He did get the bat on it. He's hit it square, and there is a long chase back for the mid-off fielder towards the boundary, and that'll be 3 runs to Mitchell, who now moves up to 41 off 36. So he's really giving this a go.
Something for Ben Stokes to ponder now, because previously New Zealand obviously were in, like Williamson and Nichols who were sort of set on defending, and now Mitchell's come in and sort of changed the momentum a bit here. So
yeah, the lead is 45 now. I mean, if anyone should know what pressure this puts on a fielding team, it should be Stokes, because that's what they try to do when England are batting. There's a little movement of the field now for Williamson, as we've got the slip, the silly point, a short cover, a point, a sweeper, and a mid-off on the offside. So I think that's only 2 people on the leg side. Oh no, we've got the croucher. The absolutely short square point as this next ball is played out to the gully. So we've got 3 men in a line on the offside. Slip, silly point, silly mid-off to the slightly less attacking Williamson. He played that first ball through them. Let's see what he does now as Leach is in again. And bowls. Onto the back foot goes Williamson, finds a gap in the offside, walks an easy single.
And it's a very busy offside field, even disregarding the close-in guys, but as you say, managed to find a gap there.
You've got a legitimate point and a cover, and you have a sweeper behind them, so you don't want to be chucking this down the leg side, I don't think, Mr. Leach, because you're not going to have much defence there. 50 partnership, of which Kane Williamson has hit 9, which tells you something about the way this game is going at the moment. Leach in again. Mitchell stays on the back foot and just pushes this to cover where the captain Stokes fields. Is that the end of the over? I believe it is. Let's have some tweets or YouTube messages, if there are any.
So Bartholomew Williams says, try looking at this from Williamson and Mitchell's viewpoint. They've faced everyone but Stokes now. Is this a batter's dream wicket? Good question. I think it's as good as it's been at any point in the match. So all we've seen is the occasional ball leaping up, usually only when Ollie Robinson's bowling. Too much to worry about, I'd say.
Yeah.
And historically, you can score runs 3rd innings, 4th innings here. You can score big runs. That's what history suggests about the Basin Reserve. So maybe the attacking approach is justified from a pitch point of view.
Well, it's going to be Broad, so that route experiment, unless they was changing people's ends, has ended. So let's give a jingle for Mr. Broad if I can find one. Here's one.
This is bizarre from Broad. That's the only word I can find.
It's brainless cricket, I'm afraid to say.
And it's going to be another 6. It's going to be huge and high.
It really irritates me that Broad stands there and laughs about that.
I think that's the world record.
Crazy.
And I'll remind you that the over has been bowled to India's number 10 and 11.
Well, I've not heard that jingle before. They dragged that out of the depths of the jingle machine. Maybe if Stuart is listening to this from all those many miles away, that might G him up slightly. Being called brainless by Gary Naylor. Anyway, he's in, bowling to Williamson, full and straight, and a couple have stopped in this test match and have been caught and bowled, and for a very briefest moment I thought that was another one, but it was in the air for a while, but not very long. Yeah.
Because it looked like it was there to drive, but he chose not to, so we're onto something there.
It sort of definitely stayed up in the air, well, not really very long, but a bit longer than the batsman expected, and the bowler and batsman share a look. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but let's see what headbands can come up with. Shorter, and on the back foot goes Williamson, finds the back gap square on the offside. They've taken 1, they're going to come back for 2. Bit of a misfield, it probably would have been 2 anyway. Williamson now has 45, the lead 48 with 4 wickets down, just the 1 wicket for England this morning. Whoever it was caught at 3rd slip after about 5 juggles. Nichols off Ollie Robinson. So it was the first wicket to fall to seam in this innings.
It's interesting I wonder if it was a change of ends for Broad, perhaps, or if they just the Stokes aborted so quickly on the route experiment.
Yeah, it sounds like it must have been, as this is edged but down, and it bounces about a yard or so before Crawley at 2nd slip. But it was a genuine edge from Williamson, so it's a bit of a moral victory for the bowler there.
Yeah, something for Broad there, definitely.
Stokes has shown himself adept at just mixing things up. in terms of his bowl. When not much is happening, he will shuffle people around. He's not going to get stuck in a rut with the same people bowling for half an hour with nothing happening. He will change the bowling. He will change the line of attack. He'll come over the wicket, round the wicket. He'll change the field. He's a busy captain, and he keeps the batsmen on their toes.
Yeah, I think it's representative of the style of cricket that England want to play. It's very much, aggressive, chop and change, that kind of thing.
Broad again. This one does bounce a little bit on Williamson. He was on the back foot, and he was a little bit surprised by the bounce. I'm trying to think of another word for bounce, but there isn't one, is there? And he did get on top of it, but it rose on him more than he expected.
Yeah, it was well played actually by Williamson, but yeah, there's definitely something for the seamers now. After talking about
all of a sudden,
all of a sudden from nowhere, we were talking about a minute ago how the spinners were getting.
Yeah,
they're creating a lot more.
And a man who's been in for a long time has been surprised by 2 deliveries in a row. That's what Broad can do as the next ball is closer to off stump. Again, Williamson isn't not showing any attempt to get forward. He plays it off the back foot up to mid-off. And during the course of this innings, Kane Williamson has become New Zealand's highest test run scorer. And we are seeing a tweet from Ross Taylor, the man he overtook, congratulating him for that. I think those of us at Guerrilla Cricket have watched him for many years and have been entertained by him. And he's obviously, he's been a tremendous player for his country and for himself as Broad bowls again. And this is driven back past him. Broad gets a hand on it. Just stops it enough so that Jimmy behind him can clean up and prevent any runs. And that's the end of the over. 274 for 4 lead of 48.
Are we doing a switcheroo?
I think we are doing a change. Who's going where?
So I'll read a tweet and then go straight into ball by ball. So we do it that way.
Why not?
The Ollie says this is the first time England have been under serious pressure in a game since the India match. Reference to the one at the end of last summer in England, and that may well be a fair point. And just see who's going to continue the bowling now, because there's been some choppering and changering. Will it be Root
still Leach according to the
continue?
Yeah.
Right, we're just looking at an aerial view of another cricket field which isn't the Basin Reserve and is serving as a parking lot. Not that it isn't green and lovely, as the surrounds of this ground are. It's high on my bucket list, I must say, to visit the Basin Reserve and indeed New Zealand test venues in general. We're better for a 3-test tour. Mount Maunganui, Wellington, and then maybe Hamilton or Hagley Park.
Eden Park?
No, not for cricket. I'll go there. Well, I don't want to go there for rugby either, because the All Blacks always win there. But it doesn't sound very pleasant for cricket. It's basically, being a rugby stadium.
Yeah, it's a different atmosphere.
Yeah, it has no trees, no grass banks. No thank you. Here's Mitchell facing up to Leach, and he gets down to sweep it and then waits for about 10 minutes for the ball to reach him, seemingly. Very premeditated, and then just doesn't really follow through with a shot, as it seems to bounce more than he expects.
Caught him on the
gets
shoulder.
A glove onto the helmet. Lucky boy, I'd say. But there are no close fielders in, interestingly, so there's quite a big change in the field setting strategy, as that second ball of the over is just played out for a single.
It's like they're saying to him, okay, this is plan B. You're going to have to, if you want to take him on, there's going to be fielders in the outfield that you're going to have to avoid.
Yeah, and this is where you'd like to have a good aerial shot of the entire ground, and we could tell you who's in and who's out, but those are few and far between on the feed. Is this a man under the helmet again?
Well, now Williamson's on strike, so it's a very different field.
For Williamson, okay,
You've
so we're back to the three.
That line of
fielders
3
on the offside. So completely different fields for these two batsmen when Jack Leach is bowling, as he is now, to Williamson, and that's a great ball. He's beaten him, and Stokes is is convinced that there's been, either a catch or a stumping. It's spun past the outside edge.
Well, he's definitely appealed for the stumping, because he's immediately looked at square leg, but it didn't look like. I mean, Williamson may have lifted his foot for a split second, but it didn't look like he was way out of his crease.
Well, he doesn't look perturbed, but then he never does.
Well,
so with the lead on 49, this is a big replay going on. This is an England review, I presume.
No, it's an umpire's review for stumping.
Umpire's review for stumping only.
Yeah.
Okay. It was very close to the edge by the looks of it.
I think there was a good bit of air between the two. It did turn and bounce.
Yeah, good bowling. It had Williamson absolutely flummoxed.
My gut feeling is that this is not out.
But if it's for stumping, why are they continuing to show
Well, they have
us?
to rule out the edge. I don't think there was any. I don't think it was close to an edge. Nothing on
It's
the
confirmed
ultra edge.
by Ultra Edge. Yep, so we're going to get the all-important side on view in just a moment, hopefully. Ooh, he is well in front of the line. Here come the gloves down onto the bails. And I think the foot's just down.
Yeah. But
Certainly
it's
on the
down,
line
but
and
is it on the
down.
line or behind the line? I think it's probably just behind the line, but it's close.
Yeah, by the time the bails are clearly dislodged, let's say, I think he's got something behind the line. Well,
I can't see where the bails are being dislodged. It's not entirely clear. Oh, ooh, it's close. Could go either way.
Yeah, this is one of those where you would not want to be.
Well, you do have to be
television
behind the
umpire.
line, and at this point he's not. Oh, well, whatever. Trying to talk people through a slow motion replay is tricky.
No, and looks like the umpires had enough looks, but neither the England players nor we are certain what's going to come up.
They
on the
don't
big
look
screen
excited. They seem to be resigned to the fact that it's going to be given not out, because otherwise they'd be showing a little bit more emotion. The fielders. It's a close one.
now. Yeah, there's half smiles all around.
Somebody's
in the
cracked a
England
joke, honestly. But what's it going to be? Umpire, you're going to have to make your mind up. It's not easy.
We're getting another angle now from the other side, from the point side, where we can see what the boot is doing more clearly, but now we can't see the bails with the gloves being in there. As you say, talking through a slow motion replay is
tricky,
a thankless task.
I think it's hard to give him out from what we can see.
And if it's an umpire's review, there hasn't been an on-field decision.
No, there's no soft signal. No. It doesn't help that folks' gloves are white and the bails are sort of black and white, and it's not entirely clear when they've been removed. Ooh, this could go either way.
I mean, it'd be cruel to
It's
give it
not
no, and it
out.
hasn't been given.
It's
That
not
is that
out.
is
I think
finally
that's
declared
fair.
not out. Yeah, it's a
I
full
think that is fair. Let's have we've got a not out jingle somewhere. Where is it? Here. It was a good ball though. Turned and bounced.
I just wanted to say, we talked about, when he gets the batsman pushing forward, he's had some success, and that's the first time he's really drawn Williamson so far out that it was too far out. And
well, in fact, if it wouldn't have bounced so much, he probably would have got him stumped, because the keeper had to fetch it from higher.
Yeah, it was good work from folks as well. This one is turned around down the leg side, and I think they're going to get at least two here. Yeah, just the two, and Williamson moves on to 47. And the lead ticks past 50 for the Kiwis. Intriguing match situation, I would say. 6 wickets. It's quite a few to get still.
Is Tony with us?
I'm here.
Oh, I thought you'd fallen
Hello,
asleep
Tony.
or something.
No, I'm here watching the cricket.
Here's Leach once again. All those close fielders go down. Williamson just stays on his crease and blocks it. We're getting another look at that replay, but I think there's really nothing more to be revealed on that. It's something for the television
They're not going to
commentators
go back
to
and
revel
change their
in.
mind now, are they?
Leach to complete his over now. To Williamson. and that is just nurdled away onto the onside for no run. 277 for 4. The lead is 51. Are we looking on the social front?
Jay Grover says, not Fred, it's just Robert fucked my brain. I can't think of another word for bounce. Mayank says, if we get all 98 overs in, then the third new ball is due with 21 overs left in the day. So far, it looks like there's nothing in this pitch or this ball, so it'll be a long day in the field for England. That is rather the way it's looking. Meanwhile, over on YouTube, the conversation appears to be, have you ever been to a restaurant in London, Fred? I'm not sure about Richard, but called St John in St John Street.
I have not.
It's called it's noted. I can't remember the name of the chef, but it's nose to tail eating. Essentially, no bit of the animal is wasted. That's the sort of philosophy of the restaurant. And the whole conversation for the last half hour, basically on YouTube, has been around different animals and what bits of them you can eat. So got nothing to do with the game.
To continue, and Mitchell will just dink one as he's on the move into the leg side and snatch a single, which brings Kane Williamson back on strike. He is within a single blow along the ground of a half century.
Unless you take Dean McQuillan's message about pork trotters are also delicious as being a Steve Smith reference. but I'm not sure you would.
I don't recall ever having eaten or knowingly eaten nose. I have had oxtail soup.
Oh yeah, everyone's I think had oxtail soup, particularly as a kid.
That's the other end. So
true, it is nose to tail eating. Yes.
Cheeks. There's cheek meat. That's a thing, isn't it?
Broady, just outside the off stump there, down the channel, and Williamson chops it down towards Point. Safe enough, no run. I won't jinx Williamson yet and hold that piece of information. It does sound like an interesting restaurant.
It's fabulous. Bizarrely, at lunchtimes in the bar party, I used to do the most unbelievable Welsh rarebit, which of course has no animal in.
That's something I've never had. Stuart Broad, none for 40, 14th over. Can he pick up a wicket? No, he can't. It's one of those elaborate Kane Williamson leaves where he throws the gloves and bat miles up in the air above his head, well away from the ball. So, goes without saying that there's no run. Welsh rarebit, what? It has nothing to do with
it's
rabbits,
effectively
right?
cheese on toast.
It's cheese on toast.
It's cheese on toast.
Okay, I've had cheese on toast. So
Dijon or English mustard.
Ooh, I've never put mustard on cheese on toast. Not my thing.
Well,
bit of that bechamel sauce. It's fabulous.
I have accompanied Tony to an afternoon at cricket, and he did bring his own condiments with him. I remember a pot of mustard coming out of your
condiments
bag.
of the cricket season, indeed.
Here's Broad, and he's beaten Williamson that time. It was quite close outside the off stump. Broad's just looking frustrated with life that he didn't get the edge there. I'm not sure it would have carried. It went through very low, possibly on the bounce.
Well, everyone was agreed that nothing's happening, and Broad has beaten Williamson 3 times, and he was very nearly stumped. So quite a lot is actually happening as far as the bowlers are
but
concerned.
it only started an over or two ago.
Yeah.
Do we sense there's a sense that England is sort of thinking, whatever we do here, it's just going to be hard work? I'm sensing a vague air of resignation.
You've had 3 senses in the same sentence. I was struggling with a second word for bounce, but I'm sure you can find more for sense.
Let's see if Broad can inject some purpose. It's another dot ball as Williamson just drives it away to mid-off, who is Jimmy Anderson, who does a bit of polishing and will reload for the last ball of the over.
What would a bouncy castle be called if it wasn't a bouncy castle? You can answer that one, Fred. You might answer your question.
Well, I've thought of a few since. I could have used rose or climbed or other things, but it just escaped me at the moment. I mean, it's got to the stage where it's not even early onset Alzheimer's anymore. I'm just about the right age, actually.
Stuart Broad into Williamson, who defends that. So beat him once that over, but otherwise an uneventful one. And the score's 278 for 4. I met a man once who told me that there was a surprisingly amount of money in the bouncy castle industry during the summer. He made enough money that he could go.
That's inflation for you.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Apologies to all the listeners.
Sorry. dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right. This conversation is ongoing. Dean McQuillan, who I think lives in Japan. Pork trotters, he says, are also delicious. That isn't bad unless you're eating it with sugar. I had pork trotters regularly as a kid. I was very surprised when I came to Japan and it was offered to me, and they were more surprised I knew what it was and liked it. Easy Ollie says, interesting, would most butchers in England have pork trotters available, as I would get some? They do. Well, my local butcher certainly does. And then all of a sudden, every so often, a cricket conversation breaks out. Something about Ray and Ahmed. And Moen having incredible, says Easy Ollie would have incredible figures under the Bazball regime. How that works together with, pork trotters, gizzards and various other animal bits, I literally have no idea. But
maybe it's bollocks.
That would also be served undoubtedly in St John on the principle of nose to tail eating.
This is really the reason
they were absolutely on the menu.
That is,
or the plate.
I think I'm not sure I've ever had them. I've never had udders.
So Jack Leach with the field spread because Mitchell is on strike, and then Mitchell surprises everybody by reaching out and blocking that one, which he can quite safely do because there isn't a short point or silly anything under his nose.
Well, maybe he's doing it deliberately, so they put the silly point back in, and then he can hit over the top again.
The tactical, the chess, love it. Chess cricket again at its best. Leach induces, let's put straight to that one, and it's another defensive shot from Mitchell. So that could be exactly his plan. Does he have the patience to keep prodding it until all the fielders come in again? We shall see as Leach loads up the third ball of this over. And, he drops that one into the vacant space where all the short fielders are for Williamson. Thinks about a single, but isn't that much space, and he's going to have to stay and strike. Here's Daryl Mitchell. There's been some subtle changes made to the field by Ben Stokes. Yes. Okay, so Mitchell is on strike, and he has earned himself some close fielders with all that pushing and prodding. So it really is an interesting tactical game going on here. There's a silly point in as far as I can see. Leach is in now.
Ooh.
And Mitchell lets that one go with a very minimal turn outside off stump. There's enough to make it a safe leave. There is just the slip and the one close infielder apart from the slip now on the offside. So Mitchell comes down the wicket to Leach on that one, just sort of a glorified block towards mid-off, slightly uppish actually, but there's no one really there because mid-on, apologies, quite deep, and he will get a single, and Williamson's going to have to deal with the last ball of the over, which means all the fielders are going to move about.
Yeah, perversely it means that when Leach is bowling, actually the over rate is slower than when the seamers are bowling.
So because it's Williamson, we've got the extra man on his knees, which we call silly backward point or something along those lines. And here is Jack.
Oh.
And Williamson makes room for himself, threads it through the offside. All the guys saving one, all the guys under helmets, and picks up 2 runs for his effort. So he's got one more before he has a 50, but that's the end of the over. The lead is 55 for New Zealand.
Nigel Burgess suggests another word for bounce could be the ball zebedied off the pitch, Fred, if you want a bit of sort of magic roundabout reference. Jay Grover says nose is proper horrid. James Humberson said a bit of pesto under vintage cheddar on toast is pretty fabulous. Ooh, James, I'm liking the sound of that. Jay Grover just says, oh Lord Tony, I laughed. What can I say? David Stump, at what stage are the Kiwis officially back in the test? 300 before? No, I would say 100% they are now.
Well, they're in it because they're playing it.
Tom Fahey Cricket Crapton says, I've never had oxtail soup. Am I a statistical outlier? I don't think so. There will be many who have. I think it's a generational thing. I don't know if it's as popular now as it was when I was a kid.
There's not many people that can answer that, I'm afraid.
Josie Oak is right, who wants to get into the puntastic punnery. Says this food conversation is awful.
Oh dear.
Stuart Broad's got 2 mid-ons in a way, one deep, one not, and he's into Mitchell now, who just blocks it away on the offside. 2 slips, plenty of guys saving one on the offside.
I've definitely had lung. Definitely eaten lung. It's sort of rubbery. It wasn't very tasty.
There's a joke in that as well, but I won't go there.
Obviously, liver. Liver is the.
Oh no, thank
the
you.
Wonderful part of most animals.
Don't like it.
Just trying to think. Kidneys, yes, kidneys.
Ghastly.
What other bits? I don't know about spleen and pancreases and things.
Stuart Broad gets a drive out of Williamson, but does his own fielding, and there's no run. Apologies of Daryl Mitchell. It is now officially past midnight, so I'm allowed to get these things wrong. At least where I am.
Ooh, hang on, you've not read the Guerrilla Cricket rule book? Time of day and the ability of, making errors are not in any way
irrelevant factors.
Aligned.
We make errors at all times of the day.
Not even on day
making
4.
errors, they are definitely aligned.
Here's Broad once more. It's angled in towards Williamson, and the fielding is not done as Williamson drives. It is not done because Jimmy Anderson's leapt over that bouncing ball.
No, it wasn't a bouncing ball. It got to him on the full, and he dove forward to try and catch it. And I don't think those are the ones that can knock your teeth out if you're not careful. But he did throw himself into the line of duty, and I'm interested to see how far short of him that was. Not very far.
Oh, you're right.
Not very far at all. It sort of got to him on the half volley.
Yeah, and I think I accused that of Williamson of playing that shot again. I seem to have developed an obsession with the idea that he's on strike this over. That was
the bastards have got 2 right-handers in. Makes it so much more difficult, doesn't it?
It does a bit. Their stances and builds are not that different. They're both slight fellows, aren't they, Mitchell and Williamson? Anyways, and quite bearded. Broad is once again into Daryl Mitchell, who stays back and defends.
Mitchell's playing, I think, very well. He's playing the balls on its merit, and when he's had them to hit, he's hit them. And he's basically working on the principle that you've got to score at a reasonable rate to give yourself time to bowl England out. So that is a very clear view of sort of the shifting sands of the psychology of this game.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no, but Broad has beaten Williamson 3 times. He's nearly got a wicket hold out to mid-off. Leach has had an attempted stumping. It's not like there's nothing happening. Things are happening.
As something happens there, that's an edge from Mitchell, who they get through for 1 there, yeah? I believe they did. Edge past the slips. So, yeah, things are happening, absolutely. Is that the end of the over? No, still one to go.
One more ball left, I think.
And the batsmen are having words with each other, probably along the lines of things are happening. Williamson is on 49 not out.
But pronounced in distinctly New Zealand dialect.
Well, I tried to ease off on it, but the A gave me away.
Yes.
Broad into Williamson. And can he get his 50? No, he can't. That would have raced the boundary had it gotten past Harry Brook there in the covers, but it didn't. And Williamson's going to have to wait at least 1 more ball. That's the end of over 284 for 4.
Jonathan Shawland says, greetings from Wellington Airport. I am gutted to be leaving a town with this match at this position, but there is a limit to the number of cricket days my wife will endure. Thankfully, Guerrilla Cricket is there to keep me up to date. Is she with you, Jonathan?
I'd like to know as well.
Did she basically just call time and said, no, come on, back to Wellington?
I want to know the full story on that. Who's there? Yeah, was this a bespoke?
He probably thought it'd be over on day 3 and he could get away. So
we could get a psychiatrist's couch and sort of unpack that story for a while, couldn't we? I think there's a lot in that comment.
There's a whole sitcom.
Yeah. Jay Grover, pretty sure Moeen Ali's not fond of pig trotters. Okay. We've done the Jersey Oak joke, haven't I? Although it was very funny. Ravinair has pork trotters in the freezer, but not directly for eating. They're to be made into jelly for pork pie.
I thought he was going to use them in a ritual.
1.5 kilos of pork fat to render into lard. Send us some over. We'll give it to Therese Coffee.
That sounds like a lot of work. Jack Leach has been doing a lot of work. He's into his 40th over now of this innings, and don't forget he bowled a bit yesterday as well in New Zealand's first innings, which then turned into New Zealand's second after the follow-on. That's a dot ball to start. We've got Mitchell on strike, who's had a massive go at that, and I think he's pulled it off. I think it's hands above the head time, Mr. Umpire.
No sign of a signal, but I'm assuming it's a 6.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yes, and that brings up Daryl Mitchell's 50 as second of the series.
In rapid order too.
Yeah, of 52 balls that was, and he moves immediately on to 54 with a single into the covers there of Leach. And this is a much more, well, it should hopefully prove to be a more significant 50 than the rather pointless one he made as New Zealand were going down in the last innings at Mount Maunganui. He was undefeated there in the last innings. So
what was these accusations of selfishness? What was that about from the last Test match?
Something about not playing for his team and looking for a red inker, which is a phrase I'm not sure I entirely understand. Does that mean anything?
Batting for a not out.
Yeah.
So you don't get so it doesn't damage your average.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that when you're going to lose anyway?
But how could he have stopped other people getting it? What, he wasn't trying to farm the strike? Is that what they were saying? He was giving the strike to the tail enders. Maybe
I'm going to have to read it again. Let's see what Leach comes up with. That's just cut away by Williamson, who's still stuck on 49. Anderson does the fielding at point. I mean, the point of Test cricket is to be not out. It's to not lose your wickets. Well,
yes and no. I mean, if you're batting for a draw, even you've got to try. The batsman's got to try and hog the strike if he can. We're back on the trotters.
Maybe that's what it was about. So that's a undramatic single for
Matthew
Williamson
Hoggard
into the leg side. But what does make it significant is that it's a 50 for Kane off 148 balls. And that's Kane Williamson's first score of 50 or more in New Zealand for more than 2 years.
Well, they don't play a lot of Test matches, do they?
No, that is a major factor there. He's also had his injury trouble and missed out on a bit. So
I can tell you the food conversation is 100% going crazy on both YouTube and Twitter now, but with the occasional bits of cricket thrown in. Roderick Holder says Kane Williamson is my favourite batsman in the world. Dean McQuillan says I haven't seen the top 2 New Zealand batters. I've been in Japan for 18 years and only last I was lucky to find these guys on the web. Oh, well, fantastic. Glenn Morris said my mum used to cook stuffed hearts, really tasty. This doesn't. Pokey Bumfinger, I eat liver regularly, still affordable, makes a few lovely British table meals. Okay.
Yeah, and of course, haggis is that a sheep's stomach? It's cooked in a sheep's stomach?
It is. Dean McQuillan, I seriously don't like kidney or cooked liver, raw liver. Heart is much better cooked as it's a muscle. Well, okay. Kidney soup, says Glenn Morris. I loved that as a child. Kidney soup.
May have been kidney beans, they were.
So Broad continues, and Williamson has unleashed his pull shot, having now reached his 50, and smacks that away to the boundary at square leg from one of these.
I'm looking over a ford.
Is red ink called so because of a scorebook protocol?
Yes, I think it is. That's how the phrase originates, of basically being score, not out.
All those coloured pen protocols, I'm not sure about.
Too much like hard work.
Scott Harrison says red inker for the averages and jug avoider. Great club cricket phrases. Yeah.
Jug avoider. Okay, Broad in again. This one is short. Williamson, well, it's shorter than the last one. Williamson produces again a pull shot. Has to fetch that one a little bit, but played down safely enough. The protection out there is deep. and he'll get just the one for that.
Glenn Morris does say this is an awful conversation. But he's on YouTube, you see, he's not up with the Twitter conversation, so we're getting the same terrible puns on, multi-platform terrible puns.
Has anyone said it's utterly ridiculous?
Talking about our conversation.
Yeah, we had that one.
We had utterly ridiculous.
You're just a bit behind on that one.
Yeah, okay.
Scott did say red inker because the scorer has to write it out in red, Richard. So that's precisely why it is.
And then I wanted to ask you about jug avoider, because maybe it's just the late.
If you buy
hour.
a jug for a 50, if you're out for 49, that's jug avoidance. If you get 4 wickets, that's jug avoidance. So you don't quite get to the milestone that means you'd have to buy everyone else a drink, effectively, which you normally buy.
Is that a thing in cricket? I mean, I've never made a 50, so I wouldn't know.
Well, you're a career jug avoider.
It's a lifetime jug avoider.
I have actually been out on 49.
Well, there you are. You're a jug avoider.
Stuart Broad continues with the short stuff. It's been hooked. It's gone straight up and
taken.
Yes, Joe Root has caught it. That is the end of Daryl Mitchell. Copying Kane Williamson's shots didn't work. He's got himself out for 54.
I don't think we mentioned that Stokes is actually standing up to the wicket to Broad, possibly to stop Mitchell, certainly to stop Mitchell coming down the wicket. He tried to manufacture a shot by fetching one from outside the off stump, hitting it over mid-wicket. He got a top edge, it went straight up in the air, and it was caught by Joe Root. So, I mean, it's easy to say in retrospect, but Mitchell was playing the type of shots which meant that there was always a chance you could get him out at any time, and that's what's happened. So I'm after timing wonderfully there.
Yeah, and I feel like Broad was probably due one. There had been things happening, as we mentioned in the previous over. So, yeah, we are really already at the top of the half hour, aren't we?
We are. I think we're due a change.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think.
Slide on out.
It's me. Who am I with? Hendo. Am I right? I need to be looking at the right side of this thing. I think it's Hendo and the bear should be back. I can see the bear sliding seamlessly, surreptitiously, like a thief in the night, into his chair.
We're going to have a change now.
That's what we're doing. We already had. We'd already done it. We were just waiting for you.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for Hendo, I think.
No, he's here.
Oh, is he? Why can't I? Oh, because for some reason I don't see him. But there we go. Oh, there he is. I can just...
You only see what you want to see, Tony.
No, I can see you. You're there, looking magnificent.
I think that's a bit of an exaggeration.
297 for 5. That was a hugely, hugely important wicket for England. You just sense that belief was ebbing away with every delivery that was not going anywhere. Even the dot balls.
Yeah,
you could see shoulders sagging, couldn't you?
I was saying to Hendo, we haven't really, new batsman in. You've got to put pressure on a new batsman. Try and get a couple. If you get a couple now, suddenly I think belief will ebb away from New Zealand.
Until Southey comes in and hits 80.
Well, when he do it 2 in a row, I don't know. He'll probably have a swing and get a top edge this time, and he'll be caught.
The new man at the crease is Tom Blundell. We'll, I'm sure, give him a little jingle ere long. The 71 is the lead. Stuart Broad has finally got that breakthrough.
Blundell sounds like this.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell.
He defends into the onside. Bit of an ugly defensive shot, I've got to say. Seemed to be sort of leg splayed and a bit of a sort of a prod out towards short mid-wicket. But he kept it out. That will be the most important consideration from a New Zealand perspective. Actually, it wasn't as bad a shot. It was the splaying of the legs happened after.
Do you think some of this is...
the ball had hit the bat.
Do you think... was Mitchell batting well out of his crease, do you think, to the bowlers and folks coming up has made them go back and it's offered a different opportunity for...
I thought the match... Yeah, but I also think the nature of the Mitchell innings was fascinating. I mean, I think he saw that, here is my opportunity to play England at their own game.
Yeah.
The match is set up. 2 slips go down. It's a fascinating field at the moment. As this one is fielded at, sort of a very short mid-off by Harry Brook, I think. Well, we've got 2 slips. I need the camera to pan out.
We've got 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg and a short mid wicket, and a sort of very short mid off.
But I think there's a short cover as well.
Yeah, possibly.
So it's yes, it's designed to put all kinds of pressure on, particularly on the new batsman Tom Blundell. Facing now, I think that's going down leg. Folkes is interested. I don't think Gaffers is.
I think it's going over. I'm not sure it's going down leg,
there.
But I think it's going over, and it might have even got an outside edge, but it's going over, probably Midland leg, I'd have thought.
Well, we'll have a look at the replay, which I think.
Oh, he's getting that. That's a good
height as well. I think I'm with you. Sorry, Hendo.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowling that leg cutter really well now, Broad. Maybe taking a little bit of pace off as well. Now, on the tweets, we have a lot of discussion about various unpleasant foods. I don't know how far.
It's on both. It's both YouTube and Twitter are alive with different types of animal parts.
Where did we get up to on the tweets? Have we had
honestly,
no idea?
Anywhere.
Josie Oak says, "I've had tripe and brain curry in Durban." Also, South African dish is chicken livers in a hot chili sauce.
That doesn't sound so bad.
And Tim Wall has come in to say, so nice to see the conversation not dominated by cake from Cheltenham. Hearts and kidneys. Good to see Dr. Lecter joining us for a little amuse-bouche.
That would be great on Test Match Special, wouldn't it?
What, someone sent you
big, sort of
heart
one of
and
those
livers.
Big white boxes, but you open it, what you've actually got is,
tripe.
Tray
Tripe, I got to say.
Animal innards.
I've had tripe in Kenya, and it's nasty.
It is. Nasty. Tripe and onions, though, is okay. Anyway, well, hopefully not bowling tripe is going to be this man who's going to be back into the attack. It's Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Oi, oi, oi. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie.
Devil kidneys, they're fantastic.
They are. I think they have been mentioned a few times. We got into an interesting conversation about Welsh rarebit and what it was.
Cheese on toast.
Cheese on toast with bechamel sauce and plenty of mustard. It's not just cheese on toast. $2.97 for 5. Williamson is going to face Ollie Robinson. 2 slips go down. They won't be required. So it's dabbed into the ground. It's very sharp running. Very sharp running. Blundell was practically under Williamson's nose to ensure that they got that run pretty quickly. Just a bit shorter from Ollie, but it was solidly played by Williamson. And yeah, it was a bit yes/no after you, Claude, but Blundell didn't have any doubts. And
Blundell didn't have any doubts. That's what I mean. If someone had been up quick enough, there was a chance.
It was Williamson who wasn't too sure. He was a bit maybe.
Now, what about that stumping earlier? Why didn't they do stump cam?
Why don't they say that the line belongs to the umpire?
Well, this is it. It was so close that they needed to do stump cam. And then I didn't miss a shot from stump cam, but Hendo said he saw the stump cam shot. It looked more out in the stump cam than it did in any of the other two shots.
I'm with Hendo. When I watched it, let's have a look. We've got 2 slips. We've got a leg slip, but quite wide. It's almost, I call it, leg gully is more likely. We've got a very short mid wicket, mid off, mid on, backward point, a cover. A long leg quite wide, and that's bravely left by Blundell, who did all the right things. He thrust his foot forward, he shouldered his arms, but that ball came back enough. I'd like to see how close that was. Not close enough to get oohs and ahs, but
Blundell
certainly well judged.
He leaves well on the I mean, he gets right forward, he gets his leg right out there. It's very much an exaggerated leave, but we've seen quite a bit of it, and he leaves well on length. He's done quite a bit of that in this series.
He does indeed.
72 for 5, essentially. You put yourself in a pretty good position, wouldn't you, there?
Made his debut at Wellington, did Tom Blundell. Made 107 too. So those 2 slips go down. Blundell defends into the offside. He's sent back by Williamson. You sense there's a slightly different philosophy about how to tackle short runs here. Williamson being of one school and Blundell very much of the other.
Well, the other thing is that Mitchell was batting quite freely and scoring quite quickly. I think Blundell's he's good, obviously he's great. He's got great average against England, but he's not as aggressive as Mitchell. So England can sit in, it gives England another chance to sit in here at 72 for 5 effectively and try and work out. We'd like one more before lunch would be nice.
Well, Mayank has already decided that New Zealand can't afford to lose any more wickets today. They either need to go into a total blockathon, or baseball the shit out of England. Don't think Williamson's going to do that.
150s, I think, still going to make it interesting, as this one is edged and along the ground. Crawley dives to his right, and I think it would have. I think it was going down too fast to be considered a catch. Crawley's got a smile on his face. I think there's a sort of a vague hint of lurch about Crawley.
Yeah,
was
definitely.
well short of him. Sort of tall and
Nashery
in some way.
Very nashery.
Nashery,
big teeth.
as in teethy. Yes,
Teethy,
yes,
teethy.
I'm with you. Yes, he is.
Nearly
on 300, 299 for 5. Hendo.
James Humberston says, I will always put an egg cup of stout in a Welsh rarebit. There you
Yes,
go.
fantastic. I'm 100% with that. As Robinson is in. Back foot by Williamson, plays that very tidily out towards the cover boundary. Is it going to be hauled in? No, it's not. It's gone all the way in front of that grass bank for one of these.
It's alright, got it there.
Played that nicely, didn't he? Just waited, guided it really. There was no power involved. It was just a beautiful angling of the bat. Perfect placement. Away it went between point and cover.
Good timing.
And it was good timing, which is an excellent Beach Boys song, I think, from memory.
Have you seen that film about Brian Wilson?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I enjoyed it.
Did you? It's a bit weird.
I liked it. What was it called again?
Can't remember.
No.
I can't remember either, but it sort of examines his breakdown, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The way he was mistreated as this one's defended by Williamson into the offside. No run.
Mog says, the three most pulchritudinous chaps in commentary are back on.
Or could that be Bacon? Given the conversation we've been having,
Well,
the three most pulchritudinous chaps in commentary are Bacon.
Yes, I suppose so.
One would hope not.
And apart from the Welsh rarebit and associated food chats, all a little bit quiet on Twitter. People have gone
I've
to
achieved
bed.
one objective. I've managed to cross-fertilise conversation from YouTube to Twitter.
Wow. What happens then? Once you've done that?
Don't know. Well, I just mean, you've got the whole the similar subjects going back and forth. Normally, it's one camp and the other camp, and they might as well be in different universes.
You are a
because the
YouTuber or a
conversations are so
Twitterer.
different. Yes, you are. That's exactly right. You are exactly right. It's the Sharks and the Jets of social media. Oh, there's the.
And this
what's
is
it
Kevin
called? The
Smith.
William Wakefield. William Wakefield monument, isn't it? It's a rather grand-looking monument.
It's a couple of concrete pillars with a round roof on it, man.
It's a bit like Santorini, isn't it? Without the volcanoes. Although there are some mountains. Which
Broad is going to be back into the attack. It's been there since 96
Yeah,
or
but it's
something.
not a grand structure. It's about fucking 10 feet high, man.
Well,
It's
okay,
like-
look at it this way. How many monuments like that are there in cricket grounds around the world there?
For good reason.
Yeah, exactly. It's Fred said for good reason. If you can't hear that.
I give up. I'm on a losing wicket here, so I'm just going to keep quiet. What has Broad got? He's got a very interesting offside field as well. A slipper gully, short cover, and a short mid-off as well. Two fielders short on the onside as well. And that one's punched away through a vacant mid-on area, and I think that's going to make it. No, it's not quite going to make it. Ollie Robinson puts in the dive, and will restrict them to 3. The lead though moves on to 80, 306 for 5.
He set that field and then bunged one on leg stump. It's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
When he's
The
got
best
no mid on.
fields in the world are,
Well, he has got a mid on, but
he's the ball you toss
he's
up.
mid wicket.
the
really.
mid on is somewhere between mid on and mid wicket, and also
Very short.
very short. Yeah.
But then you bowled him basically a leg side
Half volley.
So it's not really bowling to your field, Stuart.
Well,
But you might as well persevere. If he gets the ball right, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that cutter, a slower ball, and therefore
Bit of a leading
Blundell, either a leading edge or he gets through the shot a little bit earlier and chips it up to one of those two fielders on the offside.
I mean, one of the thoughts about the I'll just hold the
There's
thought.
on Hayden as well.
He comes onto the back foot, goes Williamson. Nice high elbowed defence to the fielder at short cover. There's no run. I mean, if you are going to impose a follow-on, it doesn't necessarily help if you're the combined age of your opening attack, who have just bowled one innings, is 76.
Yeah, but they have bowled one innings, but they come out fresh in the morning and only bowl for an hour or so in the morning. But I did think that being that close to 200, you might as well just smash it around for 30 overs and try and get 450 ahead and then put them back in. Because they still had, that was the third day. If they'd have batted they got them out, an hour before lunch? If they'd have batted till tea, they'd have probably had a lead of 450 if they balled it, as they were going to do, and that's what they would have wanted to do. They'd have 2 days in a session to bowl them out.
Back of his bandana flapping behind his head. This is defended again to short extra cover this time. No run.
I think
306 for 5.
There was a good point made on TV yesterday. I think it was Alison Mitchell actually saying that because you now expect teams not to enforce the follow-on in the Bazball era of doing completely the opposite to what everyone expects, you will put them back in for the follow-on, which I think there may be an element of that. But also I think that the talk about this pitch getting much better and better. I mean, maybe you would want to bat last on it. And England are very happy chasing, aren't they?
They are, and there's no real signs that the pitch is deteriorating as Broad is in.
Well, no,
it doesn't really have to duck so much as just dip enough. And there, says Gaffers, is your one for the over. Or is one for the over.
I don't think it's deteriorating. We were talking about this, Bear and me, in the green room. This is one of the few test pitches that gets better for batting.
It does.
It's the odd ball that misbehaves, but not hugely.
I mean, actually, I would have kept Jack Leach on because he was getting the ball to turn and bounce a little bit more. And he'll probably be back in again before too long.
Yeah, he just likes...
Back in again here is Stuart Broad. It's well defended by Williamson, who is looking the part now. Played himself back into form, as they say. He's definitely been doing that.
I think with Stokes, when he sees that there's not a huge amount in a wicket and it's difficult to get wickets, he likes to rotate constantly. Even the spinners, he likes to rotate. He gives them maybe 5, 6, 7 overs rather than 3, 4 that you might give a seam bowl. Even here, though, he's been bowling 3, 4, 5 overs of Leach and then taking them off.
He might have bowled himself if he wasn't feeling.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad, and he comes again. Back foot, cut to point. They don't run on this occasion. The lead is still 80. And 80, let's face it, is 10 Isle of Man innings.
Isle of Men. 10 Isle of Men.
Isle of Men in 2 balls, wasn't it?
Yeah, let me do some tweets. Grand Theft Arto says, I feel bad, Gorilla Cricket, as I do not find the time to listen often, which is very sad. He didn't say that bit, I just said that bit. Crux time, innit? If you guys are still wibbling in an hour about New Zealand hanging in there, they will still be hanging in there. It's very true.
That's insightful. I like
Diana Patterson says, Pulchritudinous? Really? I've seen much prettier. Clearly we have different standards in Canada. She's been quite insulting about us recently, Diane, hasn't she? She's been giving it out.
I love it. Yeah, give it
some. You're looking at 3 oil paintings.
Absolutely.
What, I'm not too sure, but you're looking at 3 oil paintings.
Very badly painted.
Dorian Gray got
very
it wrong.
Badly painted. Mog says, Jesus wept. I try to give you a fucking compliment and just get vague silence and bullshit about
Robinson.
bacon.
Back into the attack. Stump, the bear is choking. It's made him chortle. A chortling bear is a happy bear.
Doesn't the word pulchritude sort of suggest the exposure of a certain amount of skin?
I might have to look that up.
Yeah, might have to.
Diana, help us out. Give us the definition of
pulchritudinous.
Pulchritudinous, so we know, not pulchritudinous.
Jack Grover says
they all look like chickens or turkeys.
I'll give you Jack Grover's tweet, which is quite funny in a minute.
Well, I'll definitely look forward to that one. Robinson in, up onto his toes again goes Blundell, fences this past away towards cover, and once again, who is that in the cover position who picked the ball up and then managed to have a slip and nearly fell over? Was that Jimmy Anderson?
No, it's Harry Brook.
No, it's
Harry Brook.
And that's not. I'd like to see. He might have some flashy footwear on, and some of them described them as his wheels yesterday, but I'm not entirely sure they've got particularly effective studs. They might look good.
Well, you've seen them.
Not the first time he's had a little slip and a slide.
You've seen quite a few of them go to the boundary, and in the breaks they get the brush out and brush off. I just think it's all getting clogged up. I think the outfield is still quite damp.
Ollie Robinson, well, his mum's going to have to put his trousers in the wash because he's covered in grass stains, and that one's pulled away because it was short. I don't think it's going to make it all the way. It's not. It's going to pull up short. Ollie Pope, who's got time off for good behaviour from being in the firing line at either forward short leg or silly point, and is out there on the mid-wicket boundary this time around. Gave him a bit of exercise as he sprinted round after that. Restricts.
He rather
Williamson to 3.
Didn't he? He was a long way outside off Stump.
High on the bat, wasn't it? Quite high on the bat.
Robinson looks vexed. That's what I mean. Their body language is just whatever we do is seems to be a sense of it ain't going to go right. Forward comes Blundell.
Well, the problem you got is when Kane's in this sort of form, he's fucking hard to budge, isn't he? You know, you want to get Kane Williamson early, because if you don't get him early and he settles in, it's very much a war of attrition.
But he needs someone at the other end. I mean, Darryl Mitchell and Williamson looked as if they were playing completely different games, actually.
Yeah.
So what exactly the plan was from within the New Zealand dressing room, I'm not sure. Maybe it was that Williamson bats around the others who play a few shots.
Yeah, well, that was certainly the way it was working with Mitchell, as in comes Robinson, beautifully driven away between cover and extra cover. That is going to go all the way. It scatters a few Cook Street Seagulls and goes for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a gorgeous shot. I do love a cover drive where the batsman holds the pose, elbows high. Just a joy to watch. That was beautifully executed by Blundell. Bit of shape from Robinson, but it was just tad too full, tad too wide, and away it went. In he comes again.
Ooh.
That one forces Blundell up onto his toes to work it off his hip. Past square leg. We'll get a single on this occasion. Williamson was sharp about his work to take a quick single.
Joe Gover, the tweet I said that made me chuckle, I suppose. My tweets weren't very interesting, but they got subsumed by an avalanche of pigs trotters. The English are starting from a very low bar, so it is a contextual comment, says Mogg, referring to our pulchritudinousness. Crawley is channeling his latent David Ward, says Joe. Says Jay. Diane Patterson comes back and says pulchritudinous means pretty. There are many more important attributes than being pretty: intelligent, sound, and valuable. Well, hopefully we're some of
not
those.
just pretty, but we're witty and bright as well. Don't forget.
Tim Wall says pulchritudinous, as described by vocabulary.com, which I've never heard of before, even though it looks and sounds like it would describe a disease or a bad attitude, pulchritudinous actually describes a person of breathtaking, heartbreaking beauty. Now that is us. That is us. Unquestionably.
That is 100% the three of us.
Oh,
it's a perfect moniker for us.
Shame that
Jack Leach is going to be back. 2 for 96. At least he has those 2.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is
3 men on the offside, 1 on their knees, 1 on their haunches, and 1 just generally crouching. But it's Ollie Pope, who's been recalled from his outfield duties to be the man at Silly Point. Is the man who does the fielding. Pulchritudinous, though, is one of those words that sounds like it shouldn't mean what it means. It's an ugly word to describe pretty, if you ask me. Beautifully driven, on-driven, straight by Blundell. Away that goes for 4 runs. Gorgeous shot.
100 up for Leachy.
Yeah.
It's the right ball, though. He's giving it a bit of air. He needs to drag it back a little bit, though, doesn't he?
Well, I think yes. I think you've got to credit the batsman there, haven't you?
Yeah.
So his footwork was good, and then he played a good shot at the end of the footwork.
What can the man they call Nut do? with this nut.
Well, they call Adam Lyth Peanut, don't they? Because his nut is sort of a bit oddly shaped, as if half his skull is missing.
Oh, Lord. Forward comes Blundell, slightly reaching into this, but kept it all the way along the ground, away towards point.
Yeah, he could reach to it though, because he's taken out the silly mid-off, so he felt a bit more secure. Mind you, it's a no ball.
A no ball from a spinner. I think we have a jingle for that somewhere, Bear.
We might well do. I'll have to find it though. Is it in extras?
Yes.
Yes.
No ball spinner. We do have a jingle for that.
Yes. Almost like I knew. Forward comes Blundell again, away to the offside. Hope does the fielding.
Good jingle.
Don't get so close to crease. Don't get so close to crease.
Oh, I've never heard that before.
Sting's turning in his grave. Oh, he's not dead yet.
Oh, that one's flamingoed away straight down the ground though. It's not going to be caught. And it's 4 more. Super shot by Blundell.
Well, he's being
super
shot. We got a jingle for that too. Nearly guided that onto the stumps, mind you. I think Kane was back.
Maybe that's the game from here. I have to think every jingle I have to queue up by describing the boundary, and you see if you can find the right jingle quick enough. I'm not sure I can remember them quick enough though. 3:24 for 5. The lead 98. 5 wickets in hand. This game is delightfully poised. However, we came to be here. You can't argue that fact. And onto the back foot goes Blundell. Steers this out to backward point. Crawley is out there now. He fields, and there is 1 run.
I think England feel comfortable chasing 250. I mean, I think they're comfortable chasing any score, but I think they'll comfortably get 250 on this wicket. 300, I think they still think they're good. New Zealand have to push it beyond 300 for me to kind of put a lot of pressure on England. I mean, it can change, of course. They get a bunch of wickets, it all changes massively.
In Williamson forward again, bat and pad immaculately aligned, all spin taken out the equation. And at the end of that over, it's 3:25 for 5, a lead of 99. Endo.
The Adelaide Barmies have been in touch. Says early start means early pub. Ideal. Monteith's cider has been restocked. It's a very pale looking cider, I have to say. Sent a picture of it. Ravi Nair says, you guys have so much pulch to you. Do you deserve to star in an exploitation film called Pulch Fiction?
Pulch
Fiction.
Pulch Fiction, I can definitely understand.
Paunch Fiction.
Paunch Fiction. What is Paunch Fiction?
No, just fat men getting shot, didn't they? 3:25 for 5. Leader 99, Ollie Robinson, who once did have a bit of a paunch, but is now lithe and slim and svelte and fit as a butcher's dog, who could tell you all about the various sweetmeats and comestibles that have been discussed on all social platforms this morning.
My daughter has actually asked me to go to the butcher and ask for hearts for her school so they can do dissections.
Animal heart, not butcher's heart.
Yeah.
My butcher's all heart.
Take him in.
My butcher fleeces everybody. It's the most expensive butcher in the world.
Got to keep the animal analogies going. 3:25 for 5. Blundell on 19 off 18. He's been going at more than a run a ball. Williamson is the one who's just playing the game his own sweet way. A bit like Joe Root did, really, to get himself back into form. Ducked under by Blundell, through to Folkes it goes. It was really interesting yesterday, I think, guys, was just watching the difference between, or maybe the day before, between Root and
Brooke.
Oh, I forgot. Brooke, Harry Brooke.
Yeah.
The total, one was just still both a joy to watch in their own ways, but technique and approach was so different.
Yeah, but I think
they complemented each other, didn't they?
Yeah, but I think that was down to Root's. I think that was the maturity of Root, of not trying to fight him and not trying to overshadow or try and keep up with him in a way.
In comes Robinson, pulled by Blundell. Doesn't really get hold of it. It's along the ground.
That's what they want. They want that ballooning off the gloves.
Backward square. Jimmy Anderson is the man, I think, patrolling that particular position.
I mean, there are some batsmen who batting in with Brooke in that situation would have tried to match him because they would have felt that, egotistically they were being outdone. But Root's got 10,000 runs behind him, hasn't he? And he
he
realised what was happening at the other end and what his role was.
Well, he performed it in the most exemplary fashion. As this one is pulled again to Jimmy, who's at backward square on the bounce.
This is a tactic, isn't it?
It is a tactic. It's a very well-tried, well-worn, often successful, often not successful tactic.
I think
trying to get him to pull and to hook.
There's someone over the shoulder.
Hopefully down the throat of long leg.
Well, exactly. There's someone over the shoulder of Jimmy at square leg as well, I think. And presumably short leg's in front of square then, because they can only have 2 behind square.
3 balls left of...
will it be a third short one in a row?
In comes Robinson. Good question. Yes, it will. And yes, it's pulled again. It's exactly the same. To Jimmy again. You literally could play the last 3 deliveries side by side, and you could not tell them apart.
I tell you what, if he gets out here now in the last over 4 lunch, he'll be fucking furious with himself.
Yeah, if he plays that shot.
Yeah.
If he gets out to that shot, especially.
Caught by Jimmy Anderson at backward square, that would be slightly more backward than backward.
He might bowl in one more and then bowl in the full one to end the session. Or it could be this one.
He's got a thoughtful look on his face. Is this going to be short as well?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Is it going to be pulled again? Yes, it is. More square this time. To Duckett, who's at mid-wicket. But again, no run. It's 5 consecutive balls that Blundell has been not quite bounced, but certainly short enough to encourage him to play that pull or hook shot. And he's done it every single time, and he's kept it down every single time.
I might well be tempted to try and bowl with Yorker here.
Well, you remember that Mitchell got out that last ball before an interval, didn't he, with that catch
let's see.
Bleach.
Is it going to be? I think I'm with the bear. No, it's short again. Have you got something on that? No. I don't think he has. I think it's frustration all round. It means that, at lunch, I believe, it's 3:25 for 5, a lead of 99, 19 for Blundell, 63 for Williamson. It's been a fascinating morning. Hard to call whose it was. Couple of wickets for England, but runs are plenty for New Zealand.
I think it's New Zealand, really. 123 runs off 30 overs. I mean, because they could an early wicket this morning, and they would have, they might have even struggled to get sort of 40 or 50 ahead. So I think they batted pretty well. Mitchell batted well and came in and took the game to England a little bit. Blundell seems to be doing the same thing while Kane just carries on at the pace that Kane is as Kane does, I suppose. Absolutely. So I think just New Zealand's session, but that doesn't mean they're out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. They still only lead by 99 runs.
Exactly. I think England have got to accept that this is going to be hard work, and they're going to have to chase a score that's going to be half decent, possibly, but they're still ahead in the game.
Yeah.
True enough. 202 for 3 is the way they started the day. They've moved on to 325 for 5.
I tell you what, I will tell you one thing, Tony.
Yes.
That in those 2.5 hours, England only managed, despite the fact that they bowled quite a few overs through Jack Leach, and I think only one was it probably from Joe Root, but plenty of overs of spin in that session, but they still only managed an over rate of 11.5.
Really?
Which is absolutely abysmal.
Finding ways not to play cricket.
They are indeed. Anyway, what are we putting on for the lunch break?
We only have one GPL entry because we forgot to mention
Pyjamas in my case.
Well, we didn't mention it, so we can only blame ourselves.
Well, we mentioned it at the beginning.
Yeah, but no one ever gets in till the end. You've got to mention it at the end.
Oh, well.
Anyway, we didn't get anyone in. We had one. We had Messi Jez is shooting for the moon at 273. We're going to go back to the World Cup final because that's what you were playing yesterday, wasn't it?
I was indeed. And it worked just fine.
It worked just fine. That's because I set it up for you, Tony. Okay, we're on. See you later.
Cheers all.
He's off to listen to Ireland versus Zimbabwe T20 commentary.
Hipsters. Hopefully Sterlo will... it's only the World Cup final. Slam a few. He's been in absolutely incredible form, has Paul Sterling against Zimbabwe. De Grandon will complete his first over. I think that's a drop. It is a drop. It was batted straight back to him. De Grandon on his follow through. It came at him pretty quickly, but it was at the most catchable height you could imagine, and he's put him down. And it's a maiden over.
Way up to the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just
got to be taking those to have a good chance here. It really wasn't a difficult one by the standards of a lot of court bowls.
Indeed, and he'll be distraught with that. Would have
but similar, it was
get his head around it and
dissimilar to the one Bairstow played up to mid-off. Just too early.
It was. He's too early on the shot. They're taking the pace off the ball. They're bowling very intelligently. They're getting a little bit of help, I think, from the Lord's wicket, and I think New Zealand are in an attack well suited for this wicket and these conditions.
Bobby Boberts, I think, is right. It's going to be a late night in Melbourne.
There will be, but watching the cricket, yes, for here. As this one, Root just dabs to backward point.
I suppose.
And there's no run.
I suppose in theory every night's a late night. So.
Yeah.
Muttley, can you give a shout out to my fellow Kiwis who are both new listeners via FB, Matthew and Sean?
Well, hello Matthew and Sean. Welcome indeed. And you must be right on the edge of your seats because your team are well and truly in this contest. 2 slips in place as in comes Matt Henry. Forward comes Root, but he's just pushed it straight to wide mid-off, and there is no run.
Now, Root's often a very quick starter, but he's been very watchful here. 2 off 15.
Yeah.
Very Kane Williams-esque, isn't it?
Well, it has been.
Out Kane Kane.
Out Kane. Yep. Colin de Grandon seems to still have a smile on his face. As Root stands bat aloft. Ball bang on a length from Matt Henry, and Root just drops the bat on it, and again there's no run. The tension is palpable.
Let's break the tension a bit. And a full side. We've established Latham is squashed Sam Curran, and I've now decided Matt Henry is a stretched Josh Butler.
Oh, okay. Good to know. There was a lovely article in the Sunday Times today, actually, about all the England players when they were kids and how they got into cricket. That one is pushed away into the onside, but no run. And Josh Butler, if you think he looks sort of quite angelic now. I mean, he genuinely was about the age of 12, I think, is when this picture was taken. He just looks the most adorable little lad. And there's a picture of him with, I can't remember who the picture is being taken with. Somebody pretty famous. I'd have to go back and have a look. I just can't remember right now. We're having a look at a replay of Matt Henry's opening spell today, and a number of times he beat the bat was incredible. That one is short and wide, and Root was looking to cut and he wasn't able to, and it was through to Latham. And England getting frustrated. He nearly chopped on. England are getting frustrated. They need to get their heads straight. They need to realise that
they're still winning this game at the moment.
They are still winning it.
They just need to maybe just get through another 4 or 5 overs. It's only going to get easier.
Well, the weather should also work slightly in their favour. I think the sun's going to come out more and more as Henry turns at the top of his mark. Full, and it edged. Root was looking to work him away to square leg, and he ended up squirting it to point. And I really don't think he knew a whole lot about it. It's another maiden over.
2 in a row.
2 maiden overs consecutively and following each other at the same time in a row.
Good afternoon to Tim Lucas on the beach in Bahia, quite possibly the only person in Brazil listening to guerrilla cricket.
You never know, although if there is anyone else in Brazil listening to us,
it's a big country.
Yeah, I was going to go and say hello, but it is, as you rightly say, a big country. Well, we're looking at a fair amount of blue sky now above Lords. England need 203 more. This one is worked off his hit by Bairstow, past umpire Damascena at square leg, and they will take 1. So 40 up for England. Bairstow 19 not out. Roy gone, of course, for 17, caught behind. Joe Root 2 not out off 19. And it is hard going for these England batsmen.
Well, people do sometimes criticise England for not being adaptable with their batting. They're trying their best.
They're trying their best right now as de Grandon is in. That's quite floaty outside of off stump, taking all the pace off the ball. And Root rather bottom of his bat edgily.
I think he wants another one.
Away. I think he's saying he wants another bat. I wonder if he really needs that, or if it's just psychological.
Interesting field, mid on, mid off. All the straight fielders are up, so he's almost daring them to go over the top.
Yeah. The thing is, psychologically, this one is diving to his right, de Grandon, for a big fella, quite agile, and again it keeps that stranglehold on. There's no run. Just the one single for the over.
the batsman trying to get down the track to one of these. Get down the track and pump him over his head.
We've not said. Have we seen Lockie Ferguson yet?
No, not
we
yet,
haven't,
no.
have we?
No.
He's de Grondom's been
There
on
you
board.
go.
And you called it, Andy. Root does come down the track, pushes it away to deep mid wicket. Henry Nicholls is the man down there, and again it will just be a single.
Now, do you think a top quality wicketkeeper might be standing up here?
For balls of this speed, yes, I think you would expect that. De Grandon clearly has a definite policy to wibble and wobble it and try and maximise what he's getting out of the conditions, whilst also taking the pace off the ball. He's
You can
bowling
already see
from the
batsman's
pavilion
outside
end.
his crease.
That one again is flicked away to mid-wicket by Bairstow, but straight to the fielder. And again, there is no run. It was only 78 miles an hour from Colin de Grandon.
I mean, de Grandom's bowling everything in the 70s.
He is.
Honestly, I think a Ben Foakes would be standing up here.
Yeah. I think Joss Butler would. I think a Johnny Bairstow would. 41 for 1, England. They're going to grind this and work at it as Bairstow's up onto his toes, pushed out to Trent Bolt at wide mid-on.
Jay Grover
they will take a single.
Jay Grover on Twitter. Growing up in the 80s, I still find it physically confusing to recognise England ever having won ever.
Anything.
I understand the feeling.
Yes.
I mean, in the great scheme of things, it's one World T20 in terms of one-day cricket. Am I right?
That's
cricket,
their only ICC trophy,
of
yes.
course, the women won the Women's World Cup, but hey.
Yes, and we must never forget that. 200 needed from 37 overs for England. So that is a landmark of sorts reached for sure.
And Steve Kellett is very true. Sad but true, we are conditioned, inured to England cricketing failure as a result of witnessing it for decades.
Well, I think you could take away the word England,
And
sporting
cricket.
failure, just not just cricket.
You complete it by saying we do so love a bit of gallows humour.
That's
indeed.
the problem. The problem is not being inured to it. The problem is liking it, and that's a bit too much for my.
Matt Henry's going to continue anyway, so he's going to bowl now his 7th over. So they really see that they've got an opportunity with him to make that other breakthrough. There's Matthew Hoggard. We've just seen this one is full and right on middle stump, and Bairstow's forward to push it away into the onside, but there's no run. It's a tight stranglehold. This New Zealand attack is got around England necks.
But I think they'll be they're going to be selective. But I think if you get the right ball, you will see a big shot before it's too long.
Yeah, well, the current run rate is 3.19. The required run rate is 5.43 now. As Matt Henry will be right arm over and in again. Bairstow takes his hand off that drive. There's a way into the offside. A lot of applause from the field. Guptill was...
okay, right to the bottom of the bat.
It was. 42 for 1.
The T-boy, just a little message for you. Could you guys talk a little quieter? I'm trying to watch the tennis.
Oh, sorry about that.
Got a volume switch, haven't you?
Yep, indeed. Henry turns on his mark. Bowling from the nursery end. Oh, and it's left. It's quite a late leave, though, from Bairstow. It looked as though he was shaping to play it. Again, it was not the quickest. And it seemed to me as though Bairstow was thinking in terms of looking for a drive there, and then almost at the last minute helicoptered his bat over the top of it, periscoped his bat over the top of it, and it was through again to Latham. There's 3 on the leg side and 5 on the off, including the 2 slips, and this is beautifully flicked away through mid-wicket by Johnny Bairstow, and that will go to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And that's just good patient batting. He waited for the ball he could hit and then put it away.
It was the first time really for a long time, I think, that Matt Henry had strayed onto that leg side.
I mean, Henry's in his 7th over. He's going to get a little bit tired.
Well, he will. Bairstow is very, very strong off his legs, and
he's going to have to take him off after this, isn't he?
Able to,
he'll need him for later.
Well, let's see what happens as he's in. And that inside edged, and how that didn't crash into Bairstow's stumps, I don't know. As it is, it's rocketed off down the hill in front of the pavilion, and is 4 more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I'll tell you what, if Johnny Bairstow wants to put on a Sky Sports masterclass about how to miss the stumps with those, I'm signing up.
Well, again, it was, he did get a foot got a big foot forward to it, didn't he? But how that didn't rocket back into his stumps, I don't know. The bat was a long way from the body. It was
Leo suggesting that she thinks the Bairstow drop was a tactical drop.
Interesting.
Why risk Morgan coming in when the Angry Ginger has a strike rate of 54?
Well, in comes Henry, and this one is up onto his toes by Bairstow. Pushes it to mid-wicket. They can gallop a pretty quick single. It will conclude that over. So it sounds expensive in terms of fact it was for 9, but it doesn't really tell the full truth about everything that happened in that over, does it, Steve?
A little update for you. Sterling's gone for a duck off the first ball.
Oh, Sterlo. Well, he's just been mullering runs for fun off poor old Zimbabwe, so perhaps they were due a bit of
and indeed Mike Taylor has
recompense on that.
Mike Taylor has tweeted in to say, I'm listening in Rio de Janeiro.
Another,
which is
so
in Brazil,
there we
and
go.
not the name of a footballer, so we knew that. So.
Okay. Well, good to have you with us as ever. One of our regular listeners, which is wonderful. 51 for 1, so the 50 is up for England in that over. Colin de Grandhomme, who has none for 3 from 2 overs, he's starting his third, and this is pushed back to him by Bairstow. This time though along the ground, and Bairstow again for de Grandhomme, for a biggish fellow, is very quick to get down and field off his own bowling. We're looking at a rather concerned looking England balcony. You've got Rashid and Moeen Ali next to Jason Roy. Well, no, actually,
they're laughing.
They're having a bit of a laugh, so that's a good thing. De Grandhomme is in, pushed away to Trent Boult, who is at mid-on, and an easy single.
Well, he
taken.
has gone back to long on. They have put one man back straight.
Well, it's not that deep though.
No, correct. He was certainly outside the circle though.
Yeah,
He's maybe coming back up for Root, who's still on 3 off 22.
So when was the last time Root only scored 3 off 22?
It'll be a long time.
Because normally every time Root's in, we normally look up and go, hang on, he's got to 50. How did he do that?
Well,
it just seems to happen almost, invisibly, as this one is driven through the covers. It evades the first fielder. It won't evade the fielder riding that extra cover boundary though, and it will be 2. So Root will move on to 5. And he'll feel a bit better about that. We're having a look at the drop of Johnny Bairstow by Colin de Grandhomme. So tough when you're in your follow through, isn't it? As a quicker bowler. I mean, he's not that quick at the moment, de Grandhomme, but
who's he quicker than?
Well, not that many.
Rashid.
But through his it was right into his follow through as Roots onto the back foot, dabs that down.
Root's
to
starting to
Gully.
nurdle now.
Yep, he's gone into nudge nurdle mode and just keeping that scoreboard ticking.
Toby,
is that all out on the nursery?
I don't know.
Would they not be better off?
What is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Why on earth do you spend all of that money on a ticket for an occasion like this, and then go and bugger about on the nursery ground at the back? Sometimes
that is a teaser.
Are you going to get off your soapbox, Tony?
No, not really, because that just really it annoys me for Test matches. This one is worked away through mid-wicket. It's much fielded by Ross Taylor, and they will take a single they otherwise I don't think would have taken. So never mind, never run on a misfield. They did on that occasion, and the miscreant was Ross Taylor at mid-wicket.
As I was saying, Toby has tweeted in, leaving for church in about 10 minutes. Not saying I'm going to, but the temptation is strong to keep a headphone in during the sermon.
Or even put a little prayer in.
In comes de Grandhomme. Root was looking to cut, and it was cut down to Gully. So just for 5 off that over from de Grandhomme. He has none for 8 from his 3. Bairstow on 31, Root on 6. It's tough going, it's nervous going. If you're an England fan, then you will be chewing those nails. And Roy and Root know how important it is to keep their wickets intact and ensure that platform is there. The weather, however, is starting to brighten up. They won't. At what point do we think, chaps, that they will have feel the storm is weathered and we can start to open our shoulders? I'm pretty sure it's not yet.
Not quite, but there are degrees of opening your shoulders, and obviously they get deeper and deeper. I think it'll be a more incremental procedure. They won't talk at the end of an over and say, right, we're going for it now. They'll just ease up through the gears.
Yeah, I think they've just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Cautious,
and just making sure
cautious shoulder opening.
The rope
they keep picking up either a boundary or 3 or 4 singles and over for now. They'll be happy. Change your bowling.
It's going to be Lockie Ferguson. Oh, and the first ball just climbs a little bit on Bairstow, who shaped as if to cut, then decided to try and play straighter, and it went between bat and pad, but high, well above the height of the top of his off stump.
He must have been one of the finds of the tournament, I would think.
Oh, he's terrific. He has been. Actually dug that in quite short, didn't he, to get...
he didn't play in the first in the group match, did he? He was injured for the
Yes, he was.
The New Zealand group match.
And he's tossed the ball back from hand to hand. He's got one slip in place, and
That's
that will be a wide. It was short again. Bairstow ducked forward. Damascena's arms are spread like that of a giant vulture, and it's a wide.
Arthur Shire.
Wide.
Arthur Shire says, I'm embarrassed, but I'm imagine Matthew Huggard would be delighted by the fact that when he flashed up on the screen, I thought, oh, it's Russell Crowe.
Yes. Ferguson's in, right arm over, up onto his toes goes Bairstow, pushed away to extra cover, no run.
If I remember from Arthur Shire's visit here, he does wear glasses. You might need to get a new prescription.
Yes. Russell Crowe, I'm not quite sure. He's looking, I thought Matthew Huggard was looking pretty trim, actually.
He's going to be speaking at a club I play for's dinner in September.
I would imagine he would
Hill.
be highly entertaining. I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. In fact, any veteran of the 2005 Ashes, I would imagine, has stories to tell. And
except Michael
is
Vaughan.
happy telling them. Well, yeah. As in comes Ferguson, up onto his toes goes Bairstow. Again, it's out to extra cover, and again, there is no run.
I'm not sure what Peterson would be like on the after-dinner circuit. Not sure if he does that kind of thing.
I think he does, I think he's
Yeah.
quite entertaining, actually. He's
maybe Strauss would be quite boring.
Well, everyone's different. Andrew Strauss has a dry sense of humour, but he is quite amusing. 57 for 1. Bairstow on 31. He's facing Ferguson. He's driven this, but again, it's straight out to extra cover. But they're able to take a single this time, and they might be looking for overthrows. But needless to say, our director, free to air or not, some of the direction of this World Cup has been absolutely pants.
I'm sure
I've got to be honest.
I'm sure they're still working off the same feed. I don't think Channel 4 has suddenly sent a whole.
No. Everything is the same. Is the one feed, and the captioning has been average a lot of the time. The camera angles have not always been great. Certainly, the ability to provide the panorama when you need it has often not been there. But it was only a single. Thank you very much. In comes Ferguson. Root pulls. And he pulls on the bounce to backward square. It's Guptill. And again, there is no run. So
strange
just a single and a wide from
strange
this.
place for Guptill to lurk.
Well, yes, it is.
He often does load there, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed he does. Guptill, would you believe, is top, I think, of the runs saved table in this World Cup.
That must be down to catches, however they work it out.
He's going matches inner ring and outfield. Yeah, well, he is. Ferguson is going to be in to Root. Root cuts, manages to avoid backward point, but Trent Bolt is down there on the third man boundary and will restrict them to a single. So 3 from that over, 2 off the bat, 1 was that wide, and it continues to be an uphill struggle, but England are grinding it.
Jay Grover suggesting Root might have some pre-Ashes nerves.
Could be. I mean, I just think it's England would have loved a fast road of a track. They haven't got that. They've got one you have to really grind on, and that's what they're having to do.
You can't prepare wickets on demand. Some people seem to think you can, but you can't. It's weather dependent. Depends how much cricket's also been played on the square.
Yep, indeed. 59 for 1. Target, of course, 242. De Grandom is in, and that's a big shot. I think it's going down leg. Marius Erasmus thinks it's going down leg. The man from Bolland. And
they still have
I very much doubt they'll review that.
They still have their review because it was umpire's call on that first one, so they kept it.
Do.
But
both teams have their review.
Doesn't look like they're going to use this one.
And I think that's a wise choice.
Mike Taylor suggesting, not sure buggering around in the nursery is a good idea, however much you've paid for the privilege.
Well, actually, yeah, my choice of phrase probably not ideal in that instance. As down the track comes Root, looking to pull him away over mid-wicket, completely missed it. It was through to Latham, and that is a real sign of frustration getting at this England pair.
Well, I think it was a good idea, but the execution wasn't quite right. Root's going down there to look for a drive over the top, and when it wasn't there, he might have been.
It's just a sense they're struggling to pick up the pace of this track, though, Andy, isn't it? De Grandhomme's in again. On again, Root, and he's taken it. Root
is out.
Yep, he took the outside edge. Root was looking to drive. It's through to the wicket-keeper. England have lost their second wicket, and I think Joseph Henry Root has to have a little look at himself there, because that was a
very
poor piece of cricket. That's born out of pure frustration for England. He came dancing down the track looking to pull, completely missed it. He then chased a very wide one that was going wider with his feet a mile from the bat, and all he did was nick.
Very unrooty, that, wasn't it?
Very unrooty-like.
There's plenty of time in the match as well. I don't really quite understand why he's doing it.
It's what pressure can do under pressure situations. Particularly when you're up against a team with the expertise of New Zealand in bowling in these conditions.
Edgar Allan Poe, I think, agrees with you. There's always nerves with England. That's why we win very little.
That's true. Try being a South Africa fan, though. That's been a frustrating journey in the last 2 or 3 years, I think.
Well, judging by the anguished wail I heard from the green room, at least one co-commentator agrees with you that was a poor piece of cricket.
That was shocking.
We might be hearing about it in 3.5 hours.
That wouldn't have been a certain Mr. Henderson, would it? That was. I think you could look at. If I could, brainless would be one word. Daft, but born out of frustration. I think so.
And a few were doomed on Twitter as well. Through, so I won't read them out.
We're still favourites. Keep the faith.
Josh Robinson suggesting that 7 off 30, that Root innings will define New Zealand's win. Very fighting talk.
Well, yeah, it's been tough going.
We are having a drinks break with that wicket, so you're not missing anything.
Yep.
Canal suggesting Root got fed up. Completely unlike him to score at such a rate, and that pressure got to him finally. I think we agree with you there.
Well, there'll be Owen Morgan coming in now, won't it? Now that, I think, is going to be a fascinating test.
I think there's
captain.
No prizes for where Ferguson's going to bowl at Owen Morgan.
Well, no. This is your day of destiny as England captain. Everything for the last 4 years has been building towards this. You're at your home ground, your home ground for England, but also his home ground club-wise. Conscious of what does he continue to really live up to that England ethos, which is just keep attacking, just back yourself. They can't get stuck in a rut.
No, that's absolutely
and
true.
Yet runs are not flowing freely, and the bowling is tighter than the Nats. What's the name? And
it's this man's going to have to face
it. Here he is.
We need a partnership, England.
Old O'Connor had a farm, E-I-O and Morgan. E-I-N Morgan!
59 for 2. Morgan, the new man at the crease. He will be facing Colin de Grandhomme, who has 3 balls left of the 17th over. We're in the second power play. Best of 148, of course, for Owen Morgan.
Against Afghanistan.
Yeah. And all of those sixes. I don't think we'll be seeing that today. And the first ball from de Grandhomme is right onto his off stump, and Morgan just drops a bat on it and gets himself off the mark immediately.
Very noticeable there for Morgan, and probably for Root too, how close the ring fielders are for de Grandhomme. They don't want anybody dropping and running. They want you to try and play a shot at this nibbly bowling.
Well, they'll feel that psychologically, Root was got out psychologically as much as he was got out by the final outswinger that was a million miles away from the stumps. It was a mind games delivery, and Bairstow shows his captain, who is still there. Somehow, despite any number of inside edges that could have clattered into his stumps, he's showing the grits, the guts, and spit in his eye.
Matt Sells
just suddenly misquote Johnny Cash.
Just asking, is the Root swing at the 2019 version of a Gatting reverse swing?
Well, maybe not in that category.
In comes de Grandhomme again. Forward comes Bairstow. De Grandhomme fields.
It's like watching
no
Test
run.
Cricket,
perhaps Butler can come in and do something like that, or perhaps Joss Butler is due an innings.
Well, this is what people are saying.
To be a
60
hero.
for 2.
I think Canal has the answer. He says Moeen Ali is the answer to everything. Surely.
What? Where were New Zealand at this stage?
About the same. I don't think they're very different.
Possibly a few more for one. So
yeah, I think so.
In front.
I think so. 1 for 9 for de Grandhomme off his 4. Morgan's off the mark, and he will be facing the next over.
Swing it both ways.
182 needed from 33 overs for England.
This is basically the same game as the semi against the Australia.
Yes, but sadly in reverse.
No, I don't know. If you're talking about the semi England played against Australia, not at all. Because England were about 120 for naught at this
Yes,
stage.
They were. Ferguson's going to continue. Morgan is up onto his toes. There's a ring of 3.
Fire, yeah.
The ring of fire. To quote Johnny Cash again, that's the second time he's popped up in the last 2 minutes.
How many more references?
I don't know. You know,
you're the singer.
I had gravel in his guts and spit in your eye, and all of a sudden there's a ring of fire. There is indeed. There's a point. There's a gully, and there's a kind of a short third man, as well as a slip. So
huge gap off of the mid wicket to tempt.
Ferguson is bowling from the nursery end. Morgan, and he trays. Guess what? He's managed to get through the ring of fire, but the man at deep third man will get there, but it won't stop them taking 2. It's de Grandhomme taking a well-earned rest down on that third man boundary.
There's only be 2 fielders in front of the.
Well, let's have a look. There's a slip, a gully. There's a kind of a backward point, and they've dropped. They've dropped Colin de Grandhomme back.
Inside though, when they only need 5, they've got 1 extra one inside, which is good. That's
Ross
good
Taylor
cricket.
is the man at slip next to Tom Latham. Lockie Ferguson is barrelling in. Down the track comes Morgan and squirts it away off an outside edge to cover.
Didn't that come off his pad?
Well,
I thought it was a pad.
I thought it was an outside edge. The good news is, in a way, the reason I wasn't quite sure is because the sun had come out quite a lot and made it harder to see. So that should work a little bit in England's favour. Oh, don't forget, New Zealand have never lost to England at Lords. Only 3 games, 1 abandoned, but 2 wins for New Zealand and none for England in ODIs at Lords. As this one is dropped short, Morgan ducks underneath it. It's through to Latham, and there is no run. When was it? 2013. That was when Guptill got his 103, wasn't it? New Zealand won by 5 wickets.
I think I was at that game. Yeah, pretty sure I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was 2 games.
A bit of a tame game that was. Chased down 230 or something.
Well, England needed to chase that down. Yeah.
No, New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand needed to,
yeah.
And they obviously made it. Took space to spare by 5 wickets. This one is pulled down to a long leg by Morgan. There is, of course, a man there, and it's just a single.
It was in May as well. It was quite a cold day.
All right. I think the interesting thing, it's very hard to look historically because the game has changed, and England's cricket has changed so dramatically since 2013. But nonetheless,
2015 was when they flicked the switch, obviously.
Yeah, the board statistics are that played 2, lost 2 to New Zealand at Lords, and they'll want to be making it 3rd time lucky today. Ferguson is in to Bairstow. Bairstow is forward on the drive, but he drives straight to mid-on. And there is no run. So Ferguson has none for 6 off his 2. Very economical indeed. Bairstow is on 32. Morgan will be facing the first ball of the next over, and he has 4 from 6.
Twitter's gone very quiet. Yeah.
It's nerves. It's nerves.
Yeah, tension.
They're all hiding behind the sofas.
I think that could very well be the case.
Come on out and send us a message.
63 for 2.
No, I feel safe behind here.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that's very much the case.
Well, Lewis has won the British Grand Prix this afternoon, so there's been an English victory today.
And then isn't there some tennis going on, and somewhere some netball?
Stuff all over
the place. Yeah. Stuff going on all over the place. And plenty of county cricket as well, of course there would be on the day of a major final. Oh, Morgan's reaching for that. Has he got enough of it? Just about. As it was again, the ball was a mile from his body. He was literally looking for the cover drive. He stretched it, lofted it over extra cover. The man running back
Williamson,
was Williamson, was it?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
And he looks like he might be in the game. It was indeed Kane Williamson, and he just couldn't quite get there. It plugged, and they're restricted for 2. And there is no way in the world that Owen Morgan was in charge of, in control of that shot. De Grondom's in, and Morgan, and there's a slow one outside, and Morgan has a little dabble as he darts down the wicket. It was through to Latham, and he wasn't able to lay any bat on it. But he was looking for something and got nowhere near it. That wind predictor is shifting ever more in New Zealand's favour. 76 to 24 in England's favour at the moment, but that's quite a sea change. Down comes Morgan again, and de Grandom saw him coming and just dropped it that little bit shorter.
Bobby Bobart's
and there was no run.
Can I just go to bed? When I wake up, it'll all be over.
Messi Jez has appeared at the doorway.
Oh, right.
Djokovic has apparently won the third set on the tie break. So is that 2-1? I'm guessing
2-1 to Djokovic.
Okay. 65-4-2 England. We're halfway through the 19th over. De Grandom 1 for 11. Cut by Morgan, but cut straight to backward point, and there's no run. And as ever, we're now harking back on the screen to watch Australia taking England wickets. As if we didn't know. We're watching Morgan dismissals, where he's skied balls and come under a barrage of short bowling. De Grandom's going to be in again. Morgan pulls this one down past backward square. But Lockie Ferguson is the man on duty at deep backward square, and it will just be a single. So 3 so far from this de Grandom over, 1 ball left.
I don't think de Grandom has quite got the wherewithal to be giving Morgan any chin music.
No, but he doesn't need to. He's frustrating England. He's frustrating England with balls that they can't hit, basically. Just based on pace and accuracy. That's a horrible ball. That's a full toss. And even then he got away with it. Bairstow just tickled it round the corner. There is, of course, a man there, and there's no run. Chris Wokes is peeping out through the frosted glass. It's almost like he doesn't want to look.
He's probably been behind the sofa as well.
He might. Well, I don't know if they have sofas in the Lord's dressing rooms, but there's a very good chance of it.
Spicy Golden Duck. Afternoon, Gorillas.
Hello to you.
Great commentary. Looks like there are some dark clouds looming over Lords. It was darker earlier.
It depends whether you're talking meteorologically or metaphorically.
And Anna
you could be right. You could be right in both cases.
Anna says she's flagging, guys. Please use outdoor voices to keep me awake.
Outdoor voices. What are they, Anna? Just shout more. And, I think, are we looking at replay? No, we're not. We're just looking at stupid captioning again. And this is tickled around the corner for a single by Morgan. He moves on to 7.
Evil Scooter says
it was a leg by. It was a leg by.
This has Ben Stokes match winning in written all over it.
Well, I think
Butler's going to be the hero.
Well, that'll be music to one person in the green room and at least one person somewhere down in the Exeter general direction.
And big apologies to Swing It Both Ways, who's recording all these sporting events. We're telling him the scores.
Sorry. 67 for 2. Oh, and of course, with this incredible high drama, what's going on out the back? Well, jugglers and men on stilts. Complete nonsense. Forward comes Bairstow. That is beautifully driven between cover and extra, and that will be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Releases a little bit of tension. The required
almost
run rate.
Just a reminder that he's still here, Bairstow.
Well, yeah, he got on top of that quite magnificently. That was a gorgeous shot. 5.52 the required run rate. So well within reach, but it's not going to come easy. Andy, you still feeling good about your?
You're back. You're on. We're back. We are back. I am awake. Forth is in Melbourne, and not Fred is planting his ample bottom in the studio seat and cleaning the microphone. Welcome.
Hello, welcome everybody to Guerrilla Cricket. This is what day is this? The 4th day of the second test match between New Zealand and England from Wellington, I'm guessing. And the match situation, New Zealand in their second innings, 325 for 5. Following on, they lead by 99 runs. They are 5 wickets down. The match is quite well poised in some respects. And for the second time in 2 days, I'm joined by those two little pals of mine, 44th and Messages. Good.
Nice. Hello, Fred.
Good morning, gents.
Hello there.
Wherever you are. I think it's morning where you are, possibly.
It is for me.
Yes, just 11:39 a.m. What time have we got your end, Fred?
It's 20 to 1 a.m. here, so it's morning where we all are. One of those rare occurrences. So I don't know whether either or both of you have seen what's gone on so far, but if you have, what do you think of it?
You go, Ian.
That'll be a no then.
Ian's gone quiet. I think he's gone on mute all of a sudden.
It's all gone quiet.
Or he's frozen. I actually haven't seen it. I just saw the score as I got up before the lunch break to put in my one GPL entry. But
you have 100% of the GPL entries.
Yes, I am. I looked at it and I thought, this is good. This means we've actually got a test match on.
Yeah, we've got a good test match on. What we all thought, well, many people thought, myself included, that the wicket looked like a bowler's paradise on day one, has turned out to be not too bad at all, really.
No, I think it seems to be following the pattern of Wellington wickets. That McCullum triple century about 10 years or so ago occurred in the third innings, which were accompanied by 2 other centuries as well. So it's playing to type.
Right, the players are out again after the lunch interval, and I just realised I'm on jingles as well. So let's play the bowler's jingle.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
And the 2 batsmen are these people.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I wanna know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
And we shall wait for the other batsman's jingle for when he faces. If he faces, might get run out without facing another ball. First ball from Anderson after lunch is short and is flicked off the hip by Williamson down to long leg for a single. So the other chap will come on, and it's this fella.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
You might call him the amazing Mr. Blundell. What he's done to England over the last few games as Anderson bowls a ball it's full and straight and defended. Folks comes all the way round to sort of a short mid-off position to field that. I was referencing a kids film from about 1978. Do either of you remember that? Probably not. One of you was too old and one probably too young.
Too busy.
The amazing Mr. Blunden.
Kids.
The amazing Mr. Blunden was a film about. It was sort of a kid's ghost story, but it wouldn't be made today because it was actually genuinely frightening. But it was for kids. Anderson bowls to Blundell, full and floaty, basically a half volley, which is pushed up to mid-off. I think the captain is standing there, and he fields.
From an era when children's entertainment was not afraid to be genuinely scary, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, of course, with the child catcher, and do you remember Tales from Europe, which used to appear very frightening.
Very much against that, I have to say. Blundell faces up to Anderson, and he just drops this into the offside, takes an easy single. That last one, when we saw it again in slow motion, I think Jimmy did something It wasn't quite a knuckleball, but it was. I said it floated up there. It was definitely it came out of the fingers with some intent from Anderson. So it's not something he resorts to very often, but needs must. We shall have some of your tweets and messages at the end of this over. A couple of balls to go. Presumably they've stacked up over the lunch interval like lorries at Dover, as the next ball is full and on leg stump, and Williamson defends us into there's sort of a ring on the leg side. We've got a short leg, we've got a short mid wicket, and I thought I saw a short mid off, a short mid on as well, hoping that the ball stops and Williamson chips it up, but he doesn't look like he's going to do that at the moment. Yeah, there is a short mid on. It's Brook. He's standing basically in front of the non-striker.
Once he's in, Williamson. His 3 of his last 4 Test centuries have become doubles.
Next ball is full and straight and dropped into the offside. That is the end of the over. Messi, tell us what people are saying.
Well, the woman who must have more frequent flyer points than the Secretary General of the United Nations, Kate Holsworth, aka Dutchbird Kate, says it's not morning in Wellington. It's a beautiful day there. Welcome, Kate. I've no doubt you're hanging out with those of the Barmy Army who've made it that far. Tim Wall says, thought it might be fun to look up New Zealand cricketers' middle names during the lunch break. in Wellington, as you do, you know. Most colourful so far, Thomas William Maxwell Latham, Timothy Grant Southey, and Thomas Ackland Blundell.
If we're going back a bit, look up Heath Davis, who played a couple of tests in the 90s. Check up his middle name. That'll keep you interested for a while. Ollie Robinson is going to start from the other end, and yet again I've forgotten that I'm doing jingles as well, but we'll wait for the first ball. There's no short fielders in sight, as this is a short ball to Blundell, who pulls it through a ring of fielders on the leg side. He pierces that ring and gets himself 4 runs. And the bowler is this chap.
Oi, oi, oi! 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 Oi, Robinson!
Well,
you two fellas know the answer to this. You'll know Les Ames, wicket-keeper batsman for England in the 1930s. You'll know his middle name, won't you?
Oh, is it something like Ethelred or something? As short and pulled and not timed by Blundell, and Jimmy's in that backward square leg position, who fielded the ball for virtually a whole over before lunch. No run.
Ethelbert,
right. Was it L.E.G. Ames or something like that?
It was L.E.G. Ames, yeah.
Gosh, cricketers' middle names. Gladstone Small.
Stephen Peter Devereux Smith.
Gladstone Cleophas Small.
Wow.
As Robinson then again short, and Blundell thinks about pulling it and decides not to, and folks takes.
Robert George Dillon Willis.
Well, he added that himself, so that's a bit cheating. Roland Butcher's middle name, anyone?
No.
Orlando.
That's a good one.
Roland Orlando is a good combination, I think.
And I've just tweeted Heath Davies' middle name on our timeline, which is Te Ihi O Te Rangi.
Lots of hyphens. Most hyphens in Test history, I would wager. Robinson, in again, bowls, short, pulled. Did he get on top of it? He did. It just sort of went down into the ground and then dribbled towards Joe Root at mid-wicket. And he couldn't pierce the gap, though. He's done it once and he's missed it 4 times. This is this goes without saying, it's a tactic. They're bowling short, everybody's on the leg side, and trying to see if they can get him to top edge one. So far, he hasn't.
VCP Vas and VVS Laxman always cause some difficulties for more Western-orientated commentators.
Guess what? Robinson bowls a short ball, and it's pulled, and it goes to deep backward square this time. And little Ben Duckett out there on the boundary gets his tiny frame towards the ball, gets the ball back in, and that's just... Oh, that's 2 runs to Blundell. 3 for 5. Nelson, feet up if you're a New Zealander. And
well, they actually got a wicket on 2-2-2, I noticed.
Well, now, this is a point I've made before, so stop me if you've heard this. The Australian supposed unlucky number is 87. And the reason it's 87...
It's largely a fallacy.
As a short ball from Robinson, and it's pulled. This time he's found the gap at deep backward square leg, and that runs away for 4 runs. Well, and the reason that 87 is the unlucky number is supposedly because it's 13 short of 100, which means that the unlucky number is 13, not 87.
Yes.
Well,
if you think about it.
Well, I have thought about it, and it's still 87, really, isn't it? I mean,
because of 13.
Yes, but that's the etiology. That's the origin story, the origin narrative. But it remains 87. Remains the.
But 87 is the product of the 13. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm
making.
Sounds like you're pitching to make a mini-series about it.
Well, I don't want this to go on longer than Heath Davis's name, let's put it that way. The lead is now 111, so they're off one Nelson and on to another 3-3-7 for 5 is Jimmy Bowles, and this is prodded towards extra cover, or wide mid-off by Williamson. It's a bit of a different game when Williamson's facing, when Blundell's facing. So much so that we had extraordinarily different fields earlier when the two people were on strike, and also when Williamson and Mitchell were together. In fact, Leach's overs took longer than the seamers because of the massive field changings that were taking place. Jimmy's in again, and this is a good length ball on off stump, and it's just angled towards backward point, no run. Well, sorry, we didn't have time for any tweets. We can perhaps get some in between deliveries if we're watching the same stream. Messi?
Yes, indeed.
I was just going to very quickly say, you mentioned that Stokes is up to the stumps to Anderson.
Yes, he's been up for much of the. For much of the morning. He was up to Anderson. He was up to Broad, and it may have. It may have contributed to Mitchell's wicket because he'd been coming down the wicket, and then he got out as Anderson bowls and full and straight and blocked by Williamson. Sorry, Messi.
Janet Hopper says, do New Zealand bat to take as much time as possible? Would they have a lead in mind to declare it? Does Bazball make declaring more tricky than usual? Morning all. My view is they bat and see what happens, but they don't lose wickets at all costs.
So this is one of those situations where the advice is bat.
Yeah.
Just bat, and then we'll see what happens at some later date, as yet undefined. Jimmy Bowles, full and straight, and blocked by Williamson.
Well, I think they've played it very sensibly, really, haven't they? Williamson has got the concentration and the stamina to score 64 off 167, and the skill set, of course, whereas the others have got license to be a bit freer. It's just classic 21st century non-Bazball cricket.
As well Indeed. As 19th century and 20th century cricket. That was another scrambled seam from Anderson that time. So he's tried to bowl some cutters. This is this is a very full ball on leg stump, basically a half volley, which is flicked through the leg side. They do come back for 2. A one-handed pickup on a strange angle to his body, which could easily have gone wrong by the fielder out there. I think it was Brooke, but he did pick it up and he did get it in.
I think in certain periods in Test match history, there would have been 2 batsmen who would have been just dug in, particularly in the 50s and 60s and 70s. There's a little bit more licence these days.
Jimmy bowls a short ball, and it's pulled by Williamson. It gets down to fine leg pretty quickly. England, of course, have a specialist fine leg. That's Jack Leach. He gets the ball back in. 1 run to Williamson. The end of the over. He has 67. New Zealand 340 for 5. The lead is 114.
Kate Holsworth says, seeing as Fred is on jingles, can he play the Dane Pete one for me? The answer to that is a very firm no from both Fred and me.
If I can find it, I will always do a favour for Dutch Bird Kate, because she very kindly found me a ticket to a Test match in South Africa when everyone else failed.
Don't do it, please, Fred. Jay Grover, I presume he's not drunk. Well, I know that's
why
not
do you presume
necessarily
that?
a safe assumption, but he's typed as if he's drunk. But I take it it's his version of his middle name, which his dad was probably pissed when he registered it, because it just says I.
That's as understandable as his other tweets, to be fair. We just saw a replay as Robinson bowls full, and it's driven through a vacant mid-off. There was absolutely nobody at mid-off, and it's the easiest four that Williamson will possibly pick up.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
I was getting into a conversation yesterday about names with one of my sons, and I was explaining that surnames came in because of taxation. And then he said, when did middle names come in? Which I thought was a very good question. I didn't really have a very good answer.
It is short from Robinson, and Williamson pulls, doesn't time, gets on top of it, and picks out Stuart Broad at mid-wicket, who waves his hand at the ground as if it's done him an injury of some sort. He's been a little bit tetchy today, has Broady. When did middle names come in? Well, a lot of them were people were named after branches of the family. So often surnames of maybe the mother's side would be co-opted as
yes.
As
I've got one
names.
of those.
As Robinson bowls short again and pulled. Again, he rolls the wrist well, gets it out to the sweeper on the leg side as Williamson. So just the 1 run.
My great-great-great-great-grandmother was a Deaker surname, and then it slipped into the traditional middle name in the family. So I'm Ian Deaker, my son's Jamie Deaker, my father was Geoffrey Deaker, and his father was Henry Deaker. So there we are. 4.
What's the etymology of Deaker?
It means someone who does decking. It's a Dutch name.
Oh, tell the bear you could get some jobs if you're coming over round to... so round the wicket now, Robinson to the right-handed Blundell. It's short, and guess what? It's pulled, and that goes straight to Jimmy Anderson at short backward square leg. Not very short, sort of just inside where a ring would be in non-cricket. He's taken a bit of a tumble there, and he's showing no inclination to get up. Ooh. I was going to say, the last ball, the last over, he did a Mark Wood, which was he fell over after bowling, which is not something that you associate with Jimmy Anderson. Let's have a look where he's caught this one. It was a full-blooded pull, and
if we ever want Jimmy to get an injury, it's a drop catch as well.
No. It got to him on the bounce. I'm pretty sure it got to him on the bounce.
I'm not certain about that.
Oh, perhaps. But it was the fingers that were hit.
Yeah, no, it was a catch.
It was a catch.
I just saw the delayed replay. Yeah.
Oh,
but
so
it would have been a brilliant catch.
The plan worked, apart from the execution. As Robinson bowls short again, and it's pulled again, and this time it's squarer of Robinson out to Duckett on the boundary. 1 run.
I was going to say, if you ever want Jimmy to get an injury, it's kind of in late February with 4 months to recover and no test matches in between, I suppose. But rather he didn't.
I hope the Lancashire Action Group aren't listening to you, as
yes, true.
They'll be quite keen to see him turning out for Lancashire in April. Well, if it did get to him on the full, it was absolutely travelling, because it was off the screws, as they misleadingly say.
But he's got hands like buckets. He'll be disappointed, actually.
Another short ball, another pull, another run. There you go. Easy as that. And that's the end of the over. The score is 3-4-7 for 5. The lead, 121, is it's becoming substantial, I think it's fair to say. Especially with people like Southey, who can come in and hit a quick 80 down the order. Or, 40 or 50. Messi, what are people saying?
Mayank demonstrates how much England's cricket has messed with people's heads by saying New Zealand should out-baseball England by declaring now and skittling them for 80 odd. Spicy Golden Duck says, good evening, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. For a few minutes, I tried listening to the official UK radio broadcasters. The commentators seemed decent, but limited by lack of caffeine, alcohol, and diversity of time zone. Yes, thank you, Spicy Golden Duck. Well, and Jay Grover has clearly let a chimpanzee take over his keyboard because it's going completely nuts now.
It's a great improvement, I would have thought. This partnership has reached 50 of 58 deliveries.
Why don't we, me and Messi, broker a nice little pact between you and our most loyal tweeter? Come now, hands across the open.
Jimmy's fitting.
I think they enjoy it.
And the first ball of Jimmy's new over to Kane Williamson is turned into the ground and then into the hands of the short leg, who's not all that short, or rather his position on the field is not that short.
Did you know, by the way, that there are 4 types of surname, 4 species of surname?
Well, there's Jobs, there's
Jobs
Sons.
That's another. There's 2 others.
As Anderson bowls, again, good length ball on off stump, and again defended by Kane.
Hair colour?
Well, there's personal characteristics.
Place that you come from.
Place. Those indeed are the 4 types of surname, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Mog says ask the Romans about praenomens, nomens, cognomens, and agnomens, Forthy.
Jonathan Agnomen.
Although
it should
on another channel. Agnomina,
Procognomina,
and nomina. That's the plural.
In nomine Patris Phillies.
Oh dear God! Oh no, we started it now.
Anderson bowls full and driven, and a good stop, sprawling stop by Ollie Robinson there at short extra cover. He's a big lad. He had to get down all the way to the ground, and he did it successfully. Something of the Viking about Robinson. He's a tall, broad chap. Belated no ball has been called by the 4th umpire. You don't get many of those from Jimmy, which may have something. It was only just
put off his stride. It is a no ball. It is correct.
As the next ball is full and straight and defended. There's a site somewhere I found on the internet a couple of years ago when I was researching, i.e. Googling, bowlers no balls, and it said this is a list of bowlers who bowled most deliveries in Test cricket without bowling no balls. I said, oh, well, that's good. It was an Indian blog somewhere, and somewhere in the list was Bob Willis, and I said, Bob Willis was famous. He bowled hundreds of no balls, and this site claimed that he didn't bowl any. The next ball is shorter and flicked round the corner, timed quite sweetly, but a good bit of fielding. Was that Duckett at long leg, or was it Leach? Either way, 2 runs were prevented, but 2 runs were scored.
But he was famously, as you say, plagued by no balls.
Yes.
Headingley in 81 really said, don't worry about the no balls. I know that you've got a problem with it.
He bowled something like 300 no balls in Test cricket, an extraordinary number. And this blog claimed that he hadn't bowled any. So,
as Gary Nader would say, it's a fact until someone corrects it.
Short and flicked again. This has gone much squarer. So instead of the long leg, it's the deep mid-wicket sweeper who wangs it in. A single. Runs are coming very, very easily now, and it's almost as though the batsmen know what's coming, which is going to be a sort of a short ball on the hip.
I have to say, though, that, I mean, even were you to double this lead to 250, which wouldn't be impossible at all, or even more, 250, I reckon England would say. You'd say in favourites. It's a flat wicket, and
it depends how long. I mean, I don't know. Messi, you're the weather expert. I don't know whether there is any weather. Oh, okay, we've got some field manoeuvrings now because Stokes has realised that this is all a bit too simple. So we've got an on Hayden who's in shot. Jimmy famously is not the type of bowler who likes his fields messed around with, but he must have bought into the B word. And that includes having his fielders put in unlikely places. So we've got, what have we got? We've got a leg slip. We've got a short mid off.
Yeah.
Short mid on. We've got a short leg. We've got a short mid wicket. It's all very appropriate because this is actually quite a short tour. 2 Test matches. Everyone's short, and Anderson's going to be bowling round the wicket into the legs. In fact, he puts it outside the off stump, and it's dropped towards point. Folks Fields, no run.
A bluff, not a double bluff.
No, not a double bluff. Absolutely not. The end of Anderson's over. He hasn't taken a wicket. He's gone for 74 runs off his 23 overs. Messi, Jez. What are people and Jay Grover's monkey saying?
Well, I can tell you firstly that the Met Service in New Zealand is saying that today will be fine. Tomorrow's a few showers in the morning, but just a slight chance from afternoon. Remaining cloudy, southerly, it's fresh in the afternoon. So we may lose a little bit of time tomorrow, but it doesn't sound like much. Diana Patterson, who knows a lot of stuff, says, I may reveal too much, but middle names are a 19th century thing, clearly to distinguish people with similar names. But my grandfather had his mother's surname as a middle name because he was illegitimate. There you go.
And also they were done for inheritance purposes. In other words, people would leave money if they were named after, if they had their name sort of continued. We're going to change of bowling. It's going to be England's slow left arm reality TV winner Jack Leach, who's coming into the attack.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
I think it's time for a Chris Rea revival, actually. He was pretty good, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be absolutely the worst thing anyone could imagine?
I think there are worse things.
I think the answer to that is no. Leach round the wicket with a slip and a shortish mid-off bowls. It's short. It's not very good. And it's going to be 2 runs, because that's a terrific bit of work out there on the deep cover boundary by somebody. And it's a no ball. Tony would be absolutely furious. Somewhere there is a spin bowler no ball jingle, but I have no idea where to find it.
It should be the sound of a guillotine coming down. It's unforgivable.
Yes, that's what everyone always says, and then they forget about it. So basically, they do forgive it. So. Hey ho, 2 for 109 Leach has. Not great figures, but he has bowled 41 overs. He's into his 42nd. He's bowling to the former New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, who, for a moment, I thought he was going to try a reverse sweep or something, and then played an immaculate forward defensive.
One thing that's slightly been forgotten to history is that Jack Leach's no ball that he got Steve Smith out in the middle of the last Ashes was arguably the reason England didn't win that Ashes.
Yes, he should be hung, drawn, and whatever follows that. Leach bowls again. Down the wicket comes Williamson. He scoops this into the leg side. Not sure entirely where he was planning to play the ball. It goes out deep mid wicket. No chance of getting there because it stops about 10 yards short of the boundary. And I think they completed 3 runs. They did. Williamson has 81. It was a bit of a fetch. Not the most elegant shot, but it was into an untenanted area of the field.
Oh, nice use of the word untenanted. The traditional way to distinguish the illegitimate children of kings was to put Fitz in front of the
Fitzhenry, Fitzherbert, yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's good to know that. Yeah. I'm so glad I listened to Guerrilla Cricket. I'd never know these things otherwise.
There were a lot of... was it King William IV had a lot of dalliances which produced issue.
The Sailor King.
Yes.
Sailor King, yes indeed.
He was a bit of unlikely. He wasn't expected to become king, and then a few things happened, which a few people died unexpectedly. The next ball is it's a well-directed, slow last arm delivery and defended. Oh, is it Jimmy being warned for running down the wicket? He may have been, because he absolutely took 3 steps down the red zone. Leach bowls again, short, and pulled into the leg side when it should have been cracked out to deep point. And it goes straight to the man at wide mid-on, no run.
I think Henry I had the most number of illegitimate children. But William?
Yeah. Fitzwilliam was a thing. He had... Well, they all had well-known mistresses, didn't they? Edward VII had Mrs. Keppel, and no, George III didn't. He was famously monogamous.
Uxorious. He was famously uxorious.
He was famously ill for much of his reign as well, as this is a shorter ball which is pulled again into the leg side, but that man on the on-Hayden Pope has managed to smother the ball somehow. It came at him pretty quickly. He's a good fielder, Pope.
He is. He's one of the best short legs.
There's Leach bowls. He pushes Blundell back into his crease. He can only work it into the leg side. The end of the over, 357 for 5. The lead is now 131.
Mayank says, no, it was a drop by Jimmy. The ball was dying, but he had it for a moment. And he also says, a bit unfairly, Ben Duckett looks like a midget. Jay Grover says, not drunk. Night Nurse and Zopil clone. The middle name, Langlands. Scotch Reaver, Iron Bonnet Fascists. Mint.
Get the monkey back. Made more sense.
Mike says on Cricket Info there's an article about Bob Willis and it says that he bowled 949 no balls in Test cricket.
940. Well,
me, that's a lot.
Tell that to that. Well, is that actual balls that he bowled for no balls, or if it was hit for 4, then that counts as 4 no balls? I don't know. Yeah, it was a massive figure, and that poor man in India. I should find out my tweet from a couple of years ago when I outed this complete lunatic for saying that he never bowled any in Test cricket. Jimmy's still going.
Botham and Holding would famously pride themselves on never bowling a no ball, but I don't think that's entirely true. I think they bowled a couple each.
Anderson bowls, and this is chipped up in the air to a leg slip, but I think it's got there on the bounce. So they're looking. Did it carry? What happened? Or did it come off the bat? Did it come off the? No, it didn't carry. It bounced into the hands of Joe Root at leg slip. Yeah. Bounced a yard and a half in front of him, probably. I don't know why they were looking at Harry Book saying, "Did that carry?" No, it didn't. So we've still got the leg slip, we've got the short mid off, we've got the short mid wicket, and we've got another short mid wicket as Anderson bowls round the wicket and into the legs of Williamson, who plays it dead bat straight back down the wicket. Yeah. So middle names. I've got nothing else to say on middle names.
Well, Jeremy is actually one of my middle names. There you go.
Oh, there's people
Jeremy Henderson.
What about those?
I'm John Jeremy Stephen are my names.
What about those people who, in America principally, who have initial then name, like L. Ron Hubbard?
Oh,
as
the
third. The next ball from Jimmy is again straight and again played back to him. You have the initial and then the name.
Which of the Beatles went by their middle name?
Paul McCartney.
Oh. Yes, what's his actual
is it
first
Peter?
name?
Peter Paul?
No, James.
James Paul. Oh, James. Yeah, that's right. And Ringo wasn't his name at all. So. Yeah.
No, Richard.
Richard Starkey.
No. Yeah, exactly.
What was the Ringo in the Ruttles called? 40. Let's see if you get that one. It's a bit obscure.
I was listening to the Ruttles yesterday. I don't know.
It's like the fifth best Beatles album, the Ruttles, actually. As this is flicked through the leg side, that's a nice shot.
It was something like Stig or Nasty, wasn't it? Something like that.
No, Stig was George. Ron Nasty was John Lennon. Barry Wom was the drummer. His real name was Barrington Womble, a la Richard Starkey, and it was. Anyway.
Okay, here's another middle name question, which Messi might know. John Lennon shares his middle name with an Australian Prime Minister. What is the middle name and who is the Australian Prime Minister?
Winston, but then he changed it to Ono as
Gough.
Yes, it's Winston.
as this is flicked out to deep mid wicket for a single. It's not Harold Holt, who went missing and was never seen again and has a swimming pool named after him.
No, not Harold Holt. In process of elimination, a lot of children were born with the middle name Winston in 1940 as show of solidarity. And
Howard?
It was John Howard.
John Howard.
Yes, John
Yes.
Howard. Yes.
Oh, John Winston. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Easily the best of the modern Australian Prime Ministers. I'm going off in a minute, so I can say that. Easily the best. Not even close. As
with Tony Abbott,
Jimmy bowls, and this is blocked to short mid wicket. No run. I hear the rumbling of feet coming in from the green room. Do I?
Yes.
Who's coming on next?
Speaking of middle names, Gough Whitlam was Edward Gough Whitlam,
and he was rightfully deposed and told by the Queen's representative to go jump in the lake, and lost the election by an absolute landslide. Sorry, that's my Australian politics for today. Who's coming on now? Because nobody's appearing from the other room. Oh, there's a belated bear.
Richard is here. Sorry, who's
I'm socialing.
Bear is supposed to be there.
Yeah, Bear's coming in. Apparently, I'm still on. So.
Okay, so who's on tweets?
That's me.
Richard. Okay, the next tweet is. We'll ignore Jay Grover's abusive Fred. David Stump talking about the Lancashire Action Group.
Right. Sounds good.
This is getting quite tedious, Fred. I want a wicket.
Well, it's not in my power, I'm afraid.
Well, fucking do something, man.
I'll play a jingle.
Okay. Leach is around the wicket, tossing that up. and it's defended out to Stokes. It's a very short extra cover.
It's a great lesson for life. If you want to enjoy the highs, you've got to
I know.
experience the lows.
Me and Hendo were just saying that the wicket is dead as a door now, and England will fancy the chances of chasing anything, but they've got to get them out first, and it just looks really difficult to get anyone out. England are trying everything. That's a fucking filthy delivery by Leachy. Fortunately, Pope gets a palm on it. It stops it from going to 4 down to long on, and Brooke comes around for mid-wicket to field it, and they'll get a single.
There was chat a minute ago about children with the name Winston being born circa 1940. I live in Austria, as you know, and there were also probably children born here around 1940. Let's see what Leachy's got.
Well, you'd hope so.
And they wouldn't have been called Winston.
They wouldn't have been called Winston. They might have been Wilhelm.
Well, yeah, but it took a parent with a certain amount of a certain vision of the future to choose a certain name for their child around then, and not many did take the chance. Very few did, apparently.
Last ball was whipped into the leg side for no run. Down the track comes Blundell. Oh, he didn't get all of that, but long off is right back on the fence, and it bounces well short of Ollie Robinson. Been a couple of chances here, haven't they? Jimmy dropped that one down at short fine leg on man on the 45. I mean, it was a tough chance. It was hit pretty hard, and they just didn't get enough on that for Robinson to make it. It was well short of him.
Yeah,
things just not going
England's way,
are they?
But they've got to stay positive here, because they're still, for me, they're still ahead of the game at 136 for 5.
Oddly enough, this is sort of a Pakistan Test match where you just have to keep your discipline and expect to get no help from the ball or the wicket.
Yes, and hope
just keep your patience.
Exactly, and then a wicket will come, and then you've got to capitalise when that does. Leach around the wicket again, and that's defended back down the track. There's no run. And funny enough, in Pakistan there wasn't much help for the spin bowlers either, was there really?
No, dead wickets.
Over to you, Richard.
Yes, just to finish my story, there are very few people called Adolf in Austria, but there is one in my small town. And he must have spent his entire life cursing his parents.
Don't you just
and
change your
I think he
name
was born about 1942. Very optimistic parents he must have had.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yes. Tom Fahey, cricket captain, says, my middle name is Edmund. Anyone care to swap theirs for mine?
That's a good, noble name, Edmund.
Edmund. Is it with a U, though, rather than an O?
Like shares it with Blackadder.
Exactly.
Better than sharing it with Baldrick.
Yeah.
Dave Wood says, how many children of the 80s have the middle name Thatcher? Not many, I would have thought.
Well, it's not really a first name, is it?
No. There might be some Margarets around there. Jimmy continuing around the wicket, bowling at Blundell, who knocks it to mid-wicket. There's no run. Kane's going at less than, it's 83 of 190. He's speeded up a bit, actually. He's going at about 33. It's closer to 50 now. England trying all sorts. Look at this field. I love this.
It's an umbrella field, but they're all at mid-wicket.
They're all at mid-wicket. You've got very short square leg in front of square. You've got a mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, and a silly sort of mid-onish type thing. And there's a leg slip. Wicked. Love it. Well, kudos. At least it's something more fun to watch, as it's just clipped to one of those fielders.
Do you remember, Bear, when we were in Ireland, covering the test match between Ireland and Pakistan, and the Pakistan captain, Sarfraz Ahmed, didn't change his bowlers or his field for about 2 hours?
Yeah, he just couldn't be asked.
Nothing happened.
You just go there. Yeah, nothing happened. That was when Kevin O'Brien, was it Kevin?
Kevin O'Brien got 100,
got 100, yeah. Jimmy Anderson in. Oh, now that's part of the plan. It's played off the hit by Blundell. Bounces just short of Ollie Pope, who's at square leg. And there's no run. Well, I like the fact that they've got a plan. I just like it to work.
Well, sometimes you just need to get in the batsmen's heads.
Yes, exactly.
And sometimes, if you move the field all the time, they forget where the fielders are.
Yeah, true. Confuse them. Jimmy around the wicket again. That's full and into the pads. And this time he plays it straight. There's no run. Is there going to be a short one from this angle?
I don't know what the deep field on the leg side is. I'm not sure how many fielders there are left.
Well, presumably there's someone out at deep mid-wicket at least.
The fact
that a long leg.
Is there a leg slip?
There is a leg slip, but
so there's probably just one long leg.
Yeah.
There can only be.
It's deep mid-wicket. It's quite a way in front of square. Full again, clipped again. He's kind of falling over. One of these might go in the air. Gets to Duckett again, just short of him.
Duckett looks like an Irish cricketer.
Yeah.
That's not a compliment.
It's the squat face and the beard.
He looks like Paul Sterling's young son.
Could be.
Who will be Sterling fat in about 20 years' time.
Sterling, still going on. Probably playing the PSL, isn't he? Usually gets picked up in there. That's in the air. Fucking hell, man. But it's gone behind square into a gap. A big inside edge off the pad, I think. Ballooned up to no man's land between 4 fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, he's done well to find a gap in the leg side.
He has indeed.
Yeah, all very amusing and compelling viewing, these different plans being tried out by England.
Oh no, he missed it actually. It came off Folkes' gloves.
And it
hurt him.
Himself. Oh dear.
Got him on the thumb. He's a wicket keeper. They're used to this shit.
Oof, but it hurts. It hurts. Mayank says if New Zealand go 3 and over for the last 62 overs today, they should have a lead of 335. Could be enough to win the test. That's a couple of overs old, but we still have a whopping 59 overs. So if England plan to be out in the field all day, they can try several creative field settings.
So
in
he
that
may
time.
have got a little nick on that.
Do you think
that could be a drop?
Maybe.
Well, they may show a snicker at some point.
At the moment, all they're showing us is the pain that Folkes is getting.
Yeah, if Pope has to keep wicket, that takes away the best keeper and your best short leg.
Yeah, true. Well, Leachy's going to continue round a wicket. That one goes on. It's punched out through the offside field, down to long off. Duckett's down there now.
There was almost a hint of that one going the other way rather than just on. Did I imagine that?
No, I thought that one went on.
Does he have a
lot of them
wrong
straighting him. He doesn't have a wrong one. He might be trying to bowl on the flat of the ball rather than the seam.
It's not going to turn the other way, is it?
No.
It would be nice if he had a scary variation.
It'd be nice if England had a top quality spinner.
Well, Williamson defends that, just drops out on the offside. There is no run. Leachy's not that bad. He just bowls.
He's just ordinary.
He's ordinary.
He does a job.
He does a job, but I mean, this is my big belief that if you stick with him long enough, give him enough places to go, and give confidence in him, he'll learn. I think it's. I thought he'd maybe edge that through to Keacher, but he actually cut it to Jimmy, who's behind square on the offside.
Is it for a 40-year-old man? Jimmy has done a lot of fielding today.
Yeah.
Wherever he's gone in the field, the ball has followed him. In one case, it was 3 balls in a row were smashed at him.
Yeah.
He'd probably like a little graze somewhere quiet.
Exactly. Tossed up. Oh, slashed out by Williamson. It goes over the top of the bat. He doesn't get anything on. Everyone's hands is on there. Everyone's hands are on their heads. And it could have so easily been a little top edge. It's really not going for it. Actually, it went underneath the bat, didn't it? With a bit of bottom edge.
Good turn. Nice flight.
See,
to beat a man who's been in as long as Williamson, that's good going.
Oh, that one's fucking hell! Jesus Christ! He's tried to turn into the leg side. He's got a fat leading edge. It's gone out probably through second slip / gully airily as well. There is only one slip. A wry smile is on Ben Stokes' face. I mean, the ball is going everywhere. Things are happening.
Yes,
it's just not going to England fielders.
I mean, Stokes' captaincy has much of it has been everything going right all the time, and there's going to be times when Lady Luck is levelling out.
Well, yeah, this is tossed up and Blundell. No, Williamson just plays it on the back foot out to the offside. No run. The lead is 140, 366 for 5. Over to you, Richard.
Yeah, Kate Holdsworth has shared a magnificent picture from the top of Mount Victoria, where she is watching the game from a distance that is in Wellington. You can see the field. I don't think you can see the finer points of exactly where the ball's pitching. That is for sure.
There's Mike Gatting in the crowd.
He's got such a round face. Look at him.
Yeah, he's retired now. You know, he can enjoy the odd pastry.
Yeah, but it's almost like a ball.
And this gathering of senior England players looks a bit like the end of training on a Wednesday afternoon. No one really wants to bowl to the guy who didn't get a bat yet. Jimmy says, "Oh, give me the ball. I'll do it. I had a bat."
Give Rooty a go. There is a bit of turn out there.
Yeah, he's only really had a couple of overs today.
He's had one over today, I think.
One over.
To make broad change ends.
Jimmy around the wicket again. Blundell goes back and defends it. There's no run.
But we have seen, if not half chances, there may be quarter chances in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah.
So it's not as though absolutely nothing is happening.
No, we're looking at the ones that have just dropped short. There was the drop, obviously. Quite a few have just dropped short, the fielders. Or gone into open space. We're seeing a montage of it now. Isn't that a good few? Very full this time on off stump.
One is often tempted to say fortune favours the brave in the Bazball area, but it seems like fortune is just sick and tired of that suddenly.
Yeah, very much so.
How would you price up the game now, Bet? Who's favourite?
I'd still say England are favourites. Not by a huge amount, because they've got 5 wickets in hand.
The draws come in as a possibility?
Not with its England side. I'd be interested to see what the bookies... Oh! It's pitched outside leg. Probably going into Stumps as an appeal for LBW. I wouldn't bother reviewing it. Definitely pitched outside leg. And, Stokes is just crossed-armed.
I can give you the latest odds. England are 1.6.
So about what?
That's
3-2 on.
New Zealand are 3-1, and the draw 7-1.
New Zealand are what?
3-1.
Okay. It's a bit short for New Zealand from here. Jimmy in, bowls across Blundell. He tries to work it out to the offside, and there is no run. They've got a big leg side field, and he's bowling kind of foolish on a roundabout off stump. Maybe he's trying to tempt him into a missed drive, get one to nip back and get those pads, or let's have a look. That was well outside leg. Well, it was not as outside leg stump as I thought it was, actually.
It was a ball outside leg stump.
Yeah. There's no swing and there's no seam, there's nothing. This pitch is benign. That's full, clipped into the leg side.
Kookaburra's killing cricket.
Yeah, I fucking hate the Kookaburra. Clipped to Harry Brook, who's at sort of city mid-on, a deepish city mid-on.
The Dukes that England have used the last few years have been pretty awful as well.
Well, they have.
They've been changing every 6 overs as they fall to pieces.
Yeah, it's very true. Hopefully this summer they'll be better. Lack of leather, all sorts of excuses were coming out of the Duke's factory, weren't they? Clipped into the leg side again, hit Stokes at mid-wicket, one of the 3 mid-wickets, and there is no run to end the over. 142 is the lead, 368 for 5. Richard.
Messi Jez has been in touch on Twitter, says Leach proving that maybe there's a reason that the conventional, inverted commas, captain places multiple slips rather than 14 mid-wickets, question mark. And just to add on Kate's picture from the top of Mount Victoria in Wellington, they've got, and I know this is the wrong word, but I'm going to say totem pole, you know what I mean. And if anyone's got the official Maori terminology for one of those, be glad to hear it.
Ooh, right. There is a special terminology, but I can't
carvings
remember what it
of
is.
people with their probably tongues sticking out, or at least one of them, because that's what you do at the end of a haka.
Yes.
Yep.
I can't remember what they're called, but there is a special name for them.
Yeah, not totem pole for sure.
Yeah.
It does the job.
And as for
the wrong hemisphere, I think.
As for Messi Jez, you don't have 3 slits for a spinner. Very rare, especially not on this wicket, do you? No. Christ, maybe in India. This one is tossed up, and Williamson is right forward and defends, and there is no run.
Well, Blundell was going at a runner ball and above a runner ball, and he's been becalmed the last few overs with this. So England have, exerted a measure of control in the last 20 minutes or so.
Exactly.
They're not letting the runs leak as they were earlier.
No. Tossed up, well defended by Kane. Very soft hands, right under his eyes. No run. He's got, I mean, he has to have such powers of concentration to bat for 197 balls for 85 runs. Not be tempted to
do that in a season, 197
well,
balls.
Exactly, and get out how many times? 11, you know. I just don't have the patience. Leach tossed up outside the off stump.
No, you have to say we play on the wickets are much worse. That's why.
Yeah, well, that may be the case, but I still wouldn't have the patience. My eyes would light up way too often.
Especially when you're bowled by a full toss. You can't really blame that on the wicket, can you?
Very true. Around the wicket, Leach tosses that up on leggish stump. Turns a bit, but Kane has it covered. Just knocks it out on the leg side, and there ain't no run.
It's maybe tempting fate, but bearing in mind that New Zealand's bowling attack is the weakest it's been for about 20 years.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it?
And if not much is happening in the pitch or on the ball, that's well played.
Again, late cut by Kane. Yeah, went through about second slip again. It's gone down towards third man. I mean, Jimmy, for a 40-year-old, has chased that all the way down, stopped to 4. They'll probably get 3. I've been tempted to let that go for 4, but hey.
You'd be more than tempted. You wouldn't have actually set off in the first place. Yeah, there's no doubting his commitment. I mean, earlier he threw himself at one possible catch when he was at mid-off.
Yeah.
Which, the type of thing which if you get slightly wrong,
could hurt.
Can absolutely take all your teeth out. And he's just done a terrific bit of fielding. He's a lesson to all
40-year-olds.
Senior cricketers.
Well, that's 3. Puts a Williamson on 88. Blundell on 35. We're very sticky, the Kiwis, in the second innings. Down the track he comes. Nicely clipped this time by Blundell. Good use of the feet. He hasn't got enough on it. It's chased down by, is that Harry Brook again? Yeah, it is, I think.
Slow outfield.
Yeah, it's been very wet. And get 3 runs. Retain the strike. 374 for 5. And over to Richard.
Yes, well, my plea has been responded to by Tim Wall. Thank you very much. A Maori land post is called a pau whenua or a pau whenua. Yeah, either one word or 2 words, as you like. And R. Bogue, or Boag, says Jack the Ripper, Catherine the Great, and Billy the Kid all have the same middle name, and maybe that's where we can park the middle name discussion.
Conversation between Ollie Robinson and Jimmy Anderson. It's about what to do. Broadie's having a chat.
Most of the conversations on the pitch are like, where are we having dinner tonight?
Yeah, I was.
Did you see that waitress in the hotel bar? She was pretty cute, wasn't she? That kind of chat. That's what normally goes on the field.
Well, it's just not a cold day. It seems to be quite a pleasant day.
Not warm either. I think the temperatures I saw were an 18, 19-ish, but I suppose that counts as blazing heat in Wellington.
I wasn't just mentioning barmaids because we saw a picture of Mike Gatting earlier, who famously lost his England captaincy after a dalliance with a barmaid.
Indeed. Is Jimmy coming back over the wicket? No, he's continuing around the wicket. Still got the leg slip. Still angling it mid-off.
It's working. It's not going for runs.
It's not going for runs.
And it's causing It's causing the batsman, a little bit of discomfort.
You've got to get just right on the hip, haven't you? That right angle on the hip so that he wants to turn it straight to either Joe Root or the square leg if he plays it a bit early.
Yeah, but surely then that would go to leg gully, and there isn't a leg gully.
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Depends how fine you get it. It's amazing how fine it goes sometimes. It gets on the back foot and just defends it. There's no run. Of course, Folks being up is helpful for this because Blundell obviously can't get down the track even though the guys are losing their pace because they're tired. I suppose Jimmy was used to bowling this kind of overs in Pakistan, which was even more of a slog, and that wasn't that long ago. And he gets a long break after it. If I were him, I'd be going, well, it's only 2 tests. This is the last innings I'm going to bowl for
a month.
more than a month. That's clipped out into the offside, and they just defended out there, and they go through for a quick single.
The county season starts in about 5 weeks.
Well, yeah, but I imagine they'll graze him a bit in the county season as well. He'll be under they'll be under instructions to warm him up for the test matches, but don't overwork him. Would be my thought on that, and I imagine that'll be the case.
Yeah, for once we haven't been spending a whole test match worrying about who's going to be playing in the next test match.
No, exactly.
In fact, we haven't done it for most of the last year because we're not looking to drop people left, right, and centre.
No, exactly. Kane Williamson defends that back down the track. There ain't no run.
Having said that, England could quite easily change 3 or 4 people in this team if they,
they could,
wanted to or needed to.
Well, the next test is Ireland. Is that correct?
Yeah, at the beginning of June, I think, and then straight into the Ashes. So we've got 6 tests in 2 months.
It could well be changes just from a rotation perspective, right? I mean, it's a chance to.
There's people coming back
try things.
Bairstow, we wanted to.
Archer
as well. Although I don't think they might. I don't know if they'll play Archer. I mean, it depends. That defend into the offside by Kane Williamson is no one. I mean, he certainly wants to play Test cricket again. There are a lot of people.
I think if he's fit, then they would pick him.
I think
they'll pick him against Ireland. I think
miles in their legs.
I think.
I mean, it is Ireland, right? They don't.
No, I'm talking about in the summer as general. I mean, if Archer's fit and available, then he will be in the Test team.
They'll definitely want him in the Ashes.
And I assume they'll try and get Bairstow back in as well.
Well, you'd have thought. Clipped! Oh! Is it caught? No. Just short again of Ollie Pope. Square leg. Right.
Yeah, nobody went up. It must have bounced well before him.
Okay. Well, the way they were hanging around and making signs and stuff.
No, it was just for the next over. Who's going where? 3-7-5 for 5.
We've got word from Toby Trott on Twitter, having a debate about the most special / bucket list test grounds to visit outside England. I say Newlands or Adelaide. My mates all say the SCG. Interested in your opinions. That means our opinions. Yeah, I would start with Dharamshala if they can ever schedule a match and tell us about it in advance and not move it.
Gaul is supposed to be quite...
Gaul's supposed to be nice.
Yeah, I've already ticked that one off and can confirm, if you don't mind heat and
I do
giant monitor lizards.
I very much mind heat.
Do giant monitor lizards attack you? Or do they just sort of look at you?
No, apparently they only go for small children.
Okay.
Watch out, Ben.
Mine are all grown up now, that's alright then.
But this thing was literally the length of me.
Wow.
And walked across the beach as though it owned the place. Trouble being that I was in the water at the time, so I stayed in the water until it had cleared the beach and moved off somewhere else. One of the good things about Gaul that few people mention is you can actually go for a swim during the lunch break, literally cross the road, jump in the water, and as long as the monitor lizard doesn't set up camp on the beach, you can easily dry off, be back in your seat for the next session.
A monitor lizard is like Komodo dragons that have a really poisonous bite, and they just bite you and then sort of chase you down when you die.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Change your bowling. It's going to be... Where is he?
Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for the bowler.
Stuart Broad. He's over there.
There he is.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something else gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
We're only at 1:30, aren't we? Seems like it's a lot later. But hey. Brody over the wicket. And he's bowling little cutters again. That seemed to go a little bit off the wicket. Folkes again standing up. Obviously the wicket is very slow because Folkes is basically standing up to everybody. Either out of the bowlers are just knackered and have got no pace
And
left.
also he's a very good keeper.
He is a very good keeper. Well, it does help that you to stand up if you're a very good keeper. I think we might have all a bunch of cutters here. Now we've got a strange offside field. Well, not strange, I suppose. We've got a point. We've got a deeper set cover, a cover in the umbrella and a wideish mid-off. Again, it's a cutter, but Blundell. This is the thing. I think folks standing up and not letting them get down the wicket at the ball gives England a chance to bowl a sort of better length. That's more challenging.
Yeah, they've cut off the boundaries. I mean,
well, they were able to get down to the length balls. They could get right down to and make them into sort of nearer half volleys where they could play them on the up and work them around. Whereas if they're stuck on the crease, it's much harder to do that. Broad in again, full driven, can't beat mid off.
But
no run.
Why wouldn't you ask Brody to do what Jimmy was doing? Bowl round the wicket into the. You say he's not got the control, and therefore there's more chance of him spraying one down the offside where there are no fielders.
Possibly each bowler has their own theory, and they want to try their theory out. You know, if one's not working, and it didn't work, it nearly worked, but it didn't work. Try another one. Floaty half volleys on Midland leg. Which get clipped nicely, but straight at mid-on, and there's no run. There's only one slip, and he's about second slip.
It was about 65 miles an hour.
They haven't. Did they put a speed up?
I haven't seen it. No, but that was very floaty.
They haven't had a speed gun up for a while. I'd like to know what the speeds are. It'd be good to know how slow England are today.
It's not a speed gun; it's a slowness gun.
Yeah, slow gun. Broad in, defended stoutly by Blundell out in the offside. There is no run. I mean, this kind of suits England as well, doesn't it? Slowing it down again. If a wicket does fall, they won't have got very far. A little burst after lunch.
Slow gun is a sort of a Japanese seam bowler.
Yeah,
who's not very quick.
That's what's coming into my mind too.
Slow gun assassin 2.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Blundell facing up on 39, now off 66 deliveries, been slowed down a lot. Driven back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Do they play cricket in Japan?
I imagine.
We found out today that they play cricket in the Isle of Man, but just not very well. And I was asking whether there is an Isle of Man women team. Presumably there is. The Island of Man women.
The Island of Man women, yeah, that's good.
Are we switcherooing?
Oh yeah,
we are switcherooing.
Yeah, I'm going. Bye.
I'm going too. Hendo, you need to.
Someone's there to take over.
You need to go and sit where Fred is.
What am I doing?
You're doing summarising. You need to go and sit over there.
And we're on drinks, so we've got a chance to catch up.
Well, you're welcome, everyone.
Fred's off.
Throw over to Messi for some tweets while drinks are on.
David says, "Is the Allen Test not just Owen Morgan's testimonial match?" I doubt it very much. I don't suppose he's particularly popular with the Irish team. Tim Wall says, Baz and Ben's boys may be discussing where to visit in Wellington on their day off. Anyone for the Marlborough Winery tour, or possibly the Wheater Workshop, where craftspeople make specialist items for the Lord of the Rings and Avatar films? Somebody was saying that Hobbiton was pretty ho-hum sort of place to go, to be honest. And over on YouTube, we've got a few visitors, including... oh, no, sorry, we're up to date on YouTube, because that last comment's already been read. So we're up to date on tweets. Hello, Hendo, welcome.
Hello, other Hendo. Hello, Forthy.
Hello there. I was wondering, actually, as I was just taking my chair, has your cat arrived?
No, not until next month, probably. Well, I say next month, actually, probably the beginning of April.
Well, it's a long walk from Romania,
It's a fair old trek. It's a 2-day journey, and he's got to have his teeth done before he comes.
What are the quarantine regulations?
Sorry?
I just.
What are the quarantine regulations?
I think there was a problem at one point. They were Romanian rescues were stopped for a while. DEFRA stopped them because of so many people flooding into Romania from Ukraine, and they weren't able to keep a check on the pets that people were bringing in. But that all seems to have been sorted now. So unless when I get there, the cat is sort of foaming at the mouth, should be all right.
So is that famous Chelsea right back banned pet rescue?
Yeah, I know, brilliant, isn't it? I knew there'd be a use for that joke at some point. What was pet rescue? Wasn't that the thing that Rolf Harris fronted about the RSPCA?
Yes,
homes.
very popular.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it
very
was
popular until Rolf was no longer.
Until Rolf was no longer popular. True.
Mog's got a really important question about this. He says, "Does your impending cat speak English, Hendo?" Imagine it won't be able to talk to the other cats in the neighbourhood at all.
Well, it won't be talking to any of the cats in the neighbourhood because it's not allowed to go out. It's an indoor cat.
Well,
that's why we're getting it.
It won't even understand you.
It won't understand me, but then very, very few people do.
Does your cats not go out at night, which I heartily endorse, by the way?
The old cat, my mum's cat, that sadly died. I mean, he could go out of her house at any time he wanted to because he had a cat flap. But there does seem to be a lot of talk about, how many scrapes, especially male cats, get into if they go out at night. So.
Well, the number of birds they kill is horrendous.
Yeah, but then other birds kill other birds. Birds kill other birds. It's.
Yeah, but they're allowed to be there. Cats are introduced and shouldn't be there.
Oh, well, I don't agree with you, Messi. Cats need love too, as well as birds.
Well, that's the first big controversy of this commentary session.
I like cats, but they shouldn't be out there killing birds.
Well, okay. We'll have a discussion about that some other day. In the meantime, new bowler.
Yes.
You are Joe Rooterful to me.
Did you see, Forthy, did you see that I sent you a couple of pictures of your hometown newspaper yesterday?
Oh, I should have replied to that. Thank you so much. I was very thoughtful. There were some beautiful headlines about the chaos that's going on there, I think.
Well, the chaos that was going on there in 1992.
Was it 1992?
Those are old copies. That's when I was there, yes. I was just clearing out the cupboards yesterday.
I'd already been gone by 9 years by that stage, but nonetheless a nostalgic trip around the Coventry Evening Telegraph. In comes Joe Root round the wickets to Kane Williamson. He's on 88. A slight advance, and he gets it round the corner. But I think they did come through for a single. He moves on to 89 and scored 376 for 5.
150 lead.
You worked for the Coventry Evening Telegraph for a couple of years, didn't you?
I did.
Two best years of your life, and
that one's clipped by Blundell past the man at mid-wicket out to the boundary, and they come back for a couple. Blundell moves on to 40, the score to 377. I can't imagine it was quite Bernstein and Woodgate at that stage on the Coventry Evening Telegraph.
Well, there was some dodgy people on the council.
Rotten Boroughs. Root rather goes right round the wicket, almost up to the return crease there, and textbook backward defensive by Williamson. Dot ball.
Well, what do we think? I mean, England, you just can't see them getting a wicket unless someone does something stupid, can you?
Well, it's a pretty flat track. It's a pretty flat track and some pretty flat bowling. It's not surprising after forcing the follow-on.
This pitch is back to front, isn't it? It gets better.
But it always has. No, if you have a look at the history of this ground, that's the third innings is the time to bat.
Yeah,
and that one's just played down to short leg by Williamson. That McCullum triple century was a third innings.
Oh, was it? Good. Yes. Good. That's a good factoid.
And it was accompanied by 2 other centuries as well. They got about 670 in the third innings on this ground. That's played wide of the man at mid-wicket not wide. A tumbling stop. Well done, him.
England last time they played here, they made New Zealand follow on, and they were 162 for 2, I think, in their second innings, and then they lost the last day to rain.
Yes, and of course Wellington is famous for wind and rain. That one or two raised arms, but Ben Stokes was interested for a second, but just really sailed harmlessly by everything down the leg side. That's the end of Root's 11th over. New Zealand 377 for 5 at the end of it. Messi, what's happening out there?
Well, Mogg has adopted a disturbing streak of responsibility, which is most un-Mogg-like. He said you should keep your cat indoors at all times, if just for their own safety.
I've never kind of agreed with that. I mean, that's why I didn't have a cat until my mum died. It was basically that I didn't want to keep a cat indoors the whole time. I thought that was unfair, but now that we're seeing that cats,
given the number of cats that get run over, there's a good deal of truth in that.
Absolutely,
apart from the birds. David says, "I don't believe any animal species are naturally domesticated. We kind of made that decision for them," which is clearly true. And Tim Wall says, "Cats playing cricket, strangely absorbing," and send us a link to a video of cats playing cricket.
Oh, there you go.
It is a bit disturbing. Yes.
We're underway, and Broad has just bowled quite full, and there was it was an attempt at a cut, which was completely missed by Williamson, and straight through to Folkes. So, one or two minor tremors, perhaps. Actually, that was Blundell, my apologies. He's on 40 off 69. Broad in again, second ball of the over, defended by Blundell. Broad does his own fielding.
Now, unless
sorry, Henry.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless Williamson gets bored, and he's not the kind of player that gets bored easily, I just can't see where he's coming from. I really can't. And England's shoulders are sloping a little bit, aren't they? Now they seem to resign to the fact that something has got to happen that's a bit extraordinary for them to get back into this game or to have a chance of winning it.
Indeed, they're probably just tired. They haven't forced to follow on out there a while now. In comes Broad again. The third ball of the over. We'll just have a little... Oh, no, he's pulled out. That's not going to help, man. That's not going to help matters at all. I mean, I don't mind if England don't win every test. And if it's a really good test match and New Zealand end up just getting over the line at the end of it, well, so be it as far as I'm concerned. But not everyone holds that point of view. Blundell, rather, way back into his crease, almost onto his stumps, plays it off the back foot, but can't get it away on the onside double.
I don't think any England supporter is so greedy as to expect to win every test. Especially when you look at the history of English cricket, there have been periods when a win has been, like a mirage in the desert. But
the late 80s. The late 80s, my God, I think we won 2 tests in about 5 years, didn't we? Jesus Christ.
But managed to draw a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws in those days. That one's played out to mid-off, still no run by Blundell. Broad keeping a lid on things at least here.
No, I don't. I mean, I think that the annoying thing a little bit here is this pitch hasn't just become good for batting so much; it's just become kind of dead. There's a little bit of spin every now and again, but you can't rely on it. It's not happening every ball by any stretch of the imagination.
Indeed. Broad in again. And that one is defended off the back foot. Well, with a little more attacking intent, but straight to the man in the covers. Dot ball. I don't know the degree to which that was an intentional preparation by the New Zealand think tank to ensure as many days cricket as possible. Whether this is just how this pitch has always played. I think this is just how this pitch has played a lot. Although, of course, right at the beginning of the game, when it was so green, the pitch, everyone was talking about. I think it was 49, the last 49 first-class matches, the winner of the toss had put the other team into bat. Which is an incredible run, isn't it? It is amazing. Yeah. Broad in again. Magnificent headband flailing in the wind. And that one's shorter and wider, and it gets, frankly, what it deserves, which is smitten through the offside for 4 of these. Yeah, that's a bit of rubbish old bowling in there.
Yeah, I have to take you to task there. I think anybody describing Broad's headband as magnificent is got delusions.
I don't know. It's not a bad piece of fashion.
Well, it's not Christopher Walken in The Deer Hunter, but it's one of the better ones. Is that the end? That is the end of the over. New Zealand 381 for 5 at the end of it. Back over to Messi.
Ravi is grumpy.
Oh.
He says, one, cats are fine in their native Africa, Eurasia. Australia needs to kill them all, and America needs to keep them indoors. Hashtag think of the birds. 2, read my quoted retweet. God damn it. Well, you did retweet it at the beginning of the lunch break, as far as I can tell, Ravi.
Sorry, Matty. Joe routine round the wicket, first ball of this over, pitched well outside leg, played out in the offside, and the onside, dot ball. Carry on.
And he sent us some ancient texts relating to the pronunciation of pulchritude and Welsh rabbit, which gives the not the etymologies, some of the etymology, but mostly the pronunciations of them.
Okay, well, that was played off his legs, and there's a pretty loose ball all the way down for 4 more of these by Williamson, who moves into the 90s.
Well, I was quite pleased because I was talking in the green room when the Bear and I were both out there saying that if Root's going to bowl, I wanted to bowl round the wicket because you've got the chance that there is a bit of spin occasionally, and he can also dart that one across the batsman. But actually, it looks like it's all coming the same.
It is a bit at the moment. I don't think there are any more rabbits to pull out of hats, really. I can't think of what I suppose a short ball attack, and that one has been given the treatment as well. Root comes round the wicket. Williamson makes room and cuts nicely past the man. A belaboured Stuart Broad manages to overtake it. They've come back for 3, maybe? Yes, 3. And Williamson is now within 4 runs of yet another Test century for him. He's on 96.
Yeah, he made a massive amount of room, didn't he, outside leg stump for that one, because he knew that there was a fairly unpopulated offside field. So it was easy runs, really.
Tenanted by Stuart Broad in his 36th year as well. And that one, Williamson comes way down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball, and hits it, but straight. No, just wide of the man at mid on, which is Robinson. They come through for a single. He moves on to 97.
No, that was Blundell, so he's still Williamson on 96.
Oh, my apologies. Blundell moves on to 45. I got caught out there. New Zealand lead by 163. Ever burgeons, if that's a correct use of the verb. And that one is played out to Jimmy Anderson by Blundell. And, getting myself very confused, by Williamson, who comes through for the single. And he does now move on to 97 and the score to 390.
Yeah.
Last ball of Root over. And it's thrown Blundell rather comes all the way down the wicket and manages to get it out, not in the best style, but to duck it. They come through for the single, and New Zealand 391 for 5 at the end of that over.
I'm trying to think. What can England do here? Sorry, I was going. I don't know if you've got loads of tweets, but I'm just.
No.
I think we're all kind of bereft of ideas. Certainly, Ben Stokes seems to be now. I'm not quite sure what he can do.
Well,
unless you put a complete joke bowler on. Do you put a joke bowler on just for a couple of overs?
Who would that be?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'd normally say someone like Dan Lawrence, because Dan Lawrence is hilarious. His run-up and action is very funny. But I don't know if there is a joke bowler in this England team.
I've put up the motivational poster for him. Shit gets wickets, and I think that's the most likely way to go.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Jack Leach instead, doesn't it? So I'll just jingle him up.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
And first ball of the over. Blundell rocks back onto the back foot, gets it wide of one of those men at mid-on. He moves on to 47, the score to 392. Yes, I remember Ricky Ponting getting Michael Vaughan out as a sort of joke bowler wicket in 2005. Any other sort of joke bowler wickets of great renown we can recall. Jack Leach round the wicket again, this time to Williamson. Good ball, straightens.
I do remember Dan Lawrence getting, I'm pretty sure he got Will Young, and I think it might have been the year before last, the year that New Zealand won the World Test Championship, and we played those couple of tests just before that.
Leach in again, and that one's a lower trajectory through the air. Williamson manages to rotate his wrist, but doesn't get it away. I remember David Steele from the mid-70s occasionally popped up with a joke wicket. So did Doug Walters occasionally from that period.
Doug Walters, yeah. I mean, he was a real dobber, wasn't he? And Doug Walters was one of those crazy players who was really brilliant in Australia, but in England we could never understand why he was so highly rated, because he never got any runs over here.
No, he only got about 150 and no tons, but he was one of the top-rated cricketers of his era.
Ooh.
That one's fuller, and Blundell does sort of defend it, but it squeezes out off a thick inside edge. Just looked in trouble for a second, but dot ball, no real alarms.
Of course, Alistair Cook do take 1 wicket.
Oh, he did. Ishant Sharma. Yeah.
Yes, 7 runs.
Leach pushes that one well wide. Pops worth a try if it was deliberate, and played out to the man on the boundary. 1 run. Blundell's on 48. Williamson on strike on 98. Score 394. The lead 168.
You kind of think that if anyone's going to get themselves out, it's more likely to be Blundell than Williamson, don't you? I mean, he's more likely to play an over-aggressive shot. I mean, there was one earlier in the day where he could have holed out to Ollie Robinson if Ollie Robinson had run forward instead of sideways for a couple of steps.
And to the last ball of Leach is over. Williamson let it go. Good judgment, well read. Ben Folkes takes the bails off anyway to no avail, and at the end of it, New Zealand 394 for 5.
Do you recall the other unusual thing that happened in that test where Alistair Cook took that wicket?
Give me the year that it happened.
Was that
2014.
Was that Ian Bell being recalled? Was it that one?
Well, it may have been, but what I was referring to was Jimmy Anderson scoring 81.
Oh, well.
Oh, right.
What, did Alistair Cook take a wicket in that game when nobody could get any wickets? That's when, Root and Anderson shared the longest or the biggest last wicket stand for England. Root got about 190, I think, and Anderson got 81, and it was known as 22 yards of rolled snot at Trent Bridge. Because even if I remember rightly, Mohammed Shami and Bhuvi Kumar also got 50s in India's first innings. Murali Vijay, I think, got a big 100 in that. I saw some of that innings at the ground, but it was a terrible wicket for watching cricket.
Someone posted when we were doing all those partnerships and Broad and Anderson being the most prolific of all time. Someone, I don't know whether you covered this, they posted Cook and Anderson, who between them they got 560 wickets.
559 to Anderson.
Exactly.
Indeed, yes, makes sense.
There's actually a good video of Cook's wicket. It's just hilarious. Everybody cracks up completely. So
apart from Ishant Sharma, who does not see the funny side, and who can blame him?
The Joe Root experiment is over. Back into the attack is this man.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around.
Broad belabours. Broad belabours in one more time, and a thick but deliberate outside edge by Blundell goes all the way through to the boundary, and that is a very well deserved 50.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
50, 50, 50. Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
If only. It's a long time since this has been a bowler's pitch. A couple of days, I think.
We shouldn't be surprised, of course, that New Zealand are making such a good fist of this. Not only is it a flat batting wicket, but they've all got averages over 40, and some of them well into the high 40s, almost 50 in one or two cases.
Which is much more than the average English batsman.
Yes, Williamson's 53.47 is average at the moment.
That's remarkable. It's quite interesting, though. Williamson's average is a little bit better than Root's, but he's got considerably fewer hundreds and 50s than Root.
Well, only a few. This will be his 2600 as opposed to Root's 29.
But he's a long way behind on 50s.
But he's a long way behind in tests.
Yeah, in comes Broad again. He's bowling quite wide of the wicket, trying to get some sort of angle going. It doesn't do him much good here. That is hit very, very crisply by Blundell, and that is going to go all the way for 4 more of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
You can kind of see New Zealand shaking hands on about 613 for 7 tomorrow at about 5 to 5, can't you? The way things are going.
Yeah. It always feels this way in Test match cricket. We've all seen it over the years, but strange things happen. You know, a ball hits a boot and flies up, or there's a controversial run out, or whatever it might be. So just hang on in there. But that's New Zealand's 400 up. They're 402 for 5. In comes Stuart Broad once more. And on this occasion, Blundell just plays it down to the man in the covers there, dot ball.
Sorry,
lead 176.
Yeah, sorry, Messi. What was your fact about how many more test matches the Roots played compared with Williamson?
So this is Williamson's 92nd test.
Yeah.
And it is Joe Root's 129th.
Really, 129 now? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realise it was as many as that. I suppose it's right. I mean, I can still remember back to Root's 100th test, and he was captain at that point, wasn't
he? Yes. Yeah.
In comes Broad again, and this one is nicely angled by Blundell, wide of the man at slip, where a sort of second or third slip would have been, down to the man on the offside at 45. They come through for a single. Yes, Williamson, who's now on 98. 3 of his last hundreds have become double hundreds, so watch out.
Well, he could certainly get. Maybe he'll have a very good chance as long as someone else stays with him. He's got a very good chance getting a double hundred. You can't see a way of him getting out unless he just mistimes one. Maybe just gets to leading edge, turns the bat a little bit too early, maybe on one. I can't see another way of getting him out, to be honest.
Just seeing Tom Blundell's average, which is 45. In comes Broad again. And that's a backward defensive, straight into the ground, dot ball. And the score, if we hadn't mentioned it, New Zealand are now over the 400 mark, 403 for 5, to underline how good they are and how flat the pitch is.
I mean, I suppose it rests on New Zealand's shoulders to try and make a game of this. If they get sufficiently far ahead, that they should be looking at a declaration, shouldn't they, to try and pick up draw the series.
Yes, last ball of the over, Broad in again, and Williamson plays a nice cut shot, but, well, just for one moment, that was well fielded, and I think they decided against the run there. Is there an injury there?
Well, Ben Stokes may have gone down on his rib. He seems to be rubbing his rib. He's lying on his back.
Yeah.
I think he's just wearied by how easy it seems to be to bat on this wicket now.
Yeah, he has got a sore rib though.
Did he land?
Just Ideal says, has another nail been hammered into the follow-on coffin? Was Duriga pre-90s, but the benefit of resting bowlers has since been compelling. Of course, prior to the 90s, there was a rest day in most.
Yeah, but also, I mean, I don't think there was any need to rest the bowlers yesterday. I mean, Anderson didn't bowl at all.
No.
And they'd had a night's rest. So I think if you are going to enforce the follow-on, I think yesterday was the right time to do it. In normal circumstances, we talk about the pitches and they would deteriorate. This pitch is, back to front and it gets better. That's the difficulty. But even with that, England might think if the pitch is going to get better, rather than going out and smashing 150, 200 and leaving them 400 plus to get, maybe it's better that we put them in a position where either we can bowl them out or they they have to declare to at least give us something to chase.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm back. I think for various reasons. It enables England to be very clear-headed about their strategy as well. It would get confusing if we started not enforcing the follow-on in these circumstances, in my opinion, anyway.
He has got 2 slips to Leach now.
That's got 2 slips. Well, one of the reasons for that is that Williamson is now on 99, so as is inevitable in these cases, the deal comes in, and what seemed like one game turns into another, and even the best batsman in the world, and Williamson almost counts for that, will get a little nervous on 99 with all his run options cut off, but we shall see. Leach.
By the way, Dave Wood says, go.
That's stop ball. Just play down.
Ben Duckett says, Dave Wood says Ben Duckett is the go-to joke bowler in the side.
Oh, is he?
Oh, okay. Leach in again. Williamson, forward defensive. He'll take as long as it takes. He's quite happy with his cat and mouse, even though he's on 99.
And Mog points out for joke wickets, Michael Clark's 6 for 9.
Ooh. Well,
actually, Kevin Peterson also got Michael Clark out at the crucial period in late on the Ashes day, I remember. Talking of Joe.
You remember, of course, Joe
defended by people.
Joe Root's 5 for 8, wasn't it, in India a couple of years ago? Which just shows you how those pitches were turning, doesn't it? The fact that Joe Root picks up 5 for 8.
Don't know. Joe Root is almost out of the joke bowler category. He's almost respectable.
Oh yeah,
I know exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
defended by Williamson. Still 1 ball to go to get this precious run. What does it matter, 99 or 100? It only means 1 run. But symbolically, in cricket terms, of course, it is so significant.
Jared has 52 wickets.
It's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Almost an all-rounder.
And probably would have a whole lot more if he wasn't such a good batsman. And that's defended by Williamson. He's quite happy to play the waiting game at the end of the over. New Zealand 404 for 5, Messi.
Do I spy a pair of Haydens fielding for Leach? That's just ideal. Is there a suitable collective noun? Well, for Haydens, I'd say a fuckwittery, but who knows? Tim Wall says it's time for Harry Brook to bowl. Here he is in action. Sends us a video link. And Mog says Hendo is getting the fear. Are we due a change? Yes, we are. Mayank says the problem is if you're New Zealand, you can't relax. There's still 4.5 sessions left, and you have to score another 100 and 150 to be comfortable bowling to England. And the next tweet for whoever's on tweets is Tim Wall from 2 minutes ago.
Okay, we were expecting Richard back. We just got to admit him to the inner sanctum.
He's there.
I'm already here.
Oh, he's already there. Okay, he wasn't just a moment ago when I looked. You've been watching on from behind
like a hawk.
Talking of hawks, Stuart Broad's going to bowl another over. It's got progressively more cloudy today. It was a beautiful morning, but as the afternoon has progressed, the cloud has rolled in. It's not threatening rain, I wouldn't say at the moment, although what do I know about Wellington's weather in general? Not a great deal. But it's going to be Blundell, who's now moved on to 57 from 83. Came in shortly before lunch and went off at quite a pace. But England have maybe gone a little bit more on the defensive as they've struggled to get wickets. Or to get any wicket since lunch.
They've been creatively defensive, however.
Oh, yes, they have. I mean, we've had that little umbrella field on the onside, all close in. Broad is going to come over the wicket. He's got a wide first slip, and he aims a big drive at that, does Blundell. And I suppose on another day he'd have got a little edge through to Ben Folkes, but on this occasion he's lucky enough not to have done so.
Yeah, all the luck's against England at the moment, isn't it?
Well, I say all the luck's against it.
Well, I mean, in terms of... Yeah, exactly that. Like on another day, there's been a lot that on another day it just carried, and it's just I
think you can also say that about some of the strokes in the England first innings.
True.
I mean, Harry Brook had 2 or 3 little inside edges that went for 4. Another day would have clattered into his stumps. Although the thing is, it's about being able to make use of your let-offs, isn't it? If you're a good enough batsman, you make use of them. This is driven quite pleasantly by Blundell. This time he does make contact with the middle of the bat. fielded by Crawley, square cover. Now, from that leg side umbrella field, they now seem to have gone to an offside umbrella field, although saving one as opposed to catching. That means that pretty much every ball is going to be a foot or so outside off stump, you would think. And maybe Blundell will be lured into playing a drive in the air ever so slightly. And
well, that does seem to have worked so far. He just didn't nick it.
No, that's right. He's in again, well wide of the off stump. He crunches that again. Once more, he finds Crawley in that square cover position. So this seems to be the England plan for the time being.
Could Broady just stop it and let it float up there at like 40
big
miles
floaty
an hour?
one, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Big floaty one that you can have a big drive at. Maybe that will be coming before too long.
Blundell, of course, knows what he's doing against England. This is the 5th straight test match that he has a score of at least 50 against them. Ridiculous.
It is an amazing record. Well wide of the off-stump, he carves that, and he's lucky because it's carved over the top of the slip. There is a man at third man, Jack Leach. I thought for a moment he was going to get 4 runs for that. And Stuart Broad stands in mid-pitch looking slightly quizzical. But Blundell has got away with that.
I've just seen a picture of Harry Brook bowling.
Oh, he bowls off breaks, doesn't he?
I don't know if it was off breaks.
I think that's what he's alleged to bowl.
See what you think of this.
He's bowled a bit in white ball cricket, I think.
Yeah, this is what this video is from. Tim Wall sent us a. Here he is.
Some joke bowling from. Difficult to commentate on the joke bowling of Harry Brook at the same time as keeping an eye on Stuart Broad. It's horrible. It's truly horrible. I don't know what to call that at all. Yeah. Anyway, that would be a joke. But it might get a wicket. You never know. Williamson facing up now, and a second slip has gone in. That said, the 2 slips are covering ground that might ordinarily be covered by about 5 of them. Williamson defends on the back foot. And
still 100 for Williamson. How many balls has he been on 99 now?
A lot.
A while.
Doesn't seem to bother him. Tim Wall says it's time for Harry Brook to bowl, and here he's in action. That was the video.
Yeah, Harry Brook.
Could be the answer. A fun change bowler now.
Yes, I think so. I think it's got to be, hasn't it? Maybe even Stokes, unless he's really struggling. Outside the off stump, nice, gentle push. Beautifully timed by Williamson, but straight to mid-off. And that is the end of another over, and he's still on 99 from 225 balls. Blundell is on 58 off 87. New Zealand are 405 for 5, and the Bear has some socials.
Dan Keevy says, you may have spoken about this, but did any of you watch the women's final? South Africa fought hard, but this Australia side is legendary. Yeah, I didn't. I followed it on Cricinfo. I didn't get to see it, but yeah, you always thought Australia were destined to win this tournament. David Stumps says, if Joe Root couldn't bat, would his bowling be good enough just to play as an offie for Yorkshire?
Well, for Yorkshire. Difficult one, that. On the basis that if he didn't bat, he'd put more work into his bowling. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it?
No. Hendo's getting the fear, says Morg.
The fear?
The fear.
I'm getting the fear of a really dull day tomorrow, and us being here all through the night. That's what I'm getting the fear of. And then having to come back at some ridiculous hour on Wednesday morning for England v Bangladesh. Completely different team.
That, as we've discovered, is that's if it's on. I mean,
that's if it's on.
They do say that Sky have got it, but it's not on their TV listings.
Where is the missing Bangladesh-England one-day international TV coverage in the UK? If anyone can find that out for us. And don't just go to one of those websites that says Sky Sports are covering it, because most of them are wrong. You need to really dig down deep. I've done this so many times. I've looked at various
You've
websites.
got to try and find it, because Sky Sports has West Indies versus South Africa.
Yep.
Or South Africa versus West Indies.
Maybe it's just going to be on YouTube, broadcast by Bangladesh Cricket. That happens from time to time.
Hang on, Bear. This takes me back, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it does.
Yes, it does take... Oh, no, that...
It was a Bangladesh series.
We were talking about... We had some talks
about
the Bangladesh
Rabbit
series.
TV or something.
Leach, left arm over the wicket, bowling a line now outside leg stump. As England gets more and more negative, or just try and think of something different to try and chisel out one of these New Zealanders. He's got a man at slip, and Blundell goes back, turns it straight to Broad at square leg. There is also a man on the 45 for a top-edged sweep. And maybe they could take one of those out and encourage him to play the sweep shot. Not sure. Leach in again. Oh, that's way wide of the leg stump, and out comes Blundell's pad, dismissively just prodding it away with his front leg. And there is no run. We're almost into the territory of anti-cricket now.
Well, as you said, Hendo, after this ball.
Leach in again. Bowles gets that one to turn out of the footmarks, but once more the pad of Blundell sends it looping into the air.
New Zealand are losing the series 1-0. They have to try and find a way to win, or they're going to accept a 1-0 loss at home. They have not lost to England for how long? I mean,
since 2000.
Well, they haven't won a test in New Zealand since 2008. Last time we won a series over there, I don't know.
Leach in again, turns that one. He just lets that one hit him, Blundell.
He's got to be careful that doesn't roll up and bounce off the gloves.
That is possible. That is possible. 405 for 5. The lead is 179. At least they've got 2 hours today, haven't they? I mean, how many overs they got left today? Because England's over rate's been appalling. Leach 46. In again. Bowles defended right in front of him. 46 still to go.
Yes.
So they've only bowled 44 overs today in two sessions. Nearly. That's absolutely abysmal. It really is. Bear, any tweets?
No.
Okay, it's all gone quiet.
Well, it's it's a day scheduled for 98, I think.
98. So we've got a.
Then they've had
I
an
see.
extra
Sorry.
half an hour.
So they've bowled 52 today so far.
Okay.
Long old day, right. Especially when it's this kind of tactic.
Yes. Well, it's become rather moribund, the cricket at the moment.
It is one of those days where you have sympathy for those people who say,
"Well, Mulg
5 days."
Yeah, exactly. Mulg has tweeted Sky Sports. He said, "So you lot playing showing the cricket from Bangladesh on Wednesday, or what?"
Let's hope they will reply. 2 slips. Williamson on 99. Broad in. Bowles cuts. And that is away past the man at square cover. Will go all the way to the boundary for 4. And it will bring Williamson another of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
That's an interesting jingle because it says it's got 30 more seconds to go, but seemingly there's nothing on those 30 seconds. Williamson moves to 103. Have we seen? Did we say this was his 26th Test century?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of. Go on, Richard.
I was thinking, where does it rate in the pantheon of his Test centuries? And having watched almost all of it, it's probably not near the top of the list. Its centuries are good, but doesn't stand out.
Oh, not at all. I mean, but he's doing a job, isn't he?
Tedious.
Yeah, but he's doing a job.
I know he's doing a job. I'm not saying that, but it's still been tedious.
He cuts now, and oh dear, that was misfielded at square cover. It'll allow him to get through for another 2. He goes to 105, 411 for 5. Put it around the other way though. If Joe Root was playing this innings in the similar circumstances, you'd say what a great knock it was.
Of course I would.
And also, it takes you back to that kind of crucial moment, the stumping, or attempted stumping of Kane Williamson, that was very, very marginal, wasn't it? And if we'd seen the view from behind Williamson, maybe from the stump cam, I don't know whether the third umpire, Alim Dar, did have the benefit of that. He might have come to another decision. It was a very tight one. I mean, I'm generally for the old adage of where it is as close as that for the benefit to go to the batsman, so I'm quite happy with that. But it was a great piece of work from folks because he had to bring it back a long way. Broad, wide on the crease. Bowles defended by Williamson, blocked Brigadier Block has returned.
It was quite an isolated incident, wasn't it? I mean, Leach getting one to rip and turn past the bat like that. There haven't been a lot of moments that have troubled.
Should have given him that stump for crying out loud. Anyway, Mayank says, still no official UK broadcaster for England versus Bangladesh. Viaplay used to be called Free Sports, may bid for it, but it's still not unconfirmed. Other possibilities that YouTube channel Rabbit Sports BD, which we don't get over here, may show it in the UK. I don't know about that, because last time they did it, it was geo-blocked.
Oh, he's given a big floaty one outside the off stump, and Williamson is drawn into playing a rather ugly shot. Didn't actually move his feet, so rather bent forward and aimed the bat at it. And that was one of those balls where you think it's just so bad, the batsman might get himself out, but he gets away with it.
TalkSport did get the radio rights yesterday, though. And they'll do it off tube. They'll be doing what we do, basically.
Well, they won't be doing off tube if they can't get it off tube. No one will be doing it. If there is no tube, it cannot be done.
But they'll get the broadcast pictures from Bangladesh if they the right. So
outside the off stump, Williamson leaves alone. Score remains 411 for 5. Now we were involved in some talks, weren't we, at one point about doing the Bangladesh series? I don't know how much we can reveal about that.
Yeah, we were. It went away very quickly.
But that was only going to be a YouTube feed anyway.
Yeah, it was.
So maybe that is where it will be found, on YouTube. I'm not commentating from YouTube.
No,
I've done enough of that in my time.
If it's not on the telly, we ain't doing it.
Broad in again. Floats it up outside the off stump, driven in the air, was it? No, it's a bit of tomfoolery by Stokes at cover, who tosses the ball up. Williamson is more concerned with getting a drink, and Scott,
knee gloves, I think,
will bring it on. Anyway, any tweets? Or has it all gone quiet?
Well, that was the last official tweet. Oh no, we got some more. This thing that doesn't refresh automatically. Relax, England will still win this. Minimum is a draw, says brother Chiku Consultancy. Like that. Morg says, surely you know how to get around a bit of geo-blocking, Bear. Well, a bit of VPN action probably does it. There's a recent report that TalkSport will provide radio commentary of England versus Bangladesh ODIs and T20s, while Sky Sports claim to have struck a last-minute deal for TV rights. Yeah, that was the Telegraph story, but then we've just gone and investigated Sky Sports' TV schedule for next week, and on Wednesday, at the time that's on, it is neither showing up on their website nor the TV. On Sky Cricket, it's showing South Africa versus West Indies Test,
and they've also got seemingly the rights to the Pakistan Super League. So that would that would make it more difficult to get it onto Sky Mix, which is sometimes the channel they use when they haven't got anything else spare. That said, they can use the red button option, can't they? So they could have both, but I guess it remains to be seen. I'm thinking that if they're going to put if they're going to show any cricket on that day and they want a reasonable audience, they will show England Bangladesh as opposed to South Africa West Indies, because
you'd have thought,
huge Bangladesh community, No, hang on, I understand what you're saying, but huge Bangladeshi community in England and England against South Africa against a not very adept West Indies side. I'm sorry, Dave Brooke, if you're listening, but they're not a team that you would necessarily choose to watch that much if you weren't, emotionally invested in it. This is padded away by Blundell, who's 58 not out, 411 for 5, the lead 185. Again, outside the leg stump. I mean, there is a danger that he could get bowled round his legs if he doesn't get the pad route well enough. But, always like
I've long wondered why Sky actually broadcasts so much South African Test cricket coming from empty stadiums against random teams.
Well, maybe they're hoping that after the T20 and the success of the women, that everyone will be turning on to watch South Africa. This is
I
padded
just assume
away.
It comes cheap.
I imagine it does come relatively cheap. This is padded away into the offside on this occasion by Blundell.
Well, this is it. You can't imagine the Bangladesh ODI series doesn't come anything but cheap. This is why they're going for a last-minute wrangle, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we were talking about earlier, you hold on. They want money from broadcasters.
Forced
well,
this time.
Channel 4 have stepped in at the last minute before for a subcontinental series.
That's true, but
that was Test, wasn't it? And who was that against?
That was India, England.
Yeah, what
was it
exactly?
2 years ago now?
Yeah, I think they beat them too, actually, and that was a series worth bidding for.
Leachin again, pitches outside the leg stump. This time Blundell does use his bat, just tickles it away behind square. Not the man on the 45. There is no run. We've got 12 minutes to go till tea. England.
But for those who haven't had enough Test cricket over the last few nights and fancy some more Test cricket on Tuesday of all days, South Africa will be taking the field with their new captain Temba Bavuma, and hopes of mustering a score over 200 against the West Indies at home. And if they can't manage that, it's over.
Defended the final ball of the over from Jack Leach to mid wicket, and there is no run at all.
You should beat the West Indies, man.
Oh,
I mean,
no
actually,
more
hang on.
Status if they can't manage that.
I mean, when can you remember the excitement around when South Africa came back into the fold and they played the West Indies in that Test? I mean, there was so much excitement, and there was, stands were packed, and
so cool. Yeah, that was in Barbados actually.
Yeah,
very first game back. But West Indies and South Africa, well, both of those countries don't get crowds at all anymore for Test cricket.
I suppose.
Not sure the Women's World Cup nor the SAT20 tournament is going to make much difference on Tuesday morning for the Test match, but I hope I'm wrong.
But well, I mean, I think the hope is that England, with the way they're playing, are making people sit up. I mean, the crowds for this game, I think they said it's been a sellout for the first 3 days, didn't they? And it's another goodish crowd today on day 4.
It's pretty full today.
Yeah. I mean, it's only 11,000.
It's quite tedious to watch, it must be said. But
Broad in, bowls outside the off stump, driven by Williamson straight to Ben Duckett at cover. He is trying the old floaty wide ones now. Is Broad pretty much every ball is saying to Williamson, go on, go after this. See if he just can't chip it in the air for me, please. He's got 2 men close-ish. A square cover who's in probably about 5 yards or 6 yards more than he would normally be. A short extra, a cover point between the two, and then a man further out as well. Stokes it is, I think, on that square cover position. Wide slip, driven to Duckett, who's sort of patrolling. He's not really saving the one, although he did save the one because it was hit hard enough to him. But he's a little.
I think the only way we're going to get a wicket is a run out.
What's the rule in chess for a stalemate? Because I think we're getting close to it.
We are very, very close to that, aren't we? It's
descending into farce.
I'll be glad to get in the car and get home. And then see what happens when I get home. I don't suppose there'll be a wicket in the 40 minutes it'll take me to get home. Driven, beautiful shot this time though by Williamson. Glorious. Duckett has to chase after that, but won't catch it anyway. And it's run away for one of these, and it's worthy of this jingle.
Give it to me
Because it was a really sexy shot.
Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
That's like sort of reggae version of the Fast Show, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the way you're going, is...
Yes, suits you. 415 for 5. Williamson moves on to 109. This is almost, I tell you what, this is beginning to remind me of. As Broad comes in again, bowls so wide, Williamson won't even be bothered to aim a bat at that. It's beginning to remind me of 2017-18 Ashes in Australia, when England had a chance to win on the final day in Melbourne, and Steve Smith, on what was another 22 yards of rolled snot, batted all day.
I know, it was tedious.
Oh, God.
It was impossible to get a wicket.
It was such a good batting wicket that Alistair Cook's double 100 looked like one of the best innings you've ever seen. He didn't sort of have to scratch around. He actually played some glorious cover drives. Here comes Broad again into Williamson. Williamson won't be tempted by this one outside the off stump.
Still happy to leave deliveries when he's on 109 not out. And that's really been the basis of his century in many ways. Is his leading
but
in
to
his
a
defense.
degree,
I
they
don't
need to get
remember
on.
a lot of his shots. Not a lot of
I don't think they
stand-up boundaries.
I don't think they do need to get on. I mean, I think if they get to lunch tomorrow and they're 300 ahead or 250, 300 ahead, I mean, then they have to make a decision, don't they?
Yeah.
But if they would just throw their wickets away now, you'd say England was still favourites to win this quite easily.
comfortably.
So they,
True.
you know,
Oh, it's absolutely the right way to go.
it's just
saying it's not the most sexy of hundreds.
It's not most.
That's what he's had to do.
Yes.
It's been a very. What's the opposite of sexy? Is there an opposite? of
dowdy.
Sexy? Dowdy. A dowdy 100. I've heard of a daddy 100. This was a dowdy 100. Broad.
Grumpy
100. In comes Broad Bowles again. He leaves outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. 415 for 5. Blundell 58. Williamson 109. The lead is 189. Bear.
Mogg says, amazingly, he was watching some PSL on Foxtel here last night. Really? David Stump says, day off tomorrow. Going to watch Cocaine Bear. Hope it's more exciting than this.
I think we might do, the way things are going. Anyway.
Messi Jez says, bear in mind that Wednesday is also day one of the third India-Australia test.
Yep.
True. They might want to... No, I don't know. Well, that'd probably be more exciting. But I don't know, actually. Australia have lost 2 tests and look fucking hopeless. I suppose
I've lost interest in
a
that
lot of
series
English...
a little bit.
Yeah, well, a lot of English people might be watching it just for the fun of
well,
watching
also, there have
Australia.
been so many Australians seem to have been sent home. I mean, I know Pat Cummins, that's unavoidable. His mum's very ill, isn't she? And she's in palliative care, apparently, which is, very, very sad. And that might, have if she's been ill for a while, people have talked about Pat Cummins, not doing a particularly good job in India, and maybe, there've been other things that have been on his mind, and you would understand that, wouldn't you? Leach round the wicket to Blundell, who goes back and then forces into the onside, up towards mid-on, who is set far enough back that they will get through for a very comfortable single. But David Warner's gone back with a broken arm, a fucking broken arm. Get ready for a fucking broken arm, as Michael Clarke once said to an English batsman. I think it was Jimmy Anderson, wasn't it?
I have to read this tweet by our friend Racing Rant, Just Ideal. Who is
Just Ideal?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's he say?
He says, it seems timely to remark upon the extraordinary service provided by Guerrilla Cricket. As a content creator, Racing Rant, I am amazed and thrilled by the depth and breadth and constancy of Guerrilla Cricket's Patreon offerings.
Absolutely
Hard
right.
to beat and a must-have. So all you people out there, get on our Patreon.
Absolutely, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. I know we're taking you through the death of a game here. It feels like, anyway. So if you can't give us money for that, I don't know what you can give us money for. Now that's a good ball from Leach. He keeps that one going into the pads from round the wicket. It just kind of followed Williamson, who got in behind it well enough and defended. There isn't a run. We should have that put on a billboard, really, shouldn't we? And
what?
Overlooking the M4 or something. What he just said.
Yeah.
Leach in again, bowls, reaching forward in front of his pad. Williamson.
And perhaps noteworthy, Leach is 2 balls away from completing a half century of overs bowled.
Oh, very good point. Yeah, very good point.
I don't know how often that's happened in his career.
Not too many times. This one is swept and swept nicely. I don't think there's anyone down there. The nearest man to it was at fairly square leg, and that has gone all the way down to long leg for one of these. Must be a lovely feeling. You play that shot, you look round and say, there's no one down there. Got 4 runs. Williamson moves to 113. Leach is within 1 ball of his half century. I think I might even give him a milestone. I might just give him a milestone in a minute. After he's finished delivering this ball, he's in. Oh, into the turn, and Williamson prods at it and misses it, and then practices the leave, but he's not out. New Zealand remain 420 for 5, and this is for Jack Leach.
You know you lift me with your 50.
So there's been not enough of that action, is there? I mean, you want that happening more often.
Yeah,
and you think there'd be a chance of getting a wicket, but it just happens so rarely. That one actually
so
does it.
rarely? Why
I don't know.
so rarely?
What's this? Tim Wall asked, which country not currently playing Test cricket would be most fun to watch? Anyone for Iceland? Well, we did an Iceland game.
We did do an Iceland game
down at Richmond.
Yes, it was in Bushy Park, wasn't it? Or Richmond Park, one of the two. Ben, my boyfriend's here to see the cricket. I'm here to see you. Ben Stokes, that's a message from a quite attractive lady sitting next to a less attractive man. So
who's Ben?
Ben Stokes, presumably, or maybe it's Ben Folkes. Which Ben is it? Good question. Broad in, wide of the off stump, clattered into the offside.
That cover's getting deeper and deeper.
He's getting deeper and deeper, but he's still saving a single.
Yeah, he is.
Because he was hit so well. 420 for 5. Blundell on to 59. He was going at a runner ball earlier. He's 59 off 101 now, as New Zealand just eke out run by run.
And on Leach's half century, let's not forget that comes directly on top of 17 overs in the first innings.
Yep.
With, only 10 minutes between them.
Oh, that's a good point. Broad in again, bowls. Oh, a little inside edge down onto the foot. The ball rolls back towards the slip. And there is no run. Ben Stokes is desperately trying to keep the morale up in this England team. But it's
he's only got to keep up the act for 4 more balls, and then he'll get a slice of cake and a warm beverage.
Do you think Ben Stokes eats cake?
Even if he doesn't, I would start eating cake after a session like this.
Yeah, today it's driven to cake, I think. I've eaten a whole packet of biscuits this evening. If that helps. Broad in bowls, driven powerfully. Where's it gone? Can't see the ball at all. Did he miss that? What on earth is going on? We have no idea where the ball went.
I think it went to cover, and I think it bounced just before cover. Or maybe it was put down.
Oh, let's have another look. We're going to see from side on.
I'm really hoping
driven. It's in the air. It's in the air.
No, just past the fielder.
Just wide of the man. The shortish extra cover. Ben Stokes thinks the world is against him at the moment, but it isn't really. It's just the way things go in cricket. I don't think England can complain at all, and you've got to give credit to New Zealanders for getting themselves back into this position. Broad in once more. Straighter ball. Turned into the onside. Blundell sets off. We're going to come back for a second. They're not going to get the run out. Poor old Jimmy Anderson is the man expected to come in from the boundary edge. And then
I think that was the reason they turned for the second. They saw who it was, because it looked like a sketchy call at one point.
Yes.
Till he realised it was Jimmy.
Yeah, if it had been Johnny Bairstow at his best, he might not have gone for the second. But they set off straight away, didn't they? You've got to say to Blundell, that was very quick to get back for that second. Blundell. Massively fast between the wickets.
That is what you've got to take out of this pitch. The pitch is so shit that, or so dead, that if England get a chance to Bazball it and get away in the second innings, they'll score you'd have thought some big runs.
Big drive from Blundell, makes no contact whatsoever, goes through to Folkes, and there is no run. 1 ball to go until tea. 1 more ball and then I can go home and rest.
It's great, isn't it? Everyone fucks off and leaves me here till the fucking end.
Hey, I'm still doing another 30 minutes.
That's okay. Yeah. That's cool.
We get some
medal.
We get some reinforcements after the break, don't we?
I think I'm going to wear a medal, actually.
Who have we got? Who's new? Jacobs coming in. Shelley Beck will be on. Messi will be back. Forthy will be back. So plenty of fine people to keep you going till the end of play. They're going to get a single here as the next ball catches a thick inside edge. It'll be a single. Folkes does the fielding
and looks pleadingly at the umpire.
Passes the ball to him.
Please be tea.
Please. It is tea. It is tea. And in this session, New Zealand have gone through it without losing a wicket. They are 423 for 5. They lead by 197. This session, 27 overs bowled. That's better from England. Over rate 13.2. 98 runs, no wicket. Run rate of 3.6.
Do you think that they get in an ice bath and get a rub down?
Yeah,
20 minutes isn't much time for that sort of.
It isn't, but you can get 5
tomfoolery.
minutes in an ice bath, which will really liven you up, I'd have thought. Or rub down first in an
I
ice
don't know.
bath.
I mean, in general terms in Wellington, I'm not sure an ice bath would be a great idea if you're then going to go out into a howling wind. But it's been a better day.
As long as you get dry, it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, it just might freshen you up, freshen the
I
mind.
think they might be tempted to reach for a Steinlager or two.
Well, I would be, but that's different.
Yeah, 20 minutes is not a long
Times
time
have
to have a
changed.
shower and get completely dry, is it? I don't think.
Oh.
Especially your hair.
No, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Anyway.
What are you worrying about?
Tell you what, I'm going to play us jingle to remind people that we are fantastically good here on Guerrilla Cricket, and we could do with some money.
Yes.
Okay.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your... Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
Yeah, money. GuerrillaCricket.com/Patreon.
No, the other way around. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Get
That's
it
what I
right,
meant.
Hendo.
It's
Though
that
we're
time
going
in
to
the
the wrong
morning,
place.
isn't
Oh,
it?
you can. If you can find us on our website, you can get a link through to it. Last tweet, Just Ideal says, does not the boyfriend look like Ben Stokes the nerd? That question is penchant for Rangers, Aussie for redheads, says Just Ideal. So the woman in the crowd. And Indo Dutta is come on the Kiwis. All of Calcutta 2001 is rooting for you. Let it be a VVS match. Fuck off. Mog says, we're still here, Bear. Young Wasp masters of Twitter. I know, you'll be keeping me company as we go through to the end. As all of my, relatively close people who actually live in London can't be fucking asked to hang around to the end. Fine people, flattering, if a little questionable, says Messi Jez about us. Well, say that about yourself, Messi, not me. We're going to go back to the World Cup final, and I will see you in about 20 minutes. Until then, goodbye.
All done by 41 overs prediction.
That's me.
I'm
It was
not
me.
sure about 41 overs.
Oh, it was
It
you?
was me.
Sorry, it was
Yeah.
Steve. I knew one of you had said it'll be done and dusted in 41 overs. Are you still feeling confident about your 41? Oh, you are. Well,
maybe
all right
42nd, 43rd.
Oh, hello. Stretching the rules somewhat. Ferguson's in. Oh, he chopped on. Bairstow's chopped on. Inside edge, top edge. And top of stump, rather. And Johnny Bairstow's gone. England are 71 for 3. Bairstow's gone for 36.
Oh, that's a big wicket. He's the man who's out there.
Very big wicket.
Man who's been out there 20 overs.
He was looking. The bat was a mile from the pads. The inside edge, and he's got away with it on any number of occasions. He didn't get away with it this time. He chopped it straight onto the top of his bails, and he's gone bold Ferguson, although it was played on for 36.
That's a huge swing. That's
Whoa.
a big swing. I'll call it. It's an even money game now.
I go along with that. We're going to see Stokes and Captain Morgan. It will be Ben Stokes now, won't it?
Oh, bound to be. Yeah. Perfect. It's perfect man for the situation, I should say.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
PJ Mead suggests, telling us there's lots of noisy New Zealand supporters in the upper tavern cheering every dot ball, but they're going to be cheering a bit louder.
They'll be cheering that one then, because that was more than a dot. That was a wicket. And England, well, what a test of nerve. What a test of character.
And John Thompson was the first doomed since the wicket.
Yeah, I'll be very intrigued to see, what was it? It was 76-24 last time.
Yep.
The
predictor was on.
The predictor was on. My guess is that's
60-40
up to.
Well, that has been
60-40,
consistently favouring England more than the better markets in more than it probably should.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is Ben Stokes. We'd better censor him, hadn't we?
Yes.
I got up in Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me a
You might still need that bleeper when Hendo comes back on.
Yeah. Well, he'll be on, I think, in 3 balls? Is he on next? Or I'm not sure who's on next, but it's 3 balls left of my stint. and I'm afraid a couple of wickets have been taken. Ferguson's in, it's down leg, and Stokes has turned it around the corner, down 2 long leg. Trent Boult is the man down there, so Stokes is off the mark straight away. He'll bring his captain back onto strike. We're having another look at the
it's not a good shot.
Shocking shot that Johnny Bairstow just really got himself into a tangle again. Was it a great ball, or was it a pressure situation that Johnny Bairstow will look back on that and no, he didn't play the best shot, but it is, if ever there was a pressure situation, this is it. And we're watching Johnny Bairstow climbing the Lord's Pavilion steps. This one, the bat is dropped on it. 60-40, who said 60-40?
You called Winviz, yeah.
Well, 60-40 it is now.
They need to be employing you, I think.
72 for 3.
Little do you know.
Well, 1 ball left. Someone actually knocking on the door. I think you just walk in is the normal form. You fell into it. 1 for 11, Lockie Ferguson. He has, I'm going that way I think, he has 1 ball left of the 20th over. He is into Morgan, who steers this away to extra cover. He will get a single. 73 for 3. Morgan 8. Stokes new to the crease 1 because Bairstow just chopped onto his own stumps. And we will have a quick change, and the drama will continue.
Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Vian, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket.
Johnny Bairstow done by one that came back into him. It's taken him about 5 or 6 attempts, but he's finally chopped onto his stumps. England 73 for 3 in the 2019 Men's World Cup final, chasing 242 to win their first men's 50 over final. And could we have that rarest of wee beasties, a good men's 50 over World Cup final? Colin de Grandhomme continuing 1 for 12 off his 5, and hasn't he bowled well in these conditions? Outside off stump to the England captain Owen Morgan, who's done so much to revolutionise the English cricket and redefine the bounds of the possible. This is, as you said earlier, Tony, his date with destiny. He pushes a single out to cover. He moves to 9. Ben Stokes, England's man for all seasons, on 1. What a fascinating game this could be.
Yes, if you're an England fan, as I said, I think you are watching it from behind the sofa now. If you're a New Zealand fan, I think you might be peeping your head out from behind the sofa and starting to believe.
If you're just watching the cricket, you're gripped to every living second of it. I'm Knuckle M. Panda, taking you through the next 10 overs. Tony Bishop, whose voice you just heard, is to my right, playing your jingles. Colin de Grandhomme in right arm round the wicket, wide outside off stump. Stokes leaves through to Tom Latham, the New Zealand wicketkeeper. There is no run. To my left, reading your tweets and your Facebook Live messages, is Jeremy Messages Henderson.
And thank you, Knuckle. Edgar Allan Poe says, in my humble opinion, most sports commentators are shite. Richie Benno was the Dion on TV and John Arlott on radio. I couldn't argue with that.
Oh, no, absolutely.
De Grandhomme in. Stokes comes down the track, I think, trying to cover the little bit of movement that De Grandhomme is getting. But that was a lovely delivery from De Grandhomme. Maybe just dragged it down a little bit, seeing Stokes coming, and got it to seam away sharply past the outside edge of Ben Stokes. Taken by Tom Latham. There is no run. I agree with you, Tony. I don't know why Latham's not been standing up to the stumps through De Grandhomme's entire spell. It takes away the
generating pace, but he's getting enough movement.
There's the sort of shortish gully in place. That's a terrible ball, and a good take by Latham, who's done very well behind the stumps, as did Butler earlier in tricky conditions. Wide signal down the leg side.
Wide. And Svenglisai says, doomed. Still, the beer's nice in the power, I mean.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to be drinking plenty, whatever the result.
Yes, indeed. That shortish gully in place. It's Ross Taylor as De Grandhomme is in. Outside of stump, it was short and wide. It was there to have a thrash at, but Stokes didn't have a thrash. He had a fiddle. Why is he fiddling rather than hitting? And he misses it by a mile in the end. Through to the keeper it goes. There is no run.
And Bachelor of Science and Arts says, on a brilliant Sunday in Dublin where there's so much sport on TV, I'm at the perfect place where one should be. Alone in the office trying to get a head start with next week's work. But
De Grandhomme in. This one is straighter. Stokes solidly in behind it. He does have a good defensive game, Ben Stokes. Blocked back to the bowler. There is no run.
but he's glad to have us guys for company.
Oh, well, we're delighted to have your company.
And Jay Grover says, those who will not be happy, about Butler's success, the bereaved he leaves in his wake.
Stokes comes slightly down the track and gets a good stride in behind that one. Blocked back to the bowler. There is no run. Another decent over from Colin de Grandhomme. Very good over, in fact. 1 plus the wide. England up to 21 overs, 75 for 3. Colin de Grandhomme in a World Cup final. Who'd have thunk it? 6 overs, 1 for 14.
Mark said, quote, done and dusted in 46 overs. Ooh, Bairstow's gone.
To be fair, they didn't say which way.
True.
Well, that run rate now has worked its way up to 5.75. England are currently going at 2 runs pretty much exactly behind that. They're going at 3.57.
Plenty of time, plenty of wickets, plenty of overs.
And as Anna Forsyth says, the ginger immigrants will save the day.
Yes, indeed. Ferguson continuing. He got that wicket of Johnny Bairstow in his first over. It was a full toss, which I don't think Morgan picked up quite, and ends up blocking back to the bowler. There is no run. England can't afford to get stuck here. They need to keep pushing 1s and 2s around, making sure they take advantage of any scoring opportunities there are out there. You don't want this to get into a situation where you have to go at 7.5 and over.
Seagrave Saab says, I don't think that's factored just yet, but my confidence has dented just a little. I'm sort of 60-40 in England's favour just now.
I think I'd agree with you there, Spangley. As Ferguson in right arm over the wicket, back of a length. The left-handed England captain Owen Morgan in behind it, blocks back to the bowler. There is no run.
And to reflect that, Hendo advised me that his mild optimism has now turned to mild pessimism.
Still only mild there.
Mild, yes, it's surprising. Mild is not something normally associated with.
It's a very interesting field that we've got, Sir Morgan. We've got the slip, we've got a gully, we've got sort of 2 backward points. I know actually the gully's coming into a short catching point. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the third man. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, including the short extra cover, within a very short space of pitch. We've also got the mid off quite wide, the mid on quite wide as well, almost at mid wicket, and the deep square leg. It's a good short ball by Lockie Ferguson. That was coming, and it sits the England captain down on his arse, but he survives. There is no run. Good surprise bouncer from Lockie Ferguson. So it's a 2-part plan. It's bowling short in at the body and then going wide to try and get Morgan fencing at one to those short catching men. I'm not quite sure what Don Massena's having a look at here.
Hello.
Damasena's taken the ball off the bowler. He's having a word with Owen Morgan. I'm not quite sure what about. And Murray Erasmus has gone in. There's a bit of a fist pump between Morgan and Stokes. I've got no idea what all that was about.
No, that's extraordinary.
Was Morgan appealing for a wide?
Oh, it may have been. Let's have a look. Well,
it's hard to tell, to be honest, because he ducked very early.
Well, he jumped his feet off the ground while simultaneously trying to go downwards. So he was trying to move the top half of his body downwards.
I tell you what, that wasn't that far away from up periscope.
No, he nearly got periscoped as well.
And the ball went over middle and leg.
And he's got a mark on the back of his helmet, so it clearly...
That was a hell of a ball from
So
Ferguson.
I think the umpire was checking to see he hadn't been hit hard in the helmet.
Slipping the gully in place.
All right.
Down the leg side, and it will be a leg by as it thuds into the pad. It'll be 1, it'll be 2, it'll only be 2 as Trent Bolt comes around. He's got a good throwing arm come through for 2 leg buys. I think Morgan might have preferred to be off strike, frankly.
That is quite unusual when those don't go all the way at Lords. That shows this outfield is pretty slow as well. You normally expect them to skid away down the hill.
Yeah, up to the up the hill to the pavilion.
Down the hill.
Down the hill to the pavilion.
Definitely
steps. But yes, it was cut off by Trent Bolt, who was quite.
If you're in the pavilion, it would have been to the right.
Yeah.
So that's very much the downhill part.
As Ferguson is in back of a length, Morgan in behind this one solidly enough. He wants the single, but it rebounds off Ben Stokes' foot, the non-striker, who had turned his back to try and make sure his bat was in. And there is no run.
Dr. Leonie Hicks says we are incapable of coherent analysis now in this house. Eep. I think New Zealand might have this. There was a lot of eeping on Thursday, and you still got there, Leonie.
Eep says it all. And Eep speaks 1,000 words. Ferguson in with his stuttering start to his run-up, and now in at full cry. The slip's come out now. It's another good bouncer, but too much on that, and it flies over Tom Latham for 5 wides in fact.
Do we have a 5 wides?
Don't think we do.
I don't think we do. I'll just have to go with this one then.
Times 5.
5 times, yeah.
Yep, bit of a trampoline bounce from that one from Lockie Ferguson. Latham had no chance. Very welcome 5 wides for England.
It's again a short ball though. There's no doubt what their plan is there?
Yep, this old weakness of Owen Morgan's has resurfaced. He sort of his trigger movement is a forward press, and it gets himself into an odd position trying to play the short ball, where he can't really play an attacking shot at it, and he can't really duck at it either. So he ends up sort of flailing at it. Ferguson's come round the wicket now, which I think is a good move. As well as the sort of wide gully, there's a sort of short extra cover, and the man at short catching point, and the backward point, and the third man. So a lot of men in that sort of offside point region, but it's blocked out to the man at point. There is no run. A very interesting over indeed for England, New Zealand, and all watching this match. After 22 overs, England 82 for 3, need 160 off the next 28 overs to win their first men's 50-over World Cup.
It's a fascinating plan. I would love to see, during this World Cup, the proportion of runs that Owen Morgan will have scored cutting somewhere down between third man and backward point.
It's where he goes when he's out of form. Because when he's in form, he goes down the ground and over mid-wicket. But when he's a little bit shaky, he does like to try and run the ball down through third man.
So the idea is basically soften him up with bouncers and then have
him poking at a wide one.
Having poking at the wide ones.
Got a bit of catching up to do here. Chris Dobertine says it seems that old sense of impending doom has returned to the England camp. Win predictor says 60-40, but the reality feels more 50-50.
De Grandhomme in. A little bit of movement into Ben Stokes, the left-hander from round the wicket. Stokes in behind that one solidly, though, and blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. Morgan's taken his helmet off at the non-striker's end. Murray Erasmus casting a watchful eye over proceedings. He's the umpire at this end.
Adam McKee says the Kiwis have got this.
I would, although it was 60-40.
A long way to go. De Grandhomme in from the pavilion end. Good shot from Stokes, but a well-set offside field. We've got that gully up, we've got that short extra cover up, and we've got Mitchell Santner back on the edge of the circle at cover point, and it's he who fields. There is no run.
Gordon Anderson watching this game in his local cricket club. Colleagues pointed out that there are no Englishmen on the pitch.
Oh, come now. As De Grandhomme in. Down the track comes Ben Stokes, and that's a good shot. A shot of real authority. Just came down the track, then waited for it to arrive, and put it away hard for 3 square leg for 4. Mad wicket, man at long leg, and Ben Stokes picked the gap perfectly. And with real power, the sort of flamingo shot with the back leg coming up.
Ravinair says we're fucked. I understand Butler needs a rest after keeping, but does that justify having a double lefty combo at the crease?
I think this left-hand, right-hand business is, I think too much is made of it. I really do. Stokes has been the number 5 when England have lost early wickets throughout the tournament. Morgan's been the number 4 throughout the tournament. And now, finally, Tom Latham is coming up to the stumps after Ben Stokes gave it the most telegraphed charge you will ever see.
Yeah, he's
it's been a long time coming.
Looking to reassert some authority, aren't they, England?
Just getting them moving again. This is back of a length, and Stokes, of course, playing from the crease with the very ostentatious coming up to the stumps with Tom Latham. Stokes in behind that one, blocks back to the bowler. There is no. You can't just let them bowl it.
No, you have to do something, and the England way is very much to back yourselves and look to keep going on the attack. The depth to do it with.
De Grandhomme in, outside off stumps. Stokes plays this one solidly enough as it comes into him. Up to mid-on, there is no run. I have one criticism of Ben Stokes, and I think he's batted beautifully throughout this tournament, is that he can let a few dot balls go at the start of his innings, which is could cause England problems later. It hasn't particularly so far. He's been England's man for all.
And we are back. Boom. Hello, Jacob.
Hello.
Hello,
Bear.
You off the night shift?
Yes, I am, and I only have one more left.
Hey, what's your? Do you have like 5 on, 4 off type deal? Is that how it goes with a night shift?
No, it just kind of is. It's a bit random, to be honest. So I requested nights specifically so I could do this rubbish, but so I played myself. But other than that, it's usually like a week or 2 of nights out of every month.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Fair enough.
But
So I can breathe. I can bring you news. It is free entry to the Basin Reserve tomorrow.
Yeah.
On a first come, first serve basis. So it'll be interesting. It's a really good idea, I reckon.
I'm glad.
Terrific crowds.
I'm glad that it started to catch on, and that since it was last summer, wasn't it, where English grounds started doing it, and if only Lords
it's been
doing it.
It's been that way in Australia for a long time.
First ball is edged by Blundell, but down, well in front of the slip. Oh, there's been so many of those for England today, where it's just dropped short. There's no carry off the edge, and in comes Leach. And that's a bit short and punched, but only as far as short extra cover.
I mean, what do you think New Zealand do, Jacob? I mean, how far do they go? I mean, they're just going to be scared and just carry on batting?
I mean, they need probably 300 at least, as that's
they'll get that tonight.
Edgily defended by Blundell, but again straight down. Yeah, they get that tonight, and then.
But they need 400.
Presumably they start again at 9:30 tomorrow. That's what I mean. They need 400, surely. I mean, they're going to be scared of giving England a day to get 300.
On this wicket.
As that's floated by Leach and pressed forward by Blundell, well defended into the leg side, no run. Yeah, it's a tricky situation for New Zealand. I feel a right tit though, because I said yesterday, England are right in this, because who's going to make 500 in the third innings of a test match? Well, apparently New Zealand are. That's punched off the back foot into the leg side just for a single.
Well, we were talking about this before, when just before tea, when Brendan McCullum made his 300, two other batsmen got 200, hundreds each, and that was the third innings of that match.
Yeah,
this wicket just flattens out, man.
I mean, England could quite easily score at 6 and over tomorrow.
Which is what New Zealand will be worried about, because it's gone so flat. England could just belt it around the bloke. As that's defended by Leach. Because by Blundell even. Because New Zealand have not scored terrifically quickly for their 424 for 5.
No, I mean, how many overs? 140 overs, so, barely 3 and over. Which is reasonable pace.
Yeah. 3.01, yes. Well, as an Indo says, I'm banking on the fact that Bazball takes no prisoners, so they will live by the sword and die by the sword. I think that's right. They could well get 6 and over tomorrow, or they could fall in a screaming hit trying, but they'll still try.
They're certainly not going to block for the draw, are they?
Kevin Weston said he thought they were sold out for $35 5-day tickets. I don't think. Oh, I don't know. But clearly they're not.
As in comes Robinson. Oh, and that's just a floaty full toss, almost low full toss, but was defended by Blundell. I tell you what's almost sold out: Oval Day 5 tickets for the Ashes, because that was a knuckleball. I've just got hold of some, but
Oval Day 5.
They're in relatively short supply. There's only 2 blocks, kind of 2 stands left, and only about 50 tickets in each.
And do you get a refund if there's no play on Day 5?
You do indeed, as that's tucked out into the leg side, and Folks comes round to pick it up because there's no one there short. There's only a man in the deep.
The $35 tickets, Messi, were for the first 3 days.
All right, there you go. So how much is it for a Day 5 ticket at the Oval for the Ashes?
£20 for.
Oh, that's not bad.
Day 5. It was very reasonable. I've also got Day 4, which
is
about 115 each for the Ashes. So
fucking hell.
Yeah, usually it's about £70, 80, 90 at the Oval, but for the Ashes it was a bit more. But Lords is just ridiculous. It's £170 a ticket at Lords.
Oh.
It's just a disgrace.
Yeah, well, it needs to be bigger, doesn't it?
As that's left alone and wide. Umpire Gaffney calls wide.
Oh my God, I get to play a jingle.
Short ball.
Let's play a jingle.
Wide.
Yeah, it was very short. And even with Kane Williamson ducking it, it went quite a long way over his head. Umpire Tucker, by the way, just shrugged at Gaffney and just went, yeah, you call it what you want, mate. I don't know if that was a wide or not. but umpire Gaffney decided it was, and that's still short, but on the ribs and played nicely in a controlled fashion along the floor into the leg side for a single. Williamson moves to 114.
I like that bay, man. It looks good, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
Not huge high rises everywhere.
It's a nice city, Wellington, apart from the win. Dave Wood says, by my calculation, New Zealand need a lead of 480 to stop England winning in 2 sessions. That's assuming 8 runs and over then, Dave, which I suppose is always possible. You just never know. But they certainly need a lot to give scoreboard pressure.
That's cut Blundell in half a little bit, but it's bouncing well above the top of the stumps. It's just wrapped off the upper thigh pad, almost the hip. Yeah, the back pocket, as he's squared up a little bit by that, nipping back in.
The problem is New Zealand can't put it too far. I mean, even if England, England will go for it, but you can't exactly that. If you give them 400 to get them 50 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, they can try, but they'll never get there.
As that's defended into the offside, but they won't get a run. There is a wide slip, a third slip, who will come round and get it. Ollie Stone is on the pitch, and how England might feel that they could have done with his talents and his pace, particularly on this sort of pitch.
Yeah, it was a thought. He was my thought for this test over Potts, but a lot of people were putting Potts if there was a change ahead of Stone. But,
or if I mean, Leach is dependable and he's looked very good in this test match, but minds turn to Rehan Ahmed in Bangladesh. Oh, as that's gone through to folks, I think it's a bit of low bounce, and it's missed the bat underneath the bat of Blundell, and that's the end of the over. 427 for 5.
It was a rubbish shot. He had his bat about 3 yards away from his pad too. We're up to date on Twitter and over on YouTube. There's some discussion about betting odds between Blake Veer and Matt, but not a lot about the cricket. Although Bartholomew K. Williams, responding to something before tea, said, "Isn't there stalemate in chess after 21 further moves?" Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting to notice English guerrillas becoming as downhearted as the England fielding team. I'm enjoying this. You guys are. Hendo was obviously really keen just not to have to watch anymore.
That's defended by Williamson off Leach. Well, it's the first time England have really, really struggled in the field under Stokes, and again, it's just that classic problem of, is there enough variation in the attack when it stops moving around and it gets flat and things get hard, as Williamson comes down the pitch and defends. Well, just is there enough?
Well, yeah, there was. Well, I mean, they did it in Pakistan, for crying out loud. And there's, it might be the case that they do win this tomorrow. I mean, this is it. New Zealand will eventually, someone will make a mistake, whether it's concentration or not.
As that's cut nicely by Williamson. It does beat the man at short cover. It won't beat the man in the deep, who collects it, and they'll get through for 2. I mean, you say that, but in Pakistan they had some mystery spin from Rehan Ahmed.
Only the third test,
in one
though.
Of the test matches.
Yeah, it was only the third test. They won 2 already.
Yeah, and there was also spin there, whereas there's not been a huge amount of spin on offer on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, there was spin, but there wasn't a huge amount of spin out there.
As Williamson trots down defence. Yeah, it's just that it seems to be a consistent problem with England that when things get flat, and under Stokes they haven't got flat, and he's been very good at not letting them. But now that they have, occasionally they seem to run out of ideas, and there's just not that X factor which is going to make that little bit of variation.
Yeah, to agree, to a certain degree I'd agree. I think the pitch is very much not helpful, but you also have to hand it to the Kiwis for batting like they have. I mean, there have been balls that have just missed the outside edge. There have been balls that have just dropped short of fielders. I mean, it's been a frustrating day for England as much as anything else, and yesterday too. As
defenders, yeah, I agree with that. I just think that when you get to this sort of position, and I think the importance of something like high pace is very overstated by a lot of pundits. But you just think of Mark Wood in Australia, and then you look at a surface like this, and you just go, having someone like that would just make you feel a little bit better.
It would do.
Absolutely. Having Joffre and Mark Wood would just change the dynamic, wouldn't it?
Well, to be fair, isn't this New Zealand's where we originally broke Joffre? Didn't he? Joe Root bowled him for something like 50 overs in one game in a very similar situation. Yeah, exactly, in a very similar situation to this, where the pitch was as dead as a fucking doornail, and all he kept doing was going back to Joffre. And that's where his problem started, or everyone talks about it. That's where his problem started.
As here is Robinson, and that's played late and nicely, but there is a backward point who will cover off that shot from Williamson.
Well, now I've got the fall of the next wicket down as a run out, because I think that's about the only way we're going to get a wicket.
Or somebody mishitting a pie.
Yes, but that won't do him any favours. And out court is probably less than, it's about 2-1 on generally.
Yeah. Well, in this innings, each of the fast bowlers have bowled almost the same. Anderson 27, Robinson 26, and Broad 24.
Left alone by Williamson outside the off stump.
I mean, they're still trying. I mean, Robinson's still up at 133, which is pretty much his average speed. So, credit to them for carrying on going. I mean, it is frustrating. And nothing's happened. They've tried some funky fields. They've tried short shit. Kane Williamson is a class bat. Blundell just scores and runs for fun against England. We were kind of lucky that Daryl Mitchell gave it away, really.
Yeah. Stokes clearly isn't fit. I mean, he would have bowled more than 2 overs in normal circumstances.
Defended off the back foot by Williamson. Yeah, that was the only thing. They haven't sort of broken glass and retrieved Stokes, but it seems that he did his 2 overs and then broke his own glass in the form of his glass knee. Just kind of, you're right, Messi, he's obviously not fit to bowl.
Yeah, and he bowled shit when he did bowl.
Yeah, apparently so. I didn't see it, but wasn't good. I hear.
It was
awful.
Speaking of awful bowling, / awful batting actually, as Williamson defends that off the back foot, I hear there's been some Manx bashing, and I need to step in and defend the country of my fiance's birth.
Well, it's a bit hard when they were all out for 12. 10. And got beaten in 2 balls.
By Spain, who have whitewashed them 4-0 in a 5-match T20 series with 1 rained off.
Jesus.
It does remind me a little of my very first match of cricket for Chelmsford Hall's 7th 11, where the opposition, St Andrews 13th 11, sorry.
Left alone. St Andrews 13th 11.
Yes, every boy in the school played cricket. They made 144 for 1 declared, even though they didn't want it declared. Their teacher insisted. We were all out for 11. And I think extras were the highest scorer.
There was a team that we used to play, York School, I think they were called, or something. Regularly used to bowl them out sort of 15 or 20.
As that's defended by Williamson. Yeah, I sent that to my darling partner on my night shift, and just said, by the way, the Isle of Man's made BBC Sports front page for all the wrong
reasons. Generally, the only sport talked about on the Isle of Man is the TT, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're pretty happy to have something new. But in other news, I shall be moving to the Isle of Man shortly to become player, coach, and captain.
Well, I was going to say, they've got to be extraordinarily bad not to. You can't imagine that Spain's sort of T20 side is up to much cop, really.
No, not really. But the Isle of Man are a very, very small nation. The population is the size of Wembley Stadium.
Oh, is there only that many people?
Yeah, 85,000 people on the entire island. So the pool is very small. They do well in rugby, actually. They've got a few guys in the Sale Sharks team.
Yeah, well, fishermen and things. Yeah.
But cricket is not the thing.
Oh, well.
As in comes Leach. And that's defended nicely by Blundell. But yes, we're planning a shotgun wedding at the weekend, so I can qualify and go over there and put things right.
I'm not entirely sure you should volunteer for a shotgun wedding because it's usually the father-in-law that holds the shotgun.
As that's played off the back foot by Blundell for 1 run. I don't have to worry about that, Messrs, as my would-be father-in-law has very unfortunately been dead for the last 15 years.
Sweet.
Oh.
So, no shotgun at least. As that's floated a bit by Leach, but it's a bit short, and Williamson just calmly rocks back, tucks it into the leg side. No run. There's a mid-wicket there. Well, it's all just meandering, isn't it?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. Mike says, looking at the Oval tickets, all that's left for day 4 Ashes now is £190 tickets.
Woof.
In the Galadari balcony, I think, as that's played into leg side. No run.
Is that the one with the glass balcony next to the Dotson McGee, where you get free champagne or whatever it is?
It's a big old balcony thingy. As again defended by Williamson, no run. Yeah, and then day 5, there's only, I think, 100 or so tickets left for, 20 quid each.
I'm looking forward to the Ashes.
It's going to be exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't see Australia winning. I really can't.
As that's defended into the leg side, no run.
Well,
end of the over, 31 for 5.
Okay, Farong says, greetings from a chilly northeast Thailand, only 19 degrees, hope everyone's well. Then Black Caps...
hang on, no ball, sorry. No ball.
Well, let's hope it's a wicket.
Jack Leach will have to have a do-over on that final ball of the over. Williamson, upset at someone moving in his eye line, tells him to get out the bloody way. I'm only New Zealand's most prolific test batsman ever. Show some respect.
Well, they obviously thought the over was over and started moving.
There might be that sight screen issue again when they get that bloody graphic up and then they can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Well, last time it brought England a wicket, so hope reigns eternal. As in comes Leach.
Oh!
And that's cut off the back foot, and despite the Bears' yelp of surprise and potential happiness, it was not a wicket. It was cut back to the square. There's a backward point in. It falls well short of him and bounces into his hands.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit aerial for a while, but hey.
Farong goes on, them Black Caps are now leading by 200. Unless a collapse occurs, we will be going into the 5th day. Unheard of in baseball. England ODI series against the Tigers starts at 2:30 Bangladesh Standard Time. Now, how certain are you of that, Farong? Because there is great conjecture over this. With the Cricket Info site is now saying that it starts at 12 o'clock, I think it is Bangladesh Standard Time.
See, I don't get that. So the reason I think that is wrong is, after this ball...
Here's Robinson, that's dabbed down by Blundell into the offside, no run.
That wouldn't be a day-night game. I know it gets dark earlier, but in theory, otherwise it's just, you might as well just have a day game, shouldn't you? Because it starts at 12 o'clock. It's going to finish shortly after people finish work, and the whole point of day-night games is you grab people in after they finish work. So generally the first innings happens while people are at work, and then they get in to see the end if it's one of those societies. Now, if it starts at 12, it'll virtually be over by 6:30, 7 o'clock, which means that that doesn't seem right.
Here's Robinson, that's cut backwards a square. Will Van coming. Oh, there's more cover in the deep. He was off camera for a bit, but he's got hold of that, and I think they've got through for 2.
A single. No, I think they only got a single.
Just a single. It's been a lot of confusion over Bangladesh, but I think it's just operating on a principle of we start whenever Shakib tells us that we start, in order to keep him happy so that he doesn't try to murder an umpire with a stump again.
Well, there was conjecture that it's on Sky Sports, but we can't find it on there.
No.
Telegraph reported it the other day, didn't they?
Well, they did.
Yes. Yeah.
Defended into the offside, no run for Blundell. Williamson even.
But then Mayank got in touch with us and said that he checked it all out, and so far it had only been confirmed as of today that TalkSport taken the radio rights.
It's weird. But our man on the ground in Bangladesh is actually gone there to cover the series. It's got official notification that it starts at 6 a.m. GMT.
As that's defended, well, not really defended, it was a gentle push off the hip by Williamson, and it goes down to the man deep at backward square leg, and he will get a single.
It will be interesting if no British broadcaster does buy the rights, though. Eventually, it turns out it's not on any sort of TV channel here. That'd be a first.
As that's wide and loopy from Robinson and driven out to deep point. There's a man on the boundary, single again. Yeah, I mean, it's not a series which greatly matters, but the symbolism of just no one bothering to pick it up, no one thinking it's worth the effort.
Says something, doesn't it?
It's quite big for the 50 over game particularly.
Yeah.
And these bilateral series, which we've all been saying for years, are completely pointless.
Well, it's the World Cup year, that's why it's happening, isn't it?
As that's driven slightly uppish on the up by Williamson, but he beats the man at short cover, and he will beat the man running back from mid off. That was Jack Leach who was running back. It was a valiant effort, but he didn't quite make it. One of them. And I think that's the end of the over.
Could well be.
So Tim Wall says, batting conditions at Basin Reserve were not always so dreamy. First match at the ground in January 1868, Wellington Volunteers versus the crew of the HMS Falcon, was hampered by numerous injuries from thistles. I love it. Thanks, Tim. Ben Jade says, I'm happy to transfer my 4 tickets to anyone for lesser than what I paid for them. Super Bump messaged me on Instagram. That's in relation to day 4 at the Oval. The Ghost of Zoob says, be careful, the dead can still have influence. And in relation to that, Mike says, upon hearing of the death of the would-be father-in-law, I love how both message guests show sympathy while the hotbed chimes in with sweet at the same time. Yeah. Radio Gold.
I did think that was quite an interesting gulf in the human experience. As, London Trotsdown pitch and defends Leach for no run.
Well, my father-in-law died. I never met him. He died when we first got together. Within the year we got together. So I never met him. I think I'd have been quite scared of him. Sad. Apparently he's quite a hard man.
Oh, short and cut at by Blundell, but he misses it, and it's just missed the top edge of the bat. And Ben Folkes, well, I think his face says it all. He's grimacing, not smiling, with those humongous and pearly white teeth.
Yeah, they've got to be cats from Turkey, haven't they?
Probably. We should do a story on him, as that's just pushed up the pitch to mid-on for a single.
Mike, I think you got a pretty solid nomination for our tweet of the day when we do Gorilla Roundup, 40th night later on this evening.
Oh, well, Jack Leach flicking the ball between his fingers, pondering what to do next, and well, I think we all are really, as that's just defended again by Williamson, smothering the spin and smothering the game. Just, England seem a little adrift here, and Joe Root was so oft criticised for letting the game drift, and you can't really blame Ben Stokes. There's not a lot that can be done, but it does seem like it's drifting at the moment, as that's cut past Stokes. Potts even, he misfielded it at short cover, and I'll get through for a sleep.
I don't think you can say that about Stokes. He's tried all sorts of things. I mean, Joe Root would really let the game drift and just put people in the deep and try strategies for too long. I mean, at times Stokes has changed the field round every other over. He's tried all sorts of things, and it's just not happened.
As that's a little straighter from Leach and pushed into the leg side. I mean, before it was even fielded and they got through for a single, Leach had already turned around and gone to walk back towards the umpire, trudging back, head down.
I mean,
it's the end of the over, 4:42 for 5.
Go Messi.
So Mog has an alternative theory. He says, are you suggesting your father-in-law died of shame when he found out who his daughter was seeing there?
No.
And Mayank, in relation to tweet of the day, says, if someone tries to one-up my tweet and overtake me, I shan't be happy, I tell you. Stiff competition for tweet of the day and gorilla of the day. I haven't worked out who the gorilla of the day is yet, but there's plenty of time left.
Me.
Harry Brook is going to bowl. We've now really
yes, we really would. Excellent. Come on, Harry, get a wicket. Let's have a jingle. You know, in his mind, he's winning the match here.
Now, Harry Brook has been rather generously listed on the graphic as right arm medium. As in he comes, and that's defended. The keeper is up. It's defended by Blundell off the back foot. We haven't seen a speed gun figure, but it was decently well targeted, and a wobble seemed to be from Brook. I mean, right arm dibbly dobbly is probably the best description of his talents, but we'll see what happens as that's down the leg side and pushed off the hip by Blundell out into the deep, and they'll get a single. God, it would be funny if Harry Brook got Williamson on 123.
Wouldn't it just? And then got taken off with figures of 1 for 1.
Harry Brook rather optimistically hiding the ball in his run-up as if it's going to reverse swing. When James Anderson couldn't get it to reverse swing. Yeah, it is a horrible action. Harry Brook just winding the arm out, ready.
Haven't we got any dodgy leg spinners in this side?
I hope so, because they're nets. Was that on the outside half of Williamson's bat, actually, as he just rather ponderously defends it. A speed of 106.4 kilometres an hour from Harry Brook.
Oh, that's barely faster than Jack Leach.
It's about
5 miles an hour faster than Jack Leach.
I think Jack Leach's fastest ball was about 90 kph, and that's 106. So it's only about 15 more.
It's sub-dobber speed.
So that's defended by Blundell out to the offside. A rapid 110 there from Brook. Maybe the 106 was the slower ball.
Quadruple Nelson.
4-4-4 for 5.
Yeah. Well, these two have now put on 147 at 3.67 per over.
Here comes Brook. And that's... Blundell looked like he actually struggled with that one a little bit. A hand came off the bat. It looks like they're just getting a bit early on it. They're not used to this level of ridiculously slow pace. With precisely zero movement, as that just struck him on the glove, actually. It just a little extra bounce from Brook.
Jerry's very amused.
Blundell just defends. I mean, we did see this occasionally with Colin de Grandhomme in very flat conditions, where he'd come on, bowl slowly, but not this slowly, and pretty much gun barrel straight, and people kind of didn't know what to do with it.
Indeed. Look, it's time for a change, boys. Richard's going to come in and do some ball by ball. Jacob, you're going to move to tweets, and Forthy's joining as well.
So, Jacob, the next tweet is from Mog about us all being embarrassed.
Oh, I am moving to tweets. Thank you very much, yes.
And I'm sure you will have a wonderful time there. Hello, Jacob. Hello, fellow night owls.
Night hawks.
Where's
Forthy? Well, I don't know if we can all claim to be.
I'll hang around till Forthy arrives.
Quadruple Nelson still, but New Zealand are off it as Leach bowls, and it is Williamson who helps himself to a single out towards point.
I've started hitting the red. I got fed up with beer.
It's Leach again. And Blundell comes at him, smashes it hard, and Leach has ended up on the ground. I don't know if that was a chance.
I think it
of
was.
any description.
Might be a drop, yeah.
I
He
think
ends
it
up in
was.
an-
Difficult. He's hit hard. It's to his left. He's got to grab it with one hand.
But it's gone all the way into his hand and then out again. But it was bludgeoned.
Never easy. Those ones either stick or they don't. He was pretty close to it, to be fair.
He was on the dive to get a hand to that. He'd done the hard work to get there, but they don't always stick when they're coming that hard. Here he is again. He's gotten used to picking himself up and carrying on because it's his 55th over of this innings alone. It's 17 in the first innings, which came directly before all of these ones. And here he is with ball number 4, and Blundell gives himself space and just taps it away with a horizontal bat to backward point for 1.
Messi Jez has helpfully informed us that there's only 12 overs until the third new ball.
And there are 32 overs left in the day, which none of the England bowlers are going to want to hear, because the way it's looking, they're going to have to be bowling until Stumps. That is a dot ball, and there's still one to come from Jack Leach. Yeah, remarkable 32 overs left. It's a long day, and it's one that seems longer because of the way it's been played out. And that's pretty much a replay of the couple of balls ago. It's a single there for Williamson out to point. How are we looking on the social side, Jake?
Mogg says, "Won't you all be embarrassed when Brook takes 5 wickets in 2 overs?" Well, he's now got 1 over to take 5 wickets. Tim Walls.
I won't be embarrassed because I wasn't on to make fun of him, and I really hope he does take a wicket.
Forty's arrived. I'm disappearing.
Tim
All right,
Walls
40.
says,
Hello there. Sorry, I was just taking the dog for a walk and overran by a couple of minutes there. My apologies.
Tim Wall says, "I hate to say it, but I called it. Harry Brook is bowling. He has 8 first-class wickets with an average of 55, so better than Leach." Mogg says even Chris Harris would be laughing at this bowling. And then we have a trio of tweets from Mayank. He says, "Harry Brook, a medium pace all-rounder. Who knew?" Brook kind of reminds me of Tendulkar's action, who was of course a spinner. And Mayank says, "England need to bowl everyone including Folkes before the innings is over."
Well, here he is with his second over, and that's a dot ball played straight back down to the bowler by Williamson, who is watchful even on 126 of 270 balls. He has set up shop in a big way. Here's Brook again. One's a little bit shorter, but hitting the stumps, I'd fancy, and again respectfully batted down the wicket.
Hitting the stumps, if not firmly and confidently defended by Kane Williamson on 126.
Exactly. And I'm not sure he's bowling it quick enough to dislodge a bail. Perhaps a touch shorter again, but it's more or less the same ball and the same outcome. Halfway through this,
I'm trying to think of a worse bowler that England have. Obviously, Alistair Cook.
Dom Sibley. Dom Sibley
Yes,
bowled his leg spin pies in a match against Pakistan when Jeremy Anderson got his 600th wicket.
Well, I'll trump you. Hang on.
Here's Brook once more. This one is actually outside the off stump, and Williamson plays it late towards third man. Would have been a run actually, except the third man is up quite close actually, and so he cuts it off, and it's a dot ball, and Brook is on his 2 balls away from a maiden.
If you thought Alistair Cook's wicket about Ishant Sharma was bad enough, I think David Gower might have a test wicket, but I might need to check that.
Forget the maiden, because there's going to be a single here. Stuart Broad is lying on the ground in agony, not for the first time today. I think all the England players have rolled around at length and taken a long time to get up at various points today. Broad is now on his feet. A tremendous effort, you have to say, after all these overs and all these years to keep that
just
one.
Landed on the ball there. He dived, swept it back and under his own torso.
Ben Stokes did the same thing earlier.
Blundell just chips that down on the leg side, and there's no run. Broad still in discomfort. That's the end of the over. How are we looking social-wise?
Mogg says that, he suggests as a worse bowler than Brooks, Simon Kerrigan.
Well, he was meant to be a bowler, so I'm not sure he counts, but I know what you mean.
And then I'm just having a look at the YouTube. So we have on there, I don't know where we last got to on YouTube, but Samantha G says, I left, had dinner, did laundry and watched YouTube cat videos with my husband, and England still haven't gotten another wicket. Come on now, England.
Just for a moment, I was trying to think who Harry Brook reminded me of. He's like an extremely slowed down version of Max Walker, the old Australian bowler. He almost bowls off the wrong foot. So slow, isn't he?
I like how generational that tweet is, the cat videos. Like it makes me think, what did people do when they were waiting for England to take a wicket in 1909? Something different to cat videos, I would imagine. But you could probably rewrite that script every decade or so. This one's defended by Williamson as Leach continues.
I have a sort of theory that tweeting has enabled people to stop smoking more easily, gives them something to do.
Williamson just steps back and punts it out into the deep point region for a single there. Standard fair.
I'll be honest, Forthy, I just don't know which one's more harmful at this point.
Oh, Jacob, I love the fact that you're kind of like 30 in a 70-year-old body. It's fantastic.
30 in a 70-year-old body?
Yeah, I thought that was.
I meant the other way. I meant the other way around, actually.
I'm 23, Forthy.
Oh, okay. Well, it's very hard to tell on Zoom. You've got a kind of elderly beard. I didn't mean 70, but I thought you might be approaching it.
There's no backpedaling from that. But beards do make you 10 years older. I used to be 30 in a 70-year-old's body, but then I got 12 years older, and now I'm a 42-year-old in a 75-year-old's body. I mean, wait. You know what I mean? I'm a massive Luddite. Anyway, that's another dot ball.
I used to be 30 in a 70-year-old body, but then a policeman told me to stop.
Are you the youngest? Well, actually, no. We've got one or two younger ones coming through now, haven't we? I think Riley, he's a young lad.
I used to be the young pup.
Yes.
There's an air of impatience about Blundell in this over as he runs down towards Leach, but can't penetrate the field. There's no run.
I must look terrible on this camera.
You look lovely, just, a mature 30 rather than a mature 23.
Straight bat through the offside, and he's going to get a couple here, I should imagine. It's gone out into the deep. Jimmy Anderson fields it with his left hand, throws it in with his right. And that's about all there is to say about that ball. It's
and
very, very,
that's
very
all I
late
have to say
at
about
night.
that. Mayank says, want to see some serious filth bowling? Look up Hashim Amla against Australia or Inzamam Al Haq. He was so shit he got in trouble for chucking, apparently. Farong informs us that the confusion over BCB cricket start times continues as Ghazi TV, the official broadcaster of BCB matches, say that it's an 8:30 GMT start for ODI matches. So the confusion continues.
And will until the toss. Brook has got Brook has got a third over. This one is just jinked away into the leg side. Nicely timed, actually, by Kane Williamson. He's going to get 4 for it. Just evaded the flying, diving mid-wicket, who may have been the captain himself. 4 of these, if anyone's on duty for that. Don't think there is.
No one is.
Yeah,
Ichni Sanshi. Ichni Sanshi.
Nothing like... Well, that was actually a good impression.
Thank you.
Ben Stokes is complaining at people leaving divots. I'm not quite sure what the issue was. I think he's just angry at the world. And who wouldn't be at the stage?
He is ginger after all.
55 arrived. There's that. That's the good one from Harry Brook. Just defended away by Williamson.
I imagine if you're an English player right now, you're desperate not to catch Ben Stokes' eye. Everyone knows when he's got the wrath on. I think he has at the moment.
Well, he's smiling. I mean, he seems to see the funny side of this thing, and maybe that's all part of the whole "it's only a game" approach to baseball. I mean, maybe you need to see the lighter side of things to allow yourself that freedom. I don't know. That's probably a discussion for not.
Yeah, Harry Brook's laughing. Everyone's laughing, but it's 455 for 5.
Yes, and that's another dot ball. So there's no question of Williamson or Blundell climbing into Harry Brook by any means. And none for 7 after 2.5 overs. His figures.
No, they've really got to milk him, haven't they? I've probably agreed 1 boundary maximum. Try and keep him on so we can just sort of creep him up to 5 or 6 and over without them being taken off.
Brook one more time. It's outside off stump. Nicely played through the covers by Williamson off the back foot, but picks out the fielder, of which there are plenty there in the offside. The lead remains 229, and New Zealand resolute as ever. They know they've got another 29 overs after this one today to grind England into the dirt. As Brook short, wide, and I'm not honestly sure what happened there. The balls ended up somewhere behind Ben Folkes, and
uppercut,
nobody's running.
Uppercut and then over the gloves of Ben Folkes.
That was incredibly short. It almost landed on his toes. The bowler, that is. Yeah.
It's all about grind them into the dirt in the sense that if there was a little tumble of wickets, England would still be favourites to overhaul the total.
Brooks appealed.
Well, I mean that the plan is to grind them into the dirt and not give anything away. Which is working out so far because they're not even taking any risks. There's a review here
for an Alistair Cook strangle down the leg side, and Stokes reviewed it.
And he's smiling. I think he just thinks this adds to the ridiculousness of everything. Let's review something that probably isn't out because, well, hey.
I mean, it was a big appeal from Brook actually. He was convinced, and Stokes and Root both kind of came in and went, "Oh right, has there been something on that? Yes, there has. Okay, we'll go for it. Let's have a look."
Maybe we're about to witness something.
Root's given a little sort of enthusiastic nod of the head, as if he knows something that other people don't. We shall see.
I think it's back pad. It's close, but I think it's back pad.
It seems like there's a deviation of something.
Perilously close, and I reckon that might be back. Let us find out.
Oh, maybe.
I think that's that. I think that is that.
Is this an Alistair Cook wicket?
I think it's that.
It's almost exactly how Alistair Cook got his maiden test wicket. This little tickle down the leg side.
Ooh. Well, we're gonna have to.
It's off the face of the bat, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is. I think this is a wicket.
It looks to be bad.
I think the world-class batsman is about to be embarrassed by the looks of it.
Oh my goodness!
Is this Williamson or Blundell?
I think it looked like a Williamson shot, but I must admit
it looks like Williamson's bat. Has Williamson got out on 130 off Harry Brook?
Well, we joked about exactly that about 3 overs ago.
Oh, this would make me so happy.
Oh, here we go.
There's an edge.
Well, there is something. Is there enough? Probably.
Yeah, there's a spike on its next to the bat.
Tiny little spike. I think it's enough.
It's Blundell.
We'll take it.
Blundell is gone. England are celebrating as if they've... Well...
No, it's Williamson. It was the end of the over. That's why it switched to Blundell. It's Williamson on 132.
And the madness of this day goes on.
Look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
What the
It's interesting,
hell?
actually. I remember reading, I think it was Michael Vaughan's biography, said the toughest batting he ever had to face in the 2005 Ashes was Ricky Ponting. Because he wanted to relax, he couldn't relax, he played a loose shot, he was out, he felt like an absolute idiot. It was very demoralising. Well, the same thing's just happened to Kane Williamson.
Yeah, and that can happen when these bowlers come on, and fair play to Ben Folkes as well. He's been looking very tired for a while now, but he was there for that one that goes down the leg side, wrapped his gloves around it, because you never know if there's an edge. And there was.
It was one of the best days of my life. I'll get some tweets in. Mayank says, has any innings ever needed a fourth new ball? Because I reckon we're heading that way. Well, maybe not now, Mayank, now that Harry Brook, the destroyer of worlds, is on. Mog says, 40 with the most effective evisceration since Jack the Ripper. Ravi Nair, not a video, but here's a picture of my cat. I highly recommend going to look at the picture of the cat. It's very cute. Chris the Choir says, D.I. Gower took 5 for very few against KCS Wimbledon first 11 bowling off spin. He was rather embarrassed, I remember. Mayank says Stokes might as well come off and get a 12th man on because he's unable to bowl or field.
He's enjoying the comedy too much.
Dave Wood says, I think Harry Brook just won Sports Personality of the Year. Mog says, ha 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 ha, pause for breath, ha 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 ha. And Red Ball Quarry says, in large capital letters, Harry Brook is the GOAT.
Well, I was just about to say, do you think Harry Brook's unseemly shuffle to the wicket, flat-footed approach, really awkward bowling action, so take some of the charisma and the cool off him? I was about to say that when that happened.
Okay, new over. Blundell is on strike this time. He's been joined by Michael Bracewell. Blundell plays that off the back foot into the leg side, gets a single, so that'll bring the new man on to face his spinning counterpart.
Jingle.
Sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
I remember Michael Vaughan actually got 10 Tendulkar out, didn't he?
He did, with a beauty of an off-spinner. Floated into the rough outside the off stump, and it just turned back a mile and hit the top of off stump.
I think Mike Atherton's got a couple of wickets, test wickets, one of which is either Vengsarkar or Vishwanath, perfectly decent batsman.
Harry Brook is still smiling, sharing a joke about something. Maybe Ben Stokes said, "Have a blow."
Yeah, have a spell, mate.
And that's the
spell,
joke.
mate. Have a spell. Yeah, we need you later.
We will find out at the end of this over if he's earned himself a 4th with the wicket of Kane Williamson. But Stokes may be of the mind that he's got all out of Harry Brook and more that he could have hoped, and quit while you're ahead. Leach finds some turn outside the left-handers off stump, but Bracewell handles it, just plays it away into the leg side. No run.
Yes, it's a bit like a child who says something funny and everyone laughs, but then they keep trying to say something funny and they get less and less funny. That was Harry Brook on for too long.
It's not just children who do that.
It's true.
I feel very attacked, gentlemen.
Here's Leach again, and Bracewell in a hurry to get down the wicket. I'm not sure if he was aiming it out towards deep mid-wicket. Maybe he was. I had a feeling he was trying to go a bit straighter. Anyway, he's got a single, he's off the mark. Blundell back onto strike.
At what lead do we classify New Zealand as favourites? It's 230 at the moment.
300.
400.
Yes.
20.
I think 300's a good call.
There's Leach one more time. It's outside off. There is room to play a shot, and Blundell does play a shot. It's just a single. There's protection out there. Yeah, when you look at... There's so much history that's telling you that it gets interesting in this kind of 275 to 300 range, both in Wellington and in recent matches between England and New Zealand, like last summer. All those chases in England that England successfully pulled off. 280, 290, around there. Fair to say they had no trouble with those chases. So
I've been consistently wrong through most of this test match, but I reckon anything under 350 England will chase pretty happily in a day.
That's just blocked away by Bracewell.
They'll certainly chase it. Whether they chase it successfully is another matter, but without an attack without Bolt and without Jameson is a very different proposition than the one they've put out for this match.
Tell you what, Leach seems to find more turn outside left-handers off stump than anything for the righties.
Umpire Tucker disagrees with you, Bear.
That's fucking no way! Unless it's going over.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. And
not sure
are the England players.
I'm not sure I share Bear's cocaine enthusiasm for that one. I think it might be outside the line.
Yeah.
Could be going up.
There's no cocaine involved in that one. That's turned back shots here in front of middle stump. The only thing I think it could be going over, but...
Well, they're not reviewing.
Well, that's another good point. It's turned a lot.
For the benefit of those tuning in on radio, the bear was frantically making the review signal in the studio.
And also, I will say there's a reference to a contemporary film, not suggesting that there'd be any illicit substances involved.
Was there too much?
Probably turning past leg.
I think it might have just been outside the line a bit high.
Now things keep on happening on the last ball of an over, and I keep on not having a chance to give the score or say it's time for social. So 458 for 6. The lead is 232. It's time for social.
It is indeed. Mayank says, "I told you, Brooke is a proper all-rounder. I think England has found the future replacement of Anderson and Broad. Time to see him with the new ball now." David Barrett backs up statistically that Brooke is an all-rounder because he has a batting average of 90 and a bowling average of 7. Which I think makes him the greatest all-rounder to play the game, actually.
Well, no, how about Alistair Cook's average will be amazing too.
He doesn't have a batting average of 90 though, does he, Thorby?
Well, no, that's very true.
Well, he is continuing after picking up the biggest wicket he possibly could have in the New Zealand order. He's going to concede a run here. So Blundell's got this away behind square on the leg side.
There's a possibility Harry Brook will never take another wicket in Test match cricket, but what a wicket to get.
I mean, he just swung that ball actually and caught the inside edge of Blundell's bat. It did swing back quite well with an old ball. Harry Brook is turning it round corners and swinging it round corners rather, and causing real trouble for this New Zealand batting lineup.
It's of all the Yorkshire to sneeze at.
Of all the Yorkshire bowlers he reminds me of, I guess Jeff Boycott's comes to mind the most.
That one's just played out into the covers off the back foot by Bracewell. No run.
He's next Harold Larwood, this kid.
Well, he would get a lot of swing, Jeff Boycott. It's just that they were banana swings, so they were out of the hand rather than late, so you could see it coming and line yourself up. But
shorter that time, but straighter from Brook. And there's going to be no run, it's just blocked away.
I thought it was all pineapples, not bananas, with that sort of thing, Forthy.
Well, in fact, England's bowling attack for the 1979 World Cup final, the fifth bowler was a combination of Gooch and Boycott.
Brook
edgy.
Draws Bracewell forward there, gets an edge. They're going to get 2 at least. Duckett's after it. Makes a mess of the Toblerone. I think there must have been time for 3 and all of that. Yeah, more encouraging stuff for Harry Brook there, finding the edge.
Get 5 slips in. 5 slips, Gully.
It's not carrying.
Short leg. Get him in.
Get him in.
Plays with batsman's mind, doesn't it, facing a part-timer? Do I attack him? Do I make myself look like a complete idiot? It really is a mental game as well with the part-timer.
Back over the wicket of the right-hander, it's just blocked away, so... after a boundary in that over, 462 for 6. 236 is the key number. Twitter time.
Tim Wall says, "Woohoo, go Harry, go. I nailed it. Assume that Stokesy read my tweet at tea time and decided to put Brook on to bowl." It's very possible, Tim. Andrew Greenfield says, "What the Brook was that?" David Barrett says, "Love Cocaine Bear's enthusiasm." Messi Jez gives us a brace of tweets, saying the longest ever test innings was in 1938 when England batted for 335.2 overs to make 903 for 7 declared. Len Hutton made 364 against Australia at the Oval. They went on to win by an innings and 579 runs, and the series was drawn 1-1. I have no idea how many new balls were used though. And Messi Jez informed us that coincidentally Alistair Cook's bowling average is in fact 7.
There we are.
Bracewell now got to deal with Leach. Will he continue to find some turn outside of his off stump? Yes, he will. But he also finds the middle of Bracewell's bat. It's just dunked away to mid-on for 1.
Yes, I mentioned this earlier, but one of the most ferocious bowling team-ups in the recent past is, of course, Cook and Anderson, who've got, in tests they played together, got about 550 wickets together.
Excellent. The madness continues. So, Leach to Blundell. Blundell carves it away. And Stuart Broad ends up on the floor again, but I think he has actually managed to save one with his efforts, and he is looking just a little more wary every time he gets up. Still feeling some pain, I think, from falling on that ball a couple of overs ago.
It's like when your dad falls over on the beach. You don't want to be too solicitous because you don't want to imply that he's old, so you just step back a bit and let him get up.
Well, another England body goes flailing as Blundell finds the gap in the covers. It's fielded in the deep by Jimmy Anderson, who's also moving very slowly back to his position. Counting the overs down, no doubt. There's a couple of runs there.
Yeah,
slipping and sliding the England seamers have done on the floor. The two senior seamers have done on the floor today is quite remarkable. It's almost as though no one else has done any fielding.
Is there anywhere else they can put them where they might be a bit quieter?
Maybe that's been New Zealand's goal today. Let's just hit it to Broad and Anderson, wherever they may be, and annoy them. And it's working. They are annoyed. Leach into Blundell. 78 not out. He blocks that, just turns it away into the leg side with the wrists, but no chance of a run.
Well, it's all brewing up. I think this will be our last couple of balls together.
It's no ball.
Yeah. Well done, Leachy. That's a good point. Whenever he does manage to complete this over, that'll be us. That'll be me. I'm going to tuck myself in. It's an ungainly shot there by Blundell. Gives himself lots of room and ends up hoiking it towards mid-on for no run. I'll be curious to see what the score is when I wake up and where the game stands.
Don't imagine it'll be too different, Richard.
I think it'll still be alive, even in Bazball times. I mean, if England grab a few wickets now and there's 24 overs to go, will they chase 240 by Stumps? I mean, you just don't know anymore these days.
Cannot see this game finishing today, no.
Oh. Yes, I'm so looking forward to talking to you guys at this time tomorrow morning on day 5.
Yeah. To misquote a classic British sitcom, I think you're entering into the realms of fantasy here, Richard.
No fantasy of mine involves being awake at this time of night. No matter what good things there are. So that's a dot ball as Leach goes for the negative line outside Blundell's leg stump. And it's a stalemate for all concerned, as this should be the final ball of his over and of our stint. And it's just played away towards square leg. There is no run, so I'm going to leave you, and our crew for this half hour is going to leave you 466 for 6 the score. New Zealand leading by 240. So Shelley, Messi and company can take it away from here.
Messi, next tweet is Dave Wood.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you.
Jacob. Hello, Shelley.
Hi there. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, we're good, thank you.
Well.
Thank you, Dave. I don't think we've met Shelley, have we? Very nice to meet you.
Indeed. I woke up this morning very much thinking, oh, am I still dreaming? Because I thought, Sherbet, we would have gotten a few more wickets than this. Yeah.
Yes. Whereabouts are you based, Shelley, in the world?
I'm in Oxford. But
right.
Yeah, clearly as
it's
a
Harry
few of them.
Brooksheim. Indeed, Harry Brooksheim again. He's coming in around the wickets to brace well. Defensive shot, played out to point, dot ball. Oh yes, I spent quite a few happy years of my life in Oxford. That was nice, but quite a while ago now. The 80s.
You didn't tell us what you were studying yesterday, Shelley.
Oh, that's the whole thing. I'm not studying.
Oh.
So I think we had a question in the last stint. Who was the youngest? I think I've missed that. I'm a bit older than that.
Scurry through for a single there. Scurry through for a single off the second ball.
Yeah, studies complete. So, the day job has been education, but long finished the studies.
Right, did you take a post grad? Was that what happened?
I'm actually a lecturer.
Lecturer.
Yeah, so that's why I'm in Oxford. But yeah,
dot ball there. So you didn't miss anything. Carry on, Shelley.
Yeah, so I'm a lecturer, and let's just finish this ball.
And after this ball from Harry Brook, we'll inquire what Shelley lectures in. Brook in again. He digs on in. He's getting his confidence up now. He dug that one in, but it was a mistake because at that pace, quite easy for Blundell, who's on 78, to hook it to deep square, and eludes the man out there for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He moves on to 82. As we say, what do you lecture in, Shelley?
Business and enterprise. So originally was very much brought up in a family business in South Africa, and continued down that path. But just seeing Harry Brook
dot ball from Harry Brook, learnt from his error of the previous ball and pitched well up to Blundell. I'm just about 3 or 4 seconds behind, so I'm going to take a chance and go off my big feed here. That's well directed again. A little bit of swing, tailed into the batsman to Blundell. But dot ball in New Zealand, 471 for 6 at the end of that over, lead by 245, Messi.
Dave Wood says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Statistically, Anthony McGrath is England's leading greatest all-rounder, and he sent us some stats. He played 4 test matches. He has a batting average of 40.2 and a bowling average of 14. Yeah.
Another Yorkshireman, isn't he? Was McGrath? I think McGrath was a Yorkshireman.
Oh, God, they're bloody everywhere.
I remember that summer. That was 2003 against South Africa. England played a lot of players who didn't play before or since. I remember Kabir Ali, James Kirtley, Martin Bicknell came back from the dead as well during that summer, and Ed Smith as well. So they tried everyone. Anyway, Jack Leach back into the attack for his 59th over. Can it be? He's on 202 for 154. That's a dot ball.
Just looking at Harry Brook's last innings, Harry Brook's last over, I'm quite surprised how much drift he's actually getting in, or swing in, because I was actually thinking that's quite considerable to what we've been seeing the others get.
Yes, Bracewell advances down the pitch, gets it on the full, but can only get it as far as the man who's at the shortish cover. So despite the attacking intent, it's a dot ball. Yes, he is getting a bit of drift.
Very much so.
It's worth noting it's only 3 overs after this until the new ball.
It is indeed worth noting, yes. It's going to be a big moment in the match. There's a dot ball defended by Bracewell, the man at mid-wicket. He remains on 6.
I definitely don't think they're going to go with spin like they did yesterday with the second new ball. I think it will be a lot more on the quicks.
Probably right. And again, that's defended to Harry Brook, who's in the game all the time now. He's at mid-wicket. That's a dot ball again to Bracewell. He gets through his overs very rapidly, Leach, when there's the dots, as most spinners do, and that's defended off his legs, but with no great pace. So the man at the man coming in at the 45 under leg side had to run, and they did indeed come through for a single. Bracewell moves on to 7. 1 ball of the over left.
Mock says, thank the gods Shelley isn't another bloody advertising type. We are well endowed with advertising types.
What's wrong? Well, I would say, what's wrong with advertising? But we'll leave that question hanging in the air.
Too many people have watched Mad Men.
Well, there's always fictional renditions of these things, you know. I mean, we don't say you study business and enterprise, for example. We don't say Wall Street is all there is to that, do we? No, we don't. Anyway, Jack Leach comes in, last ball of the over. And that is just a good ball, got a fair bit of turn, but defended right back in his crease by Blundell. New Zealand 472 for 6, lead by 246 at the end of that over, Messi.
Well, I've got to tell you, my watch just came up and says heat wave warning, which isn't bad given tomorrow's officially the last day of summer. Tim Wall sends us a link to a video of Harry's game, which I haven't had a chance to look at, so you have to look for yourself. And Ravi says, so Shelley is an academic and a cricket fan and an Oxonia and a Safa. Almost too much to take.
I know, it's a mouthful.
Yeah.
I've got all of those apart from, well, maybe I'm not an academic really. I'd like to think I am perhaps. But I'm not South African. That's first ball of Harry Brooks over, and this will be, is this the last over before the new ball, Messi? You can confirm, or was there two more to go?
There's one after this, I think.
Another one after this. Okay, so this is the, I can't do the maths, the 159th or something. 158th maybe. I need Shelley for that.
Sorry, there's two more after this.
Okay then. Played out, stop ball to the man at point. That's Robinson in the game.
And how are we looking with weather for tomorrow? Is there any chance of showers, or are we good?
They're saying possibly some early morning showers, but it looks like it'll be clear most of the day.
Yeah, because all of a sudden that lead is looking, quite daunting. Even yesterday I was saying I think 150 would be interesting. Now at 246, it really is growing.
It's definitely interesting. There's a dot ball there from Harry Brook, who has kept a reasonable lid on things. He's 5.3 overs, 1 for 16. You could not possibly have asked for more from him than that. He comes in again. That one strays onto the leg side, as occasional bowlers will. It's whipped off his legs by Bracewell. He moves on to 8, the score to 473.
Commiserations for last night, Shelley. It was a bit of a disappointing game in the end, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I had a lot of hope, but unfortunately the girls weren't able to get over the line. I think if we had won, I think you would have seen me in all green today. But hence, I've gone monotone colours today. So,
Brook in again. Oh, he drops that one short, and Blundell is able to swivel on it. But good piece of fielding out on the boundary eventually by Crawley. Gets down well for a big man. They come back for 2. Blundell moves to 84.
It was really awesome yesterday seeing that the ladies, the Proteas, the crowd in Cape Town was unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely. It was amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was probably the biggest crowds ever in South Africa for women's cricket, and I think that's the exciting thing for time to come, is hopefully we get more and more ladies and girls into the game, and it just grows in the country.
Last ball of the over is steered off his hips by Blundell for a single down to long leg. He moves to 85, and at the end of that over, the score's just disappeared for a moment, but it is creeping up a lot. Let's put it that way. Messi.
Robert Brooks on YouTube says, "Morning, Gorillas. I'm an Englishman listening from a train in Sri Lanka. Keep up the good work, thanks. Nearly 9 a.m. here. Plenty of cricket matches here, and I joined in a village match last week. What fun." And Blake Veer says, "That's what you get, your Cockneys, Englishman. Really sad and disappointed." What was that about? And Samantha G is with us too. She said she's had dinner, did the laundry, and watched YouTube cat vid. Oh no, we've done that one. Sorry, they don't time step on Facebook. It's a pain.
Well, back to Leach time. Jogs in, and a little bit of turn. Liddell turns it to square leg, no run. We're just in one of those interesting bits you get in cricket matches, test matches, where both sides are just sitting in and waiting for the next thing to happen, which will undoubtedly be the new ball in a couple of overs' time. Leach actually does just drop that one a little short. Blundell rocks back onto the back foot, gets it almost all the way to the boundary. They'll certainly come back for 2 and probably 3.
Stokes just hurt himself. Even worse.
I think Stokes permanently limps these days, Shelley, to be honest with you. I don't know whether that's anything.
Because he's grimacing, though.
Oh, he's a walking croc. He really is.
He's a sort of non-playing captain, isn't he, these days? I mean, we're just having a quick look. Ben Folkes decided to whip off the bails on the basis of, hey, you never know. You can't win the lottery if you don't get a ticket.
That's very close.
Oh, hang on. Is something
That's
interesting?
close.
Oh, my
God. That is such bad running.
That's gone.
Well, I think Bear may well be correct. He absolutely sauntered through. His foot is in the air as it goes over the crease. He hasn't grounded his bat. Folkes has whipped off the bails, and it does indeed look out.
That's a massive team fine there.
That's Bracewell, who is most likely to be the guilty part. They're having a look at it again and again because it is perilously close. But you'd have to say it looks very out. It looks out. His foot. There is daylight between his foot and the ground. What a fool!
Yeah,
deary me.
Unforgivable.
It's pretty well unforgivable, and well done, Ben Folkes, for having the presence of mind to whip off the bails there as well. Superb thinking. They're showing it again and again. They're not absolutely convinced, and it is very close, but the bails are broken, and his foot does look in the air.
Yep. That's 10 times worse than a spinner's no ball, and you know how angry I feel about those.
I felt sorry for Williamson when he got out to Brook, but not anymore. I think this was even a worse blunder. Yo.
Finally, he's given.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Funny enough, I was on with Hendo earlier, and I was saying I cannot see how another wicket can come. And I was saying wickets will always come in Test match cricket for the most unlikely of circumstances. And that's exactly what we've got.
The important question is, did the Bear have money on the run out? Because they usually pay about 20 to 1. Oh, he's shaking his head in sadness.
And, you know, you're kind of told when you're growing up in cricket, don't break the wicket unnecessarily. You'll just upset the umpires. And Folkes completely ignored that advice, made a complete mess of the stumps and got his wicket. Well done, him.
That could make all the difference, you know. It really could.
Well, yes, in a parallel universe, New Zealand don't lose that wicket there, and they go on to win. But we don't live in a parallel universe.
A couple of messages on YouTube. Yeah. Oliver Maxwell says, "I'm an Englishman listening in Bangkok, Thailand, at work stuff. Cheers." And Dan De Castro says, "Been waiting all day for this. Southie back in the crease."
Very good point. The man with the biggest percentage of sixes in Test match
whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again, I just might.
That's how fun was making this misplaced musical clip. Are you? Yeah. Do you play cricket yourself, Shelley?
I grew up playing cricket all the way through till I was in university, and then, as I said yesterday, work got in the way. As life does. So, very much getting back into sport more and more so now. Which, I think it was one of the things that COVID actually did, is to think, well, you know what, you got to get back and to do the things that you really enjoy. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yes, I think a lot of people at the other end of the scale, which I'd include myself in this, thought, well, I'm not going to work as much now because I quite enjoy this pottering around at home life.
John Perry's got a suggestion. He said, "Should I join your team? I don't know enough about cricket to be useful, but I am a tax accountant, so I can take some of the heat off Forthy and the advertisers as a member of an even more denigrated profession."
I don't know about that.
Dave Wood says, maybe Stokes is Kaiser Soze.
Maybe. I'd say probably the only people who are usually regarded with less regard than the advertising people are estate agents.
And used car salesmen.
Used car salesmen, yeah. It used to be the case that politicians were held in quite high regard, but not anymore.
They're having a drinks break, if you're wondering what's happening. Mog says, can someone tell the bear to keep it the fuck down? And Mayank says, Bracehorse should be dropped from the side after that disgraceful running. Could have well have costed the test for New Zealand. Yeah, well, it was pretty shit. He should be fined a huge amount within the team. I don't know if they got a system of that, but
I think his sense of self-loathing will probably be sufficient. He must feel like an absolute... I can't imagine how he's...
That's an Englishman's response, where self-loathing is part of the menu at all times.
Leach is back on. Well, he's not back on. He's bowling the third ball of the over because that was the anyway, dot ball. Southey is in.
I'm just wishing they would have a few more catches in. That spun really nicely.
Yes, it did, yes. Right, third ball of the over. Jack Leach is in. And he's giving it a little bit more air. It's quite noticeable there. But smothered by Southey. When will he unleash? We will see. Probably not long. There's no point in hanging around here. Well, actually, perhaps in another way, there is. He could just back Blundell, who is, after all, on 87 up. But I don't think he will. That is a dot ball defended by Southey just onto the leg side.
So this should be the last over before the new ball?
Yes.
One more to come, yeah.
Hang on, I think it's... Is it Brooke bowling? No, it's one more. Brooke's got to bowl the last one.
8 balls, legitimate balls to the new ball. We keep seeing this long shot of the ground, and it does look rather lovely. It looks a little bit like San Francisco or Hobart, Wellington. Dot ball played down on the onside at the end of that over. New Zealand 478 for 7 with the lead of 252. Messi.
Tim Wall says, I love that Tim Southey jingle. I love it even more if he gets a duck. Yeah, wishful thinking. I want to see Tim. I was asleep when Tim Southey went nuts yesterday, so I want to see him go nuts today. And we're up to date on tweets.
I think it's based on Rio by Michael Nesmith, ex The Monkees.
Yep. Just about my generation stuff.
Indeed, yes. Do you have any musical preferences, Shelley, we ought to know about?
Not that era. I think we're gonna. Yeah, I think
probably not that era.
No,
yes.
Yeah. I think I'll have to bring it a bit closer to today's date for me.
You may not know, but Forthy has his own music podcast that he does on a regular basis.
You'll have to put us in on that one.
Yes, well, I won't because I don't want to get into a sort of self-publicity platform. That's a sort of a dangerous area. I won't name anybody.
We get paid enough as it is.
Exactly right. Harry Brook with the last over before we assume the new ball. And again, he gets quite a lot of swing on that ball. It disappears down the leg side. In fact, it's disappeared for him down the leg side by Blundell, who knocks it down to a very looking Jimmy Anderson at long leg for a single.
Just looking at how...
Sorry, Shelley?
No, I was just saying that they were choosing the new ball at the end of the... not this previous over, the one before that. And, I think they were very much looking forward to... Hopefully he gets a bit more energy than that throw-in is showing. Because they're going to need to have a good spell.
When was the last time England took a third new ball? I can't remember, but someone will. Probably in the Ashes, was it? That is played down on the leg side by Southey for a quick single. There's no one at square leg. Root does the fielding.
If not the Ashes, when Brathwaite was batting in the West Indies and he got that double 100 or whatever it was, and we were out there for fucking ever.
That's true, yeah.
Yes, that was the last bad series, wasn't it? Yeah. For an Englishman, anyway. All woman. In comes Brook, forward defensive, dot ball. There's a few weary-looking faces around here. I can't complain. In Melbourne, Australia, it's 3:21 p.m. I cannot complain at all. That is played off his legs by Blundell, same as the first ball of the over. It picks up a single down to Jimmy Anderson, who is barely moving his legs down there. He's off the mark.
That's part of the reason why I asked you to do the roundup tonight. I feel a bit mean keeping the English from their beds each time they do a roundup at night, because all they want to do is get back to bed.
That is totally fair enough. And also, I was just going to say to Bear or Tony, I could probably step in if anyone wants a break tomorrow on some commentary. I don't think I'm down, but I can now do it. So I'll just put that out there. That is dot ball off that 5th ball, played down by Saudi. 1 ball to go to the new ball. At least, one gorilla somewhere might get a little more sleep. Harry Brook puts his necklace back into his shirt. That's one way in which he's different from Len Hutton. And that is hit down to long off for a single. Zealand 482 for 7. Saudi on 2 keeps the strike, and he'll be facing the new ball.
So who are we going with to take the new ball? So we're surely doing Anderson and probably Robertson.
I think so. Broad, possibly, because Robinson bowled much more recently than Broad, didn't he?
I was just thinking back to who was looking at the new balls. We're now picking them out.
I'm just thinking back who's still got 2 working legs out there, really.
Yeah. I'm still chuckling at the thought of Len Hutton and Bling.
Yes, indeed. You might be a bit confused now, because it rather looks as if though the 3rd new ball is due, it may not be being taken, because I think Jack Leach has got the ball in. And also, do we see Jimmy Anderson leaving the field?
Oh.
So, plot twist.
Yeah, I didn't see this coming. I thought they would have gotten a new ball and come.
Yeah.
There's some real fire.
I mean, it's not as if Leach has been super threatening, is it?
No, he's got his 2 wickets, but a very long time ago, and he's bowled 60 overs. He can't be too fresh himself. Although he is getting some turn, as he did there. Played down to the man as a sort of deep leg slip, who's Joe Root, but they decide against the run. So he settles over his bat once more.
Well, what did we know?
Will he have a smash? Yes, he has a massive smash. It's gone way up in Wellington air. Well judged by... Who's that underneath it? Oh, it's Potts. It's the 12th man, Potts, I do believe.
I'm claiming that wicket.
Well done. Saudi is out. And New Zealand are 400.
You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Well, I think as the 12th man, you don't necessarily want the ball to come out of the sky at you, particularly when you've just come on, because you haven't necessarily judged the conditions yet. But he took it well, Potts. Fairly straightforward.
Here I was all about getting in the quicksand.
Yeah.
Which just showed me.
What indeed do we know?
Dave Wood will be happy. Oh, sorry, Tim Moore will be happy. That's very Southie way to get out, though, isn't it? He was going for another 6 and he got done.
You can't complain, really. If Southie plays the way he plays, he genuinely does. And if you're a number 8 or 9 batsman, you've got license to do that. And he's captain as well. He decides how he wants the bat, I guess. You could argue that he should have stuck around for Blundell, given the state of the match, but I don't think Saudi does that.
Just on Shelley's music tastes, Mog says, Shelley was telling me just the other day how much she enjoys grindcore and power electronics.
Yes. I think just glancing at Shelley across a crowded Zoom room, I see that.
No comment. Take the advertiser's response to this. No comment.
Yes, indeed. Right, okay. So, Matt Henry has come to the wicket. We're seeing a replay of Ben Duckett stroking Jack Leach's bald head, which is a little bit TMI, possibly, or too much viewing. And Matt Henry will be facing the 3rd ball of Jack Leach's over. They have not taken the new ball. Jack Leach has got his 3rd wicket. He's 3 for 157 off 60. He's done a reasonable job, I would say. As Jack Leach tends to do a reasonable job. And this one is Nice leg spinner's delivery, not too much turn, but pitched well up enough. Henry is able to see it onto his bat, down to mid-off, no run.
Speaking of Hutton and Bling, little known fact from Dave Wood, Len Hutton's wife was the first woman to be vajazzled. And if you don't know it, look it up like I just did.
Get back to that at some point. That's very interesting information. Henry leaves that ball well, and he judged it well. So waiting for the little bit of turn. He's got the edge, and it's taken. And Root has pitched at first slip. Henry is out. 2 wickets have fallen in 4 balls. And New Zealand are tumbling away here. 482 for 9. The non-taking of the third.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Wow. So
very decent ball for your third ball. Don't really put too much blame on Henry. Nice. What did you think, Shelley? Good ball.
Very good, but also there's a change of line since Salvi. I think he was very much pitching at outside leg, and now he's very much a little bit more straighter. So I think just that change of line in the last over by Leach, I think's really been what the doctors asked for. And maybe even he's trying to rest Jimmy instead of having to come out. Maybe he gets the last wicket now on the last ball. It would be fantastic.
Yeah, well, I want to retrospectively edit the start of this over where I said, well, Leach hasn't really looked threatening, has he?
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to write Stuart Broad off at one point during this test match. That's a mug's game every time, isn't it? The last man approaches the wicket. It is Neil Wagner. And we've probably got a jingle for him.
That's Neil Wagner. He's my boss. And when he takes 5 wickets in an over, it was murder.
Yes, well, unless there are some... Well, there could be, actually. I mean, it's very much up to Blundell to go crazy now. And for Wagner to see off the next ball, one would imagine would be the fairly obvious strategy from here on in. The lead is 256, which is, in the history of Test cricket, would put New Zealand as favourites, but in current conditions on a flat wicket, with England playing the way they are, you'd imagine England would be favourite, but we will see. It's not over yet. 1 wicket still to fall.
I just wonder with the way that Leach has just bowled this last over, if they're going to just continue with this whole ball a little bit longer. Before Jimmy go off.
I would think so. There's only 1 wicket to fall now, and 2 have just fallen with the old ball. We've got 4 men clustered around the bat as Leach comes in, and nice ball, bit of turn, leaves it, but floats over off stump. That's the end of the over. Wagner survives. Blundell on strike. New Zealand 482 for 9, lead of 256.
We're due a change, I think, Forthy.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
We are indeed. I'm back. Jacob's back, who I've got to let in. And Shelley's staying there. You're going to do some tweets, Shelley? You're good with that?
Yeah, we're going to give this a bash.
Okay. The next tweet is from Mayank. It says, I reckon that's it now. Although he tweeted that before the last wicket. 4 minutes ago.
Well, Harry Book is going to continue. He has a wicket. He's won for about 15, 16. If England win, I presume he gets man of the match. Does he not? With his 189, it'll be probably a match-winning score. If New Zealand win, probably Kane Williamson, I'd have thought, as that's clipped down to long leg by Blundell. And he gets himself a single, putting Wagner on strike. Phenomenal effort by New Zealand, you have to say, don't you? I mean, to get a lead of 257, and the pitch is as dead as a door now, and they ground England into the dust. But, you know, they were 227 runs behind, and they got a lead of 257. It's pretty impressive stuff.
It's been a ridiculous game. I mean, but it's been really good patience from England, and recognising that, you know, there comes a time in all innings where there will just be a flurry of wickets.
Yeah.
And you know, with that sort of lead that they had in the first innings, this shouldn't damage them too much. 250 odd is an easy chase.
Especially when you've got a whole day and the way this team bats, absolutely. And, you know, there's still an hour left today that's got to be played. and if they can get that wicket quickly, it wouldn't surprise me if they come out blazing. I mean, they've done it before, get 100 on the board before the end of the day, but equally they could lose a couple of wickets and fall in a heap. That's defended by Wagner, and there is no run. What I want to know, Shelley, is so are you a batsman or are you a bowler?
In the day, very much a batsman that could turn her arm, but yeah, I quite enjoyed playing in the middle to end part of the overs. In the days I played, ladies cricket was very much a 20 over game, nothing else, and yeah, I enjoyed to move the ball around a bit and just up the run rate. I was pretty quick between the stumps, so that helped.
No, that's good. That's good. Just played out to the covers, no run. Harry Brook comes in, 5th ball of the over. Wagner just plays it out there again, and there is no run. Blundell probably doesn't want the single. There's only 1 ball left in the over. Probably wants to take the next over. Will England take the new ball? I don't know if they'll bother now, will they? They'll probably give.
Jack Leach is bowling actually pretty well and getting turn with this old ball, so maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm personally just hopeful that England will knock the runs over by lunch tomorrow, because lunch in New Zealand time is the end of my night shift, so then I can come back and get a decently early night. Well,
that's played out into the covers, and Wagner doesn't take the run as the man comes in from the fence. Well, if England bat tonight, I don't think we'll be going until 5:30 tomorrow morning, unless we have to grind out a draw, but I can't see Stokesy doing that. So, do you want to try some tweets there, Shelley?
Yeah, we've got some new ones. From Tim Wall, England have some momentum, 3 wickets, full marks to Stokes and his merry band for sticking with it as long as they have in the field. Very true. I think it's been a real long, hard slog. Nayak, 57, New Zealand are 27 for 4 in the 9 overs since Williamson's wicket. And just popping quickly onto YouTube as well. Frank just saying, what a test match, and England must not lose space. Andrew, do New Zealand declare after Blundell gets his ton? Let's see if they can get there. I think the way things are going, 10 more runs for Blundell to still get.
Indeed, and it has to be said, that Bracewell run out, I mean, what a cock-up that was. Jesus. I mean, because he can bat as well. He's known as the Beast, can slap it about, looking pretty comfortable he was. And then really kind of gave it away, very lackadaisical, as someone pointed out. It's not lackadaisical, it's lackadaisical. Around the wicket is... over the wicket is Leach. Bowling into that rough outside Blundell's left leg stump. God, my brain's starting to go.
It's getting to that time
of the morning. I'm still reasonably... I have to say I'm still reasonably awake. As a reverse sweep.
A few glasses of red wine, it just starts to get a little bit harder to get those words
ahead.
Yeah,
it does. Down the track comes Blundell. He's trying to smash it down the ground. He can't get it. I don't think there's necessary to protect Wagner, really. I mean, having got to this point, you might as well just carry on. Wagner can certainly slog a ball. It's not exactly spitting vipers out there.
There's good, like, old-fashioned spin bowling from Leach, just grinding it away over 60-odd overs.
Oh, and that's it. Blundell is not going to get his 100. He's come down the track, had a big swing, head in the air, outside edge. Leach gets a 5 after that, and I was just thinking not long ago, just before I came on air, that if Leach gets a 5 having gone 2 for 150 odd, if he gets 5 for 157, which he has, he's actually in his average for Test cricket, which is 35. Saves himself moving up. Anyway, Blundell has come down the track, decided he had to have a go, lifted his head, got an outside edge, caught by Root, and Leach has 5 for 157, and England will have to bat and get 258 to win the game.
You'd have to say that's not really enough for New Zealand, you'd think, on this pitch, probably.
You wouldn't think. We were talking earlier, we thought they'd probably have to bat through possibly till lunch tomorrow and give England a target of 300 plus to chase, which they would have done in about 60 odd overs, to be able to put some pressure really on them. But you imagine
The thing for me here is, and it's controversial as an England fan, but I'm going to be very annoyed because I reckon Zach Crawley is going to get some runs, and it's going to save his place, and it's going to mean he gets 5 more scores of 2, edging on any pitch which is vaguely doing anything because he plays down the wrong bloody line of the ball. But when it's extremely flat and we're winning the game, he finally puts in, 45 off 30.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I'm dead with you there. You can imagine that's the case. I mean, they will be mentally tired. I mean, that's what New Zealand will be playing on here. That even though they'll play their approach, they've been out in the field a lot, 2 days basically. Are they going to be mentally tired? Are they going to be mentally shot? And are they going to throw hands at the ball and get it slightly wrong and lose 2 or 3 wickets tonight? It'd be a shame if they did, but that's what New Zealand will be hoping. What's the Twitter sphere saying, Shelley?
Nothing new on Twitter. On YouTube, Andrew Cook, who was talking about can Blundell get his turn, has just said, "Oh, I jinxed it, didn't I?"
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, Andrea. Yeah. But also, I think this is my first session with Jacob, so nice to meet you, Jacob.
Nice to meet you, Shelley.
Yeah, I actually woke up... Thanks so much. And I actually woke up this morning and I heard you talking about how you could be moving to the Isle of Man. What did you say? Coach, captain, and batter, and everything in between. So...
don't worry, I'm not actually going to do it, although property is extremely cheap on the Isle of Man.
Is it really?
Oh, it's very cheap.
Well, it's a tax haven paradise, isn't it? I thought it would have been quite expensive.
Not anymore. The rules have been tightened up. My fiance gets very, very annoyed.
Oh, why?
I call it a tax haven. Because they now are very strict on who can be called a resident and take advantage of their extremely low taxes. She's just lost her residency actually because she's been living in England too long.
Oh right.
Damn it. They're
so you can't get away with paying no goddamn tax, huh?
Unfortunately not there, but no. We often play a game where she'll show me a house on a property website, and I'll have to guess how much it is. And houses which, if they were in the area of North London in which I live, they'd easily be like £3 million, are going for £750,000. It's ridiculous, and a normal house is about like a solid 2-bed house. It's probably about £250,000-260,000.
That's not so bad. You can get them in Kent for that, no? I can sell you a 2-bed house just done up, in fact. 270 grand in Folkestone, if you like.
We're not even talking about Oxford prices. They're going to reach London prices.
Well, Oxford. I've looked at Oxford and Cambridge's prices because my daughter's doing quite well and she's in the Cambridge League group. And I thought, well, maybe I'll buy a place in Cambridge if she gets to go to university there. Blah blah blah. It's fucking insane. It is London prices out there.
Yeah. Just touching on some of the things happening on YouTube. Robert asked to give us the scorecard.
Well, yes, I can do that for you. So, New Zealand have batted. Let me just get it up because it was a very long innings. The full scorecard for New Zealand's second innings was 162.3 overs. They batted for an extraordinary long time. Bearing in mind that there was rain at the end of days 2. There wasn't rain at the end. So the first 2 days there was rain at the end. So they came out at the end of day 1 and have been batting since. They were out for 209 in the first innings, were asked to follow on by England, 435 for 8 declared, with a deficit of 227. And in their second innings, Tom Latham was out for 83 off 172 deliveries. LBW route. Devon Conway was caught poke bowled Leach for 61. Kane Williamson caught Folkes, bowled Harry Brooks, first ever test wicket, strangled down the leg side. That's one to tell the grandkids. He got 132 of 282 deliveries and he was out there for about 7 hours. Extraordinary from Kane Williamson. Will Young was bowled Leach for 8. Henry Nicholls was the first one to go this morning, and when we saw that happen, we thought, maybe England can get a couple of quick wickets and won't have too many to chase and it'll be over today, but it's not. He was caught Brooke bowled Robinson for 29. Daryl Mitchell batted quite well, was aggressive, and eventually caught Root bowled Broad, bowled a short one. He tried to hook it and ballooned it up in the air for 54. Tom Blundell was the last man out there, just caught root bowled Leach for 90. Bracewell, run out. That was the run out I was just talking about. Crazy, just being lazy because he just was ambling back and folks happened to take the stumps as he was kind of stepping over the line with both his bat and foot off the ground. And the bail went while they were in the air. So even though he was well in the crease, his feet wasn't down, he hadn't touched down. And he was consequently out for 8, run out off 19. Tim Southey caught Matthew Potts trying to smear it into the leg side off Leach for 9. Matt Henry lasted 3 balls for a duck. And Neil Wagner was not out off 6 deliveries. Leaving a score of 283 and England requiring 258 to win the game with about 40-50 minutes left tonight. By the time they come out, it'll be 45 and a whole day tomorrow. And if England bat like England bat, they'd hope to get across the line, get 2-0, and of course if they get 2-0 they'd have won 5 out of 5 over the winter tests they've played. Less than usual in the modern era, but certainly equaling what they'd have done in the past.
When was the last time we won a series in New Zealand? Because we haven't won a test here for 15 years.
I think it was 2002, if my memory serves, from the reports I've been reading and the paper articles I've been reading. The last time we won a test was 2008. Mm-hmm. So it's been a long time. And it'll be good.
The achievements just keep tumbling.
They do with this Stokesy side. Stokey Cullen. It really does seem to work for England.
So maybe I'll just give you guys some tweets of what's happening on Twitter. Mog just says, will the Bears ball paradigm be able to handle the penetrative powers of Wagner at his peak while chasing 260 in the 4th innings? What else have we got? Jack Grover, what on earth? How are New Zealand still batting? I think they came just before the last wicket. Leach has 5-4 quick. Someone call Gary to point and laugh.
Yes, well, it's very true. And I do think, me personally, I think the longer they keep Leach on the side, the more they bowl him, the better bowler he will become. He will learn. Spinners do learn.
He's already come on leaps and bounds from where he was. He had a pretty decent 2019 Ashes and then a pretty poor next couple of years. And from where he was, he's turned from not a great spinner to
a reasonable
pretty
one.
Good part, solidly part of the side, functional spinner who will. I mean, he was England's leading wicket taker last year.
I know. I mean, he bowled a lot more overs and his average wasn't as great, but it's true. And partly that's because Stokes actually bowls him. Root didn't really trust him to bowl a lot of the time, did he? I mean, it's...
And even when he did bowl him, they stuck men back. They, like you just sort of mentioned, they tried to protect the average. And Stokes has come out and said, look, Jack, we're going to bowl you loads. And we honestly don't care what your average and your strike rate are. Give us wickets.
Yeah.
And if you give us wickets, we'll win games. And Jack Leach has responded by being, I think, last year the 3rd leading wicket taker in world cricket.
I know. It's quite astonishing. As I said, no average or strike rate like anyone else. But it's not about that, is it? It's about wickets of what win your matches. And, the last really good series I had with the only series he had that was any decent with Root, and I suppose that Sri Lanka tour followed by the India tour, but that's to be expected. You're on wickets that are quite helpful. So
let me just finish up here on Twitter. Mayak, 258 to win from 113 overs. That's too easy on paper. As for Crawley, let's be honest, he'll score 16 off 9, and then that's more than enough for him to cement his spot until the end of the summer. And then finally on Twitter, Tim Walter says, brilliant England comeback. Have to say that Jack Leach once more shows his worth to the team.
Oh God, it's
that
live.
Was quick,
We're
wasn't
live.
We are live. First ball to Crawley. Actually nips away off the seam. It's a new ball. We haven't seen one of them for a while. These two are out there. This guy's facing first ball.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now,
Trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Second ball, identical. Just lets it through to the keeper and there's no run. Presumably the ball will zip around. England will try and attack in this first 20 overs, but it'll be the most dangerous time with the ball, one would have thought.
I can finally get into my Crawley bashing.
But as you said, he'll probably spam it around now. He's batting outside the crease. He's about a foot outside. He's a tall lad, so he can get right forward.
Oh, he's too open with his hips. Immediately he's going to play down the wrong line.
Well, he smashed that. I don't know where it's gone.
Straight up.
It's gone over the slips. And they'll probably get back for 2. They do indeed. Zach Crawley runs his bat and he's off the mark. The bowler is the skipper.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. Then again, I just might.
I mean, the criticism there is he didn't really move his feet, did he? He just swatted it from the crease. If it
and there was
had gone across
no
with his back foot,
to the leg side.
Well, no, exactly. This one he leaves through to the keeper, and there is no run. They might just play out tonight, you think, because they're all mentally knackered. Get a good night's sleep and an ice bath and come back fresh in the morning, and then try and blaze it away. Could take them a couple of sessions to knock off 258. Might not. That looks like some sort of sub. Who's that?
That's Kugelheim.
Where's that Kugelheim? Okay. He's got a
Right,
green stain down his sweater.
The thing I don't get about Crawley, I'll tell you after this ball.
Lots of things we don't get about Crawley. Southey is in again. 5th ball of the over. It's shaping away. But it starts off too wide, goes a little bit wider. Through the keeper, and there ain't no run.
They talk about him. The rationale for keeping him is that he's not a consistent player, but sometimes he will win you matches. 2 things. First of all, his big innings have only ever been on statistically the flattest pitches around. And secondly, yes, you can say that he's not consistent and it's not about the mentality and everything, when he has such a crippling and obvious technical deficiency of playing straight balls to mid-on and edging more than anyone else in world cricket of openers.
Wait, you're not going to get any argument out of me, Jacob, as he leads that one through to the keeper. And this is it. I mean, if you throw in a hell of a lot of average first-class cricketers and say smash it around the park, I imagine a fair few of them will get a big innings every once in a while if they're openers. You know, you could put Adam Lyth in there, he'd probably score 100 every once in a while.
Stuart Broad does it.
Yeah.
You know, Stuart Broad has occasionally scored 50s and 60s, and he's scored 100 before. But if Zach Crawley is, as an opener in Test cricket, Bazball or no Bazball, edging 10% of the deliveries that he's bowled, to make a decent 100, he has to be dropped 10 times.
Yep. Or that 10th innings where he doesn't edge it and gets caught. So 1 in 10 might get you a score.
It's ridiculous.
This isn't great, is it? Matt Henry is going to bowl the second over. He's bowling at Duckett. He just works that down, fine leg, and he'll get himself a single. The batsman is...
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stokes School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
No, he got off the mark straight away. Crawley defends his first ball from Henry. Back to the bowler, and there ain't no run. And the bowler sounds like this.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names, Matt Henry.
To be fair, the ball he got in the first innings was an absolute peach. Probably may not have needed to play at it, but he was drawn into the shot from the angle, and it was featheristy nicks in that first innings. He defends that up to mid-on where Kane is fielding, and there is no run.
Now Ben Duckett I like. I think he's a good compact player.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting, I was laughing when they picked him to go to Pakistan, I mean, I can understand why, because we'd just seen him in the series and he's a sweeper and a sweeper and a sweeper, and you just thought, well, okay, horses for courses. As Crawley plays that square on the offside and there's no run. And didn't think he would do much out here in the first innings. In fact, he chopped one and got bugger all, but he got an 80 in the second innings. And batted really well. And actually, I'm starting to quite like Ben Duckett opening, which is a bit weird, but hey. Defended by Crawley. Back to the bowler again, no run.
Whereas Crawley's not even the best opener at Kent.
Go on, Shelley.
So in terms of Twitter, just trying to catch up on some. Jay Grover is saying, Shelley's now a true gorilla. She ignores my tweets. Jobless. Oh dear. I'm in trouble.
We all do, don't worry.
Oh.
There's too many of them.
Yeah, and then there's a really nice, I'm going to call it like a pencil drawing really nice one by Dr. Dan Diaper. Yeah. Bracewell run out, absolutely really nice sketch of the run out with bat and his foot still in the air with the wicket. Really nice. Any others? I'm going to have to try and summarise.
Okay, last ball of that over. Cut back inside off the seam. Beat Crawley on the inside edge. Made him look ugly. It was no run. 3 for none, England, after 2 overs.
Just a few more.
Sorry,
from Big Si. What the hell? Told a game of cricket had broken out. Turn on the wireless and wicket tumble everywhere. Hope I haven't been lied to.
No, you haven't. Well, a game of cricket certainly has occurred, because New Zealand, from a parlour state, have got themselves a lead of 200. Set England a target of 258 with a day to go and an hour, which is doable, obviously, with its England side. But you know, get the wickets in that time. It's quite a score to make.
And then Tim Walter said, still a great Tim Southey jingle, no duck wickets for him this evening, please.
Well, if England lost 1 tonight, that'd be okay. I'd like them to get a good start and get a few overs before they lose one, if they are going to bazball it. Southey into Crawley. He hits him high on a thigh pad, and there is no run.
Yeah, you'll find during your time at Gorilla, Shelley, that in between the tweets and the bear and us all talking bollocks, occasionally cricket does break out.
It does, yes.
I think we did well in the last spell. I think we had 4 wickets in like 10 minutes. I think it was
brilliant. Considering Soddle's pretty much happened all day, and we had to, Kane Williamson, as great as he is, it's quite hard watching that many balls for 100. Oh my God!
Oh Jesus!
Jesus Christ!
He's missed.
Zach Crawley nearly run himself out. He just dropped it into the offside and then set off for a run. Duckett really wasn't interested. Sent him back. He'd gone quite a long way down. As Devon Conway picked it up, he had actually a lot more time than he thought he had to.
He could have walked it to the stumps.
He almost fell over. Yeah, he almost could have walked it to the stumps, but he had a shot at them underarm, and Crawley wasn't even in the frame. He
could have done a John T. Rhodes, run all the way in, dive through the stumps.
Yeah, something like that. But he didn't. He threw it at the stumps, and Crawley gets away with that. Jesus Christ!
Got to respect that from Crawley. Just a little thumbs up to Duckett, like yeah, fair enough, mate. Oh, he's edged it.
He has edged it, but it's not gone in the air to the fielder. He's played with soft enough hands that it's bounced just before him at gully, and there is no run. Yeah, I don't know what Crawley was thinking, really. Duckett really never committed, and Duckett's the one who's got to go there, and he would have been, he certainly would have just wandered in and taken the stumps had they gone for the second. Duckett would have been nowhere near. Southey, 5th ball of his second over, coming in, bowled into Crawley, who leaves that one through to the keeper, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the 4th over to go. England not really bad balling tonight. 4 for none.
A little bit too much excitement for my. For
this time in the morning as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Have you got to go to work after this, Shirley? What day are we on? Jesus, it's Monday, isn't it?
It's Monday. Eventually, I think we're doing coffee after this.
Okay.
Wake up some more.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
What do you do, Shelley?
So I'm a lecturer
nice.
here in Oxford. So I've got a few hours still before the day job starts. And yourself, Jacob?
I'm a journalist.
Ah, there we go.
What do you lecture in?
Mostly business and enterprise.
Oh, nice.
A variety of different things, but yeah.
Is that at the university or one of the colleges there?
At one of the universities.
Yeah. There's a fair few universities there. Right, Crawley facing up. The last ball of Southey's second over. Oh, that's short wide and gets what it deserved, which is smashed out to the point boundary. That'll make him feel a lot better. And it's 4 runs to England. We shall do one more over. Then Jacob, you're going to take us through to the close, I believe. Messi is going to come back and join us on his Twitter. And I'm going to slump in the chair and mumble some words. I might even get myself a last glass of wine just to get me through to the close.
Yeah, I might try and catch up on the last bit of Twitter so I can hand over to Messi with some. At least caught up some way.
Go for it.
So we've got Kevin, been listening quietly with pleasure, but I had to speak up about the Jilly Joel jingle for Duckett. Was quite lovely.
It is a good jingle. Driven out by Duckett. We're not great timing up to extra cover and there's no one. Carry on.
Dave Wood, bring on the Nighthawk. Farong, 258 to win, and rain on the horizon tomorrow. Question mark. ODI matches from Bangladesh, definitely 8:30 GMT start.
Definitely. Who said that?
Farong.
Yeah, Farong's over in that part of the world. Yeah, but we've got some guy who's over there who writes for us, Toweed, who says that they start at 6, but I believe they start at 8:30. That's left alone by Duckett to keep in his own. Purely because if they start at 12, they're not really day-night games as far as I'm concerned. That's just basically a late starting day game.
Farong was saying that the BCB's official broadcaster has it listed for 8:30.
Oh, okay.
Ghazi TV.
But they don't broadcast in England, so unless someone picks it up here, we're not going to be able to do them anyway. It's interesting, TalkSport have got them. That is defended by Duckett Square on the offside and there's no run. And as we said, TalkSport is a Murdoch empire as well as Sky is. So
it is. They're in the same building as us.
Well, there you go, you see. So maybe he's just gone, fuck it, we'll just do it on radio and save Sky some money because they've got the West Indies, Australia, South Africa, West Indies tests.
Have we at Gorilla considered doing radio commentary off the radio commentary?
No.
So someone listening to TalkSport and effectively repeating it verbatim?
Nope, not happening. That's worked off the hit by Duckett nicely. Gets himself a single down the long leg. Henry in his second over. So this is the fourth over. Sorry, I had that last over as the fourth over. Of course, it was the third. The camera closes in on Wagner. Will he get a little spell tonight? I quite fancy him bowling short on this. I think it'll sit up quite nicely. And the way that England have taken to him so far this series could end up bad for the Kiwis. Crawley's going to face up to this fifth ball. Henry is in. Oh, gets beaten on the outside edge. That's a cracking delivery. He got himself in absolutely no position whatsoever. Stuck on a crease, Crawley. Jabbing at it. Beats the outside edge through to the keeper. It was a terrible shot, wasn't it? What bit of wobble seam?
It's one of those shots which Brendan McCullum has repeatedly said that he hates. He's not really trying to defend that, and he's not really trying to attack it. He's trying to get bat on it for bat's sake.
Exactly, and it's outside the line. The bat's outside the line of his eyes. It's just all wrong, really. Last ball of the over. Well, he takes a step down a wicket, Crawley, and then tries to work it into the leg side and misses it. It hits his thigh pad, bounces out in the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. We're going to have a switcheroo. Thank you very much, Shelley. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your lectures. And we shall welcome back Messi Jez.
Great job, Shelley. I've got to say, you've got a flood of tweets all of a sudden once the wicket started falling. So I thought you did amazingly. Which is the next one?
So I ended with Dave's one, and just before I go, I'll end with Jay's just because he said it made me I left some of his out that he said, "Oh, Lorks, a Lordy Crawley. Here we go.
Yeah.
It's all yours, Messi. Take over from there."
See you later,
Thank
Shelley.
you.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Well, Jacob, you're doing a ball by ball. I'm gonna go and pour myself a small little glass of wine, and I shall be back in a second.
As Southey is around the wicket to Duckett, who drives it back towards him, and I think that hit the floor before it reached Southey, so it wasn't a Broughton Bold chance. Now that Bear's gone, we can query his use of the words small and little when it came to his glass of red wine.
Well, we'll be able to examine that when he comes back in the room, yes.
But welcome to this final half an hour of this exciting fourth day. I am Jacob Jaffa, taking you through the night and into the mystic with Messi Jez and the Bear. Well, the Bear's off to get booze, but Messi Jez mainly. That's defended up to mid-on by Duckett for no run.
I'm not sure if this one of Tim Wall's got read. To stay true to baseball, every village cricket team has to have a Zach Crawley.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
And Dave Stumps says, "Is this Crawley's last go?"
I hope so. God, I hope so.
Yes, don't we all?
As round the wicket comes Southey, and that's punched attractively off the back foot by Duckett. He's got it in the gap there between the two men in the cover region, and they'll get through for two. Nice play. Good cricket all round, I reckon.
Indeed. Now,
Bear, we were wondering how loose you used the term small and little when it came to your glass of wine, so let's see it. Not too loosely then. It was a vaguely accurate.
Oh, that's fucking huge. That's
a
huge
glass is huge.
and it's half.
no,
yes,
it's about a third full. It's a little bit at the bottom.
Yeah, that's about 3 glasses of wine for a normal person.
Shut up. No, it's not.
Stabbed down backward a square by Duckett to Gully for no run. For the benefit of those tuning in by radio, the Bear has about third filled a pint glass full of wine.
It's not a pint. It's a large glass. It's a large wine glass for a pub. And
one of those. One of those litre steins. Yeah, it's one of them.
No. I'll collapse asleep before the end of the day if I did that.
A slumbering Bear. He waits for the cricket, as that's defended nicely by Duckett. As that run rate's just starting to creep up. Southey now 9 off his 2.5 overs, and so there must have been this must be the 5th over, and there's 11 off it, so just over 2 actually the run rate. Not very baseball.
No, not is it?
No, I think you get the most rewards as well once the new ball does offer something, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Well, it did offer something there. It's swung in, jagged back slightly into Duckett's pads. He hasn't managed to clear it off his pads, and it's just trickled out into leg side for no run. End of the over, 11 for none. Messers.
West Aussie Lead says, "Great comeback from England, and here's hoping for another brilliant run chase. Once Crawley's out, of course." Dave Wood says, "That's a Jeroboam of wine." Mike, they're all worried for you. He says, "You better not be driving after this, Bear."
I am driving after this. I'm perfectly fine to drive.
Yeah.
He has had one large glass of wine, officer. That is well within the limit.
Absolutely.
As Crawley plays a very awkward shot out into the leg side, but it got there. It got there. And he's not got a run for it, as Devon Conway's come round at mid-wicket and collected it. But that was a ball on middle and off, and he's trying to
work it behind square, isn't he? Really, with a horizontal bat.
Yeah, it was an ugly shot.
Not going to work. Ugly is a word that's often applied to Crawley's batting, it has to be said.
As he flashes at that one, and
it was an edge.
I'm going to use the cliche, if you're going to flash hard, and he does, and it goes over the slips and away to the third man boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
And when it was wide enough to throw your arms through it, he did, and he did flash hard.
Saying if you're going to flash hard makes me just so glad that we haven't heard from the Naked Fun porn bot all afternoon.
Well, I'm sure they're just about to pop up on that Twitter feed.
I mean, it's good advice, I suppose.
Yep.
If you're going to be arrested, then at least... Well, that's on the legs of Crawley, and there's a good diving stop there from Conway. There was a bit of the old whippage, as they say, from Crawley, and he did get that rocketing off the middle of the bat, but Conway really did well to stop that. It was aerial for a while. It was just short of him, actually. He was diving forward, that's why he dived.
Yeah, it's only about 6 inches to a foot short of him, wasn't it?
Yeah. Zach Crawley living dangerously, as per usual. And that's whipped aerially into the leg side, and he's picked that up quite nicely actually.
Has that gone all the way? No, it hasn't gone all the way.
No, it hasn't. For one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now that's one area you really can't bowl to him. He is pretty good on his legs.
Viewers with congenital heart conditions are advised against watching Zach Crawley bat. It may lead to severe anxiety and high blood pressure.
I think most of them who watched England for 10 years previously have probably passed away as a result.
Yeah, exactly.
As Matt Henry turns top of his mark in towards Crawley, and that's it's a bit wide of off stump, but Crawley still jabbed the bat down on it. This is what we were talking about. They're showing a useful graphic here, how Crawley's dismissals in tests against seam, so many of them are in that box just outside the off stump where he just plays down the wrong line and edges it.
Something very Vincian about that.
As that's again on the legs, too straight, too full. Crawley whips it away. Neil Wagner can't stop it on the diving save, and it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Crawley to 18, so he's already saved his place.
It's about what's his average? 28 or something? And that's only because he's got 2 double hundreds or something.
Yeah, he's averaged in the last in the Bazball
27.9 he is.
What's that?
He's averaged 22 in Bazball, I think.
So anyway, Jay is on your side, Bear. He says, I commend Bear for his abstemiousness. Jacob and Messrs are envious, proper-nish. Bionic Banker says the trenchant analysis of Crawley's glaring technical deficiencies is one of the reasons why Guerrilla Cricket's commentary on England versus New Zealand is essential listening. If the management don't replace him with Bairstow, and by extension keep Folks, I'll enjoy my summer less. I don't see how they could possibly drop Folks.
No, I don't think. I think
everything asked of him.
Yeah,
bowling change.
Well, it has indeed. Well, they saw it turning for England. The ball is new, and he's got to make up for his horrific run out that was self-inflicted.
Even if my club race well sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Yeah, the thing with the Folks conversation is, since Bazball, Crawley's averaged 22, Folks has averaged 45. He's the best wicket-keeper in the country, and Johnny Bairstow's coming off a severe broken leg in 3 places at the back end of his career. He probably doesn't want to be squatting all day.
No, and plus he's a shit keeper.
Yes, yeah. And Folks is up at the stumps for all 3 fast bowlers today, which isn't easy.
No.
So presumably, Johnny Bairstow, as an ODI opener of great repute, will open better than Crawley.
Well, I mean, that's what you think, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to see that against the Aussies. Imagine him crashing Stark and bloody Cummins and Hazelwood in a test match opening.
Yeah, it would be ridiculously unfair to keep Crawley and get rid of Folks, as that short, wide, slapped by Duckett, but there's a good diving stop. Was that in the air?
No, I don't think so.
Or
I
did
think he was lucky
slam
to
it
stop
straight
it.
down?
It was a shit ball. It was short, it was wide, and it deserved to go out to the boundary. So they've got an in-out field, haven't they? They've got a backward point, a deep set cover, a short cover, and a mid-off.
As that's again short and wide and slapped, and this time it does beat both the men at short cover. But one of them's running back and does collect it, so they'll just get the 2 rather than 4, but a good shot from Duckett.
I mean, one has to think. Bracewell.
Rubbish.
Yeah, well, Bracewell isn't the best spinner, is he? I mean, if you.
You can see what he's aiming for, the rough patches.
Yeah, but that's too wide to a left-hander.
Too short.
And it's not going to do you any favours to a right-hander bowling around a wicket, is it? It's just, again...
Again, short, wide, but again, Duckett doesn't latch onto it.
He'll get there eventually.
He keeps getting practice, so... as for that very kind comment about the technical analysis, we can go real inside baseball if you want about the way Crawley positions his hips and why that drags him through down the line to mid-on. But that might be for not 5:30 in the morning, because again it's short, cut, and no run.
Well, he's not very open. He doesn't move his feet particularly well.
But his hips are more open than his shoulders, and it pulls his back hip round. As that's cut, and this time he beats the man. But again, he hasn't got it all the way to the boundary. They get back, and just the 2 again.
The outfield's pretty slow. I think it's been rained on a lot. Pre-game, through the game. A lot of people have been slipping, haven't they, in their things, in their spikes. So I don't think it's the quickest. I'm sure he'll get there.
And final ball from Bracewell. Oh, that one's a horrific ball. It's short, it's a half tracker, and Duckett slammed him away for 6 on the leg side.
Gone all the way. Nice shot. Well. And, this is it. At least Leach... Leach got a fair bit of tap at certain points, but that's a pretty shit ball.
Yeah, it's too straight, far too short, and Duckett's just swiveled on it. And his eyes have lit up, and he's just gone, yeah, I'm having that.
And there's no one out in that area as well, is there? So.
Baseball.
Well, that's not baseball. I could have hit that for 6. Jez ball. West Sussex Lee says, knowing our selectors, Crawley will stay and they'll drop Anderson or Broad for Bairstow. Seriously, it's a no-brainer. Bairstow to open. And Jay Grover asks, serious question, how quick is Bracewell? His last ball was 96.1 kilometres per hour, Jay.
As it's pushed off the back foot by Crawley, who is taking up the whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey again.
Well, I just want to point at Andrew Cook, who's on YouTube. He says, but then England doesn't tour here that often. And then only played 2, maybe 3 tests. I have to say, I've been doing this 10 years after this ball.
Short, pulled, aerially, and 6. And if I may make a jingle request... Oh, no, it's 4. Then I won't make a jingle request, because I've missed one.
Okay.
4.
I thought I played a jingle then, but it didn't come out.
2 + 2 is on member. 2 + 2 is on member.
I've done an awful lot of bloody tests in New Zealand, man. We seem to go there quite a lot, actually.
I've only been watching hardcore since 2019, and this is already the 2nd time we've toured New Zealand.
Yeah.
The other being that crushingly dull series played on flat wickets where Joe Root made a double 100 off like 400 balls. As Crawley punches out into the offside this time off the back foot, and we'll just get 2. Yes.
England already starting to look a little bit more comfortable.
Next time we have a 6, I'm going to get my jingle request in. Would it be possible to have the "it came out of your hand and into my zone" 6 jingle? Because I love that one.
That's a great jingle, yeah.
Also, could you let me know the name of it so I can find it on the list when I get access to it?
I can indeed.
As that's down the leg side, Crawley takes a couple of steps down and has a flick at it. I thought it was a bit of deviation there, but it's just swung down the leg side as Crawley's far across. You can see his leg stump, and it's gone through to Blundell, who's taken it nicely.
It's called 6. It's a 6. It's beautiful.
Crawley is now this test. He's started taking his guard on off stump, which now means he just plays balls that are outside off down the wrong line rather than on off down the wrong line. As there he plays a ball that's just slightly outside off down the wrong line and outside edges it, sort of leading edges it into the offside for no run.
Already this ball in the 8th over is starting to do less than it was in first couple of overs.
So I can tell you that England went to New Zealand in 2001-2 for a 3-test series, 7-8 for a 3-test series. 12
and he's bowled him. Sorry, Messers, to interrupt you. It's come back in sharply. Zach Crawley has a gap of approximately 5 country miles between his bat and his pad, and he's either chopped it on or just let it through.
I think that's come back sharply, hasn't it?
It has come back a lot.
Ooh. Yeah, it's missed the outside edge. Crawley is... I don't know which line he's playing there. He's playing that ball. So that ball was, if it had straightened, was well outside off. He's playing it towards mid-on. There's a huge gap between bat and pad. It nips back and bowls him. 24 for 30, and he's still going to make the bloody ashes.
Yeah, it just clipped the top of off stump, literally, as well. We have to give him a jingle. Let's send him off with...
Stop being shit.
he won't.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I honestly think that Crawley has an identity crisis in this team because he's not a natural baseball player in terms of attacking. If he's going to open, he needs to just be an opener and not try and worry about scoring.
Well, we've been
a
denied
real role for that.
We've been denied the Night Hawk, but we will have instead the Night Pigeon, Ollie Robinson.
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi! Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Robinson!
Why do you think that is? Do you think that Broad's just knackered?
I think that's actually probably the first defensive move that Stokes has made with the batting order. I think he's sent Ollie Robinson out because he doesn't trust Broad not to try and heave it over extra cover for 6 and get out.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he's actually there as a night watchman. Whereas when he sends Broad in, it's to make some runs. This isn't about making runs at all.
Yeah, he's there to block out the day and then possibly make runs tomorrow, because Ollie Robinson has the flexibility to do that.
Yeah, he can certainly give it some levers, can't he? Well, they're not too bad tonight. I mean, England have gone 39 for 1. Well, there must be 8 overs they've gone, so they're going nearly 5 and over already.
As in comes Henry, and defended nicely by Duckett.
No.
Sorry.
It's gone a long way, that ball, to be fair. He's bowled it like...
It's still a terrible shot.
It's still a terrible shot, yeah, but he's been done by the deviation, because he's bowled that as kind of like an off break with a wobble seam, and it's actually caught the seam. And at that kind of pace, you can't adjust for it, so... And it does always make you look ungainly. I'm not trying to make excuses here for Crawley, but there's a decent ball by Southey too.
It was indeed, and we don't want to take anything away from Tim Southey, who is an excellent bowler. But even if that ball hadn't deviated, it's still a terrible, terrible shot he's playing.
Yep.
Helmet's on, Will Young. Will Young has got the helmet on. I don't mean that he is the helmet who's just come on. Is he in that... No, he's in short leg. He's at short leg, is Will Young, as Matt Henry bowls to Ben Duckett, and immediately takes a straighter line, which Duckett just defends into the leg side, dabbing his bat down. And we see Kane Williamson giving a bit of advice to Henry, just saying, you know, I reckon if you keep with that line one time, he'll pop one up. Got about 10 minutes left in the day.
Yeah, England just want to get through to the close here, won't they? How many runs have been scored today, Messi?
Good question. What was the starting score? It'll be way more than I guessed.
Solid defence from Duckett, no run.
So New Zealand started at 202, so they scored 281. Plus, what have we got here?
39.
Yeah. So that's in the 300s. I think I picked 283, was it?
Something like that.
Back foot defence this time. No run. Very sedate.
Yeah, it's 320 already.
Yeah.
I think
I thought New Zealand would go defensive. What do I know?
Well, they did. They did go defensive. I mean, they took a long time getting their runs.
As that's again defended by Duckett. No run. Bowler collects off his own bowling. I think this is fair enough from England. I think it's a good approach just to get through to the close before. I think they're pretty confident they can polish off the next 220 runs in 3 sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly that. And you go Bazball until and if a wicket falls, and if it's close enough to the close, you go, well, fuck it, we'll just close out today and carry on tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful shot by Ben Duckett. Nice on drive. It beats the diving mid-on, the diving bowler, and there's still some signs of an intent to score, and they've not just shut up shop, and it goes up to the boundary for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
To be fair to New Zealand, they did score at 3 and over, or more than that today actually. And defensive, I normally think about 2.3 and over. Dave Wood says this may be a little out of left field, but straight off the bat, I need to say I don't like baseball analogies. I think we can all agree I've knocked that one out of the park. Mayank says Bracewell is shit, isn't he? Yep. Bionic Banker, who was the one who was talking about our analysis of Crawley, says, for fuck's sake, etc., etc., etc.
As Robinson actually aims a cut at that one. It was a little bit aerial, but it lands safe, unless he sort of bounced that off the bottom edge, but it looked like he top-edged it a little bit, and he gets off the strike, so not defending Duckett at all.
But Duckett shouldn't need defending.
But that's what a night watchman's there for, to take as many of the deliveries as possible.
If they take time out of this over, the next over will be the last one. So if Duckett gets through this, Robinson's facing the next over. A wicket falls if it is Robinson. That'll be the end of the day, one would presume, and therefore he'd have kind of done his job anyway. I mean, what are we in now? Is this the 9th over?
Something like that.
10th over. So, I mean, England, if England can get through for 20 overs with losing 1 or 2, then it should be, you'd have thought, reasonably plain sailing.
Well, Duckett's already taken up the interest in horticulture that's traditional in the last 10 minutes of the day. As Saudi goes round the wicket, and that's clipped nicely into the leg side. There'll be some runs here. The man chasing back, Neil Wagner, will get there, but they will get back for 2. And Duckett moves to 21 off 25, so he's still scoring at nearly a run a ball.
No, he's not. 21 off 25.
Nearly a run a ball, I said.
I thought you said more than.
And it's now, as you say, the 10th over, and the run rate has gone up to, well, at the end of the 10th over, it'll be about 4.6 from where it was as just over 2. So signs of steady progression from England. As that's tossed wide by Saudi, and Duckett goes for a drive. They probably could have got a single there, but they opt against it as Devon Conway comes round and clears up.
He probably felt he missed out a little bit there. It was full and wide, wasn't it?
Robinson's already halfway down the pitch. Last 10 minutes of the day, everyone becomes a gardener, don't they?
Yeah.
Like Radio 4 on a Saturday.
Yeah, garden as well. You could have Alan Titchmarsh out there.
Yeah.
Oh, you are droll.
Thank you, Messi. As that short pulled hard by Duckett out into the leg side. Will they take the single? Yes, they do. And Robinson will have to face 2 balls from Tim Southey. And then, yeah, you're right there. I think 1 more over after that, unless they decide to bring Bracewell back on just to sneak an extra one in.
Well, possibly. There's 2 balls left in this over. I would have a long conversation at the end of the over and take my time getting back.
Oh, they won't get more than another over in. It's 27 minutes past the hour already.
I reckon Robinson will do the old broad tactic and just deliberately duck into one so he gets concussion protocol for the next 15 minutes.
That's a high price to pay.
Yes.
Robinson defends off the back foot. No, what we don't see, Messi, is that he's ducking into one from Bracewell.
I mean,
it's actually only at knee height.
Well, the other thing with Broad is that the damage to his helmet was not from the ball; it was from him hitting his own helmet.
I mean, what all these guys have got to think is this is the last day of Test cricket you're going to have for 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh, that is close. As Robinson has made a brave and ultimately good lead, because that has come back a long way, similar to the ball that got Zach Crawley. It's well outside of off stump, and it's gone just over the top of middle. It's very close.
I don't think it did go over the top of middle.
Went over the top of off.
Top of
yeah.
I think it went over off. Only just.
Not by much.
Wow. Mayank says, relax everyone, Crawley's 24 is more than we all expected. Jonathan Shawland says England are due to visit New Zealand again in November 2024 for a 3-test tour.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. You see, we're always down there, man.
The only people we tour are New Zealand, India, Australia, occasionally the West Indies, but these are the only people we play now. We play
South Africa. Yeah.
We play Australia and India something like 3 or 4 times in the next 4 years, and everyone else only once. And then I don't think we played Sri Lanka.
Well, I mean, at least people in New Zealand, at least Wellington, are interested in it, unlike some places. West Aussies they should have opened with Brook, and then we could have had most of tomorrow off. And Mog says, is Crawley's nickname the Cockroach? Because if he keeps getting picked after this soft effort, then it should be.
It's Bracewell. It is Bracewell after all, and it's defended by Duckett, who then again goes down to do some gardening.
Well, look, the session before lunch will be 5 half hours, and we're going along at about 50 runs every half hour at the moment, just under.
We do have Bangladesh in this Future Tour program cycle, right at the end of it in 2025, I think, or whenever the end of it is. As that's just tucked out into the offside for 1 run. It's like 29 or 30 or something, isn't it? We have like 2 tests against Bangladesh in Bangladesh right at the end of the cycle.
How long's the next cycle? 5 years.
I think it's 2023 to 2028 or something.
Crikey.
And right at the end
Tim
of Bangladesh.
Tim Wall, in contrast to most of our tweeters, says, I have a serious point about Zach Crawley. Stokes and McCallum are smart guys. There's been method to their madness. Presumably they've had reasons to stick with him so far, whether they plan to use him for the Ashes or not. I think it's been about stopping people being afraid of being dropped for a couple of poor performances, but I think you can only take that so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Robinson defends Bracewell. Yeah, it's just consistently poor performances across county, international, and with poor technique.
Yeah.
At that point, you have to, someone has to be dropped eventually.
Yeah, you have to change the team around. And
Robinson goes for the big slog sweep. Maybe the Nighthawk is in after all. Well, he's missed it, basically. It's a bottom edge onto his pads. That's a wild shot.
It is. Did he get an inside edge onto that? I think he did,
Yeah. For the last 3 balls of the day, that's a
2
wild
balls.
shot.
31 now, so this will be the last over of the day.
He defends it. Oh, it's inside edge onto pad, and there are men in close there, but not quite close enough. They're not Ollie Pope-esque right on the cut strip, possibly encroaching. We won't start that debate again, but that's a better ball from Bracewell. And 1 more ball left in the day. Everyone's round the bat now. There's a leg slip, a slip, a very close in short leg, a silly point, a silly, a square leg. What am I talking about? Short leg. That's what I'm talking about. And a silly mid-on, and that's defended by Robinson out into the offside. And England will close 48-1 in chasing New Zealand's 258, the lead after their innings, with Duckett on 23 from 29, Robinson 1 from 7, and, well, it looks set for England to carry on their good run of results.
It does indeed. 329 runs or something like that in a day, doesn't really matter. Good day for England. Well, good day for England. I think they'd like to got them out for less. You have to say well done to New Zealand to set a target. And it's not a small target. We all expect England to do it, but that's mainly because of what we're seeing in the wicket. The wicket doesn't seem to... it was harder to bat on, I think, on days 1 and 2 than it has done for days 3 and 4. You can't see it massively deteriorating tomorrow. It's quite slow. Once the ball gets old, it doesn't really do a lot. The old one does, but there's some turn there. But is Bracewell good enough to utilise it to winkle out some of England's better batsmen? If he does, they've got a chance, haven't they? But England knocked off 47 of the 258 they require, so it's just over 200 they require. In this test, they've gone along at 120, 130 runs in a session. Should be done by tea tomorrow if England crack on. In fact, it should be done well before tea if England crack on, you'd imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with I presume, still a 9:30 start tomorrow, the amount of time lost in this test.
Yes, yeah.
Which means that England will get 2.5 hours in the morning as well. And if they get going, you wonder. But, hey, we'll see. Any last tweets? Got to get out of here. Got to get to bed.
Well, Mayank says just that you just see him with 200 or so left to score tomorrow and 9 wickets left. This shouldn't be too difficult for England. Dave Wood says, I miss tours of Zimbabwe. Bionic Banker says, questions to which the answer is no, and retweets a question from Wisdom that says, does Zach Crawley deserve to keep his place in the England Test team for summer? And Mayank says, I'll never understand why Bangladesh and Zimbabwe never tour in England. It's ridiculous. That's it on Twitter. There's been some activity on YouTube, and Dan Diego, the City Pants, says, great days cricket, great commentary. Thank you, Gorilla Cricket. See you tomorrow for the finale. Yeah. Thank you all so much for being with us. I shall very shortly be recording tonight's roundup with Ian Forth, and that should be available in about an hour's time. If you missed any of today, it's a good way of catching up on what happened. And there will be a tweeter of the day and a gorilla of the day, who I know who he's going to be. There you go.
Okie dokie.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all very much. Are you in tomorrow, Jacob, if we're still on?
Yes, I am. But I think I'm, due to my work commitments, I think I'm only on in the last session of the day, and I don't know if I expect to get that far.
It'll be touch and go whether you're on then, I'd imagine. So until tomorrow, peeps, see you later. Bye.
Thanks very much.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning,
It's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the